lost one candidate who fell out along the line. That's Ayikwe to decided not to contest again, but the others are intact. We'll be taking a look at the delegates themselves, at least those who are contesting, and then the General Secretary position, National Youth Organizer position, we have the Treasurer, and we'll be taking a look at all that. But really, which one have you been watching closely? You have your eyes on which particular contest?
I think the national chairman position, the general secretary position, and to some extent you are looking at the youth organizer and the organizer. These are very important positions in every political party. We know that the national chairman position is made, the current chairman is not contesting. So that opens up the floodgate for several other people to actually show their commitment to lead the party and actually declaring the intention to lead. If you look at the leading contenders, you are looking at Stephen Ntim, who is a veteran. I think he's a serial contestant. He has contested several times. And usually he's always one of the lead contenders, either part of the 2-horse race or the 3-horse race. But whenever the election happens, he loses out. This time,
is it a 2-horse race, 3-horse race?
This time, it looks like a 2-horse race between him and then Stephen Asamoah Boateng. Okay. Even though Professor Mia Kofi is making a little bit of strong showing, and then Mr. Abankwah is also making a little bit of strong showing. But if you monitor the polls and other speaking to delegates, and they will say that has gone on, you tend to see that it's largely a contest between Stephen and Tim and then Asamoah Boateng. But a lot of polls have actually put Stephen Tim ahead of Asamoah Asabi, thinking that Stephen Tim has done a lot. He has been able this time to place himself.
Is he getting a lot of sympathy?
It may be one of them, but also people believe that he's qualified to lead the party. He has been struggling all over this year. So the sympathy element is part of it. But I think he has also made a lot of effort to be able to position himself as the next chairman of the party.
Would he be able to do that? Because it's interesting for us in the media, we are always hoping that we'll be able to have access to such candidates. But he's been able to keep off the media in all this. How then does he get that leverage, you would say?
So the first thing is not shying away from the media and speaking at the time that he thinks is appropriate to speak. But I think over the years, one of the serious challenges that always affect him has to do with the factions in the NPP. You always tend to see the Kufuor-Allan faction and then the Nana Akufo-Addo faction. And this thing has played out several times over that he has contested. And you tend to see that now His Excellency Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo is almost completing his second term. And to some extent, maybe his interest in who is going to lead the party at the national level might have waned, so that he is not allowing the processes to go as the delegates want. But also, this time he has been very, very careful in aligning himself strongly to any of these factions. He has been able to navigate both the Allan Naumba faction, let me put it that way. And I'm not sure whether he has been able to do that by maintaining good relations with all of them or by distancing himself from all of them. But to be honest with you, this time he has been able to navigate very well from these two particular factions. I'm not sure how he's able to do it, but what you tend to see is that now almost all the factions seems to support him, knowing that he's a man to beat, and whatever we're going to do to support him to win, then we're going to support him to win. So I think all those goodwill that he's enjoying from both camps actually makes his contest very stronger. And if that continue up to the point that he's able to win this, he's going to likely enjoy a little bit of support from both factions, and he'll be able to close their ranks. Because moving forward, what is going to be very critical after today's Congress will be maybe how the results is going to be, how the process is going to go, who are going to emerge the winners, and whether there will be factions or the party will be united after the Congress. So one of the
I would just note your last comments, whether the party will stay united or whatever happens. I would note that down. Okay. But really, for Stephen Asamoah Boateng, you've been looking at Stephen Ntim and his chances, and you talk about it being a 2-horse or 3-horse race between himself, Stephen Asamoah Boateng, and then Abankwah, possibly. Yeah. Let's talk about Stephen Asamoah Boateng, first-time entrant. How is he doing?
Yeah, I think the polls are also favoring him. He has also been able to stay clear of this There are two ways you can do it, and I'm not sure how they are doing it. The first is to try to maintain good relations with both camps, creating the impression that you can work with all of them, regardless of who they support or whether they support you or not. That's one way you can do it. The second way is to try to distance yourself from both camps and focus on your campaign. But I think maintaining good relations with both camps is very good, so that they all think that even if their preferred candidate doesn't win, if you are able to win, you can work with them. What is important is not just agreeing, but your ability to bring both sides on board when the need arises and be able to propel the party towards unity in 2024 elections. So I think he has also been able to play that game very well. In all these cases, people will still want to align you, whether it's Stephen Atim or Asabi or Professor Amia Konfi or Abanko. People still want to align you, maybe based on your previous statements or positions or affiliations with either of these camps. So people definitely want to align you. But when you are able to stay clear from these controversies and focus on your campaign, and your utterances should preach unity. People shouldn't see you to be openly aligned to one particular faction. If you're able to do that, both factions, even if they don't support you from the beginning, can assume that they can work with you. And once they're able to assume that they can work with you, whatever support that they will give to you behind the scenes or openly, they'll be able to do that. So I think both Stephen and then Asabi have been able to do this very well. I'm just wondering how they've been able to do it. And they are showing strongly in most of the polls that has been done. But also, if you look at their messaging, the level of campaign that they've been able to do, the touring, and then the media, social media engagement, they have been very, very profound and try to reach out to everybody across the length and breadth of the country. What we may not be able to determine is the fact that in elections of this kind, there are a lot of things that you can predict and work towards them or against them. But there are also a lot of things that you may not be able to predict. So, for example, we now know that most of the elections we do in this country, there have been a lot of research to suggest that a lot of our delegates now vote not because of the competence or the skills or the experiences or the character of the candidate, but usually monetization, the whole concept of spending and how you are.
I was hoping we'll shelve that for later and talk more about it, because it runs through the entire contest.
So for now, let's speak about what we know. So what we know and can predict is that I think these two candidates have been able to stay away a little bit clear from controversies. They have been able to maintain good relations with both camps in the party. And so far, they are performing very well. It is very important because what the election we're going to have today in the NPP is going to determine largely what is going to happen next year, especially the flag bearership elections. So, which we all look forward to moving forward. So both camps have candidates that they think if this candidate is able to win, it may pave the way for me to succeed, or I'll be able to have a friendly people in the national executive. And it started way back from even the polling station election. So you saw what happened at the polling station level. The polling station level, the stakes were very high because there were a lot of people whose election of political career depended on it. So including the electoral area coordinators, including constituency executives, including regional executives, national executives, and then flag bearers.
And regional was also
regional as well. So you saw that particular time, there was a lot of problems, people withholding, filing forms, a lot of things happened. But I think the NPP has been able to manage that differences, moving from the polling station to the electoral area coordinators and to the constituency level. We hardly saw those kind of Luta and press conferences and the disturbances, even the burning down of party offices and all those things that happen.
For the national
national
elections.
So now, at this particular time, what is now very important is the flag bearership race. And I think it is very crucial. And the people that are going to be elected today form part of the very crucial part of determining who is going to be elected. So we know that every party, the general secretary play largely most of the administrative role. And if you have the general secretary, you have the national organizer, and to some extent, the youth organizer and the national organizer are very critical. But the general secretary, the chairman, are usually the very important pillars in every political party, but also the women organizer, because we have largely majority of our voting population are women. And you look at the current crop of delegates that we have, the NPP have voted so far from the polling station level to this kind of level. If you do a disaggregated analysis, you tend to see that most of them are largely highly educated character of people. So you are looking at post-secondary school to largely a university degree. So it presupposes that these are going to be very rational group of voters who know their whereabouts and who can determine what is good for the party and what is good for the state generally. And you also look at them, we tend to have a lot of youthful population dominating the delegate list. So you tend to see people within the age range of 31 to largely 45, forming the bulk majority of the delegates. So that also have an implication on the kind of voter outcome that may pan out. So all these things are very crucial when you are making a whole ways.
I'm sure that if you're watching us live on the JoyNews channel or my joyonline.com or social media, we've been bringing you pictures of live happenings at the Accra Sports Stadium. And as it stands now, delegates are still arriving. From the program lineup that I have earlier, by 12, we should have had a lunch break by which all the first part of the program would have ended, but it doesn't look like we are sticking to that particular programming. But our men are on the ground. I'll go shortly to Kwekwasanti or Elton Ruby to give us paint a picture of what exactly is happening at the Accra Sports Stadium to us. And of course, they've been interacting with the finance minister, questions about whether he will resign, per what people have been saying, and then the calls that have been made so far because of our current economic conditions. We'll hear his answer to that shortly. We've also been interacting with the Council of Elders, the chairman of the Council of Elders, the Hackman Uswajiman. He's also there. We've been interacting with him on this particular contest and what he makes of what he's seen so far. That and more we're bringing to you, of course. This is your election headquarters. We are live on Joy 99.7 FM, myjoyonline.com. You're seeing footages of some of the delegates who are already seated, waiting for the leadership of the party so that this event can start. But of course, no matter the time it ends, we're here with you till it ends, till the last ballot is counted and the winners are announced. The chairman, the general secretary, organizer, youth organizer, treasurer, vice chairpersons, women's organizer. How it turns out, we're right here with you to bring you the very latest on that. But let's focus on the general secretary position. But before we do that, we know that Ayikwe dropped out of the race. But do you think that looking at the others, knowing that the thing comes down to just about 3 or so candidates, should we have had more people or more of them, dropping out of the race, you would say? It's interesting. We have Sami Crab in there. We have Akwesio Seji. We have Kwabena Bankwa, which you say like it comes down to him as well. Daviama Giftia Santuaye, really, should we have had more of them dropping out, or you think the numbers as it stands now, it's okay?
So people go into this kind of race for different reasons. So the first group of people go in there to win. So their intention is actually to win and lead the party. Some of them are just testing the waters. Maybe their intention is to contest for the chairmanship in the next elections or some few years back, but they have to introduce themselves to the delegates. So they are just testing the waters to see how they will fare, but also to make their name known so that when they actually have declared a real intention to win, people already know about them. Others also join the race because some people have planted them there to either undermine or divide the vote of their lead competitor. So when you want to do that, you look at your lead competitor. What demographic characteristics does he have? What are the advantages? So maybe if your lead contender is largely an Akan or from Ashanti region, his largest support is coming from Ashanti region. What you do is that you get a very credible candidate from Ashanti region who share that same characteristics and sponsor him. So what he's going to do is that he's going to end up dividing the votes of your lead contender. Then you still maintain your stronghold. Or maybe if the comparative advantage of your lead contender is religion or ethnicity, you get somebody from that particular religion or ethnicity and sponsor him so that he'll be able to do damage to your lead contender. But you still maintain that element of your stronghold. So it could be that maybe they are fronting for other people. It could also be that sincerely his intention was to win. But looking at the dynamics, you know, when you go into race like this, you just don't contest, but you also do polls, you also do research, you also listen to the people and pick signals, so that you don't spend so much money and end up losing. So what normally happens is that people may...
Okay, so just we've just seen John Boadu arriving at the ground, and it's a good time, not to cut you, Dr. Ali Desedo. I'll come back to you in the studio. I'm with you throughout, so we'll be talking more. But it looks like Elton Brobe is on standby to paint a picture. I'm dying to hear what exactly is happening at the Accra Sports Stadium. I know you are too. Elton, should we go to Elton now? Elton Brobe? Okay. Well, we'll get to Elton shortly, but of course you can see the visuals. We'll be bringing that to you. John Boadu has just arrived. I'm sure other contestants have also arrived, and we'll give you all that you need to know about it. So let's get into the General Secretary race. Since we've seen John Boadu, the incumbent, just arriving at the ground, how does it look like for him?
Yeah, he's doing so well, even though there's the indication that a lot of people are not happy with his kind of administrative skills of the party over the last couple of years that he has presided. But most of the polls do favor him, but some of them also favor JFK. And I think JFK is actually getting stronger day in, day out, very youthful relative to John Boadu, proving to be very smart, somebody who can think on his feet and very able to, with very strategic plans and visions.
Hold on the thoughts on JFK. I'm very interested. We'll get to hear it. But let's go to Elton now. All is clear for us to go to the Accra Sports Stadium, and Elton Brobe is leading the team there. He joins us live. Elton, can you hear me? What's happening at the Accra Sports Stadium now? Elton, let me try again. Elton Brobe, I'm sure there's a lot of noise where you are, but we can manage this conversation. Can you hear me? Bring us up to speed on happenings at the Accra Sports Stadium. Well, my colleague Elton Brobe would...
And we are all waiting for the program to start, and then we'll have the first part of the program coming in. But we've been waiting for the delegates since 7 a.m., 8 a.m., and we're still waiting. It is very unclear when the delegates of the governing New Patriotic Party, the Kingmakers, will make their way here to the Accra Sports Stadium. They are the group that is virtually holding or stalling the commencement of this National Delegates Conference. So everybody is in waiting. Some have come in a while ago. Seven Asamoah Boateng, who is contesting to be elected National Chairman of the NPP, walked in. Kenneth Oriata, the Finance Minister, walked in. I mean, he was asked whether he's going to resign as a result of the country going to the IMF. He says he will not resign, because asking him to resign is like asking a parent to abandon his kids. And I'm sure that in the minutes and hours to come, we'll bring that footage to our viewers and our listeners on Joy 99.7 FM. But this is JoyNews. This is our comprehensive coverage of the 2022 National New Patriotic Party National Delegates Conference. And the conference has one key objective, and that is to elect national officers for the next 4 years. That is the reason why we have gathered here at the Accra Sports Stadium to see to that constitutional requirement of the NPP. What is, however, unclear is when this conference will take off, when the delegates will make their way to the Accra Sports Stadium and take their seats for the program to start. Some ministers of state are here. We are hearing all manner of things. The reason why the program is here to start, even though it was advertised to start at exactly 9 a.m., it hasn't started yet. And no official communication has come to us to the reason for the delay. what we can only hope is that very soon, what we are hoping for is that very soon, the delegates will make their way here to the Accra Sports Stadium, take their designated seats, and then the event itself can start. But they are not here yet. We've been hearing from the announcers that they are on their way coming, and it's been almost 5 hours now, and the delegates are not here at the Accra Sports Stadium, and they are the very reason why this event is taking place, because they have a responsibility to decide the future direction of the NPP, and that's the more reason why they've come in their numbers from the 16 regions, 6,120 from across the 16 regions, making up the delegates of the New Patriotic Party. So, in fact, that is the reason why this event hasn't taken off. In fact, I've been speaking to organizers of the NPP. They are telling me that the original arrangement was to start at 9 a.m., but there are certain requirements that must be done, some considerations, some discussions ongoing, and that is the more reason why the event has yet to take off. Now, today's event is in two parts. We have the official opening, and then the Electoral Commission will take over in the next hour, in the next half, to see to the election of the national officers. In all, as you may be aware, we are looking at over 6,000 delegates coming here to, select national officers for the governing New Patriotic Party. But it is very much unclear when this will take off. Senator Samuel Watson has just joined me here. He's been campaigning across the country to be elected as the national chairman of the party. Well dressed, immaculately dressed, and ready for the task ahead. Asabi, you're welcome to JoyNews.
I thank you very much for the opportunity. It's a beautiful day. We thank God for traveling mercies. And we are here to do the needful. Elect our national executives who will start the party and bind the party together and be able to engage the government, and then we can go forward as a team and engage the NDC in 2024. I'm happy. I'm very happy.
So how do you assess yourself after speaking to all the delegates in the 16 regions of the country? How is it looking like for you?
I have communicated a 7-point program that would help the party to move and then conquer the NDC in 2024. One is unity. Two is the strengthening of the party structures. I propose to pay every party constituency executive member a minimum of about 1,000 Ghana a month.
1,000 Ghana a month.
We get the money from those who are in the government who are paid. We deduct money from their source of income directly to the party. When I was an MP, they deduct. But when I became a CEO, nobody deducted. So CEOs can pay. Ambassadors never paid. Ambassadors can pay. PROs, special assistants, we don't deduct. They should deduct. And that can fund it. The third one is party financing. We need to find a way that party people will be able to know that we have sorted our finances. Number 4 is about women empowerment and youth development. We need to encourage our women to be entrepreneurial, our youth to find the scholarships, to get the mentorship and get the employment opportunities. And then I talked about welfare fund so that we can use as an investment portfolio. Then I talked about the flag bearer so that we don't have to drag it out and fight among ourselves. And then the flag bearer, I talked about how they can do the appointment system so that 60-40, they will have 60% of appointment, and then the party retain 40%. So 60-40 is working. And then the 7th one in the NDC, Asabi stand tall. I'm the local government minister, so I can handle the MMDCs. I've been an information minister. I can articulate the party's position. I have been a CEO of the CEOs. I know corporate Ghana. So I've got wealth of experience, and I've said that to them. They have assured me that they will vote for me because they want a bold and courageous person that can meet the president, look at him in the face, and tell us as it is. And indeed, the message has gone down. Now with the NDC, they know me. I can handle the NDC. And now I'm confident I win. But yet today, I hear people are going behind me with money. They want to buy your vote. They're using money now, and when they finish, they cannot come to you.
But Asabi, is that not what everybody is doing? Is that not what everybody is doing, trying to influence the delegates with money? Are you saying that you've not paid a dime to anybody?
I have gone around 3 times. I've given them TNT 3 times. Those who are coming with money now, they went once, and they gave only 200. At least I gave TNT 3 times, 150, 150, and then 100. So I'm giving some. So I'm giving some. And then they came last night. I'm giving them something. But others are going back. They want to buy a boat. I don't know where the money is coming from. Please stay focused. Remember 2024. You need a chairman that is focused, that has the energy. I'm here talking. Where are the rest? They are bribing people. Doesn't matter.
But if your opponents are paying, doesn't that suggest that they may vote against you? You may have all the nice ideas to lead a party. If your opponents are paying,
my supporters are staying firm. They are very solid. They say, Asabi, we send them, but we are taking their money, but we are voting for you.
So as far as you are concerned, it's a done deal.
God is the almighty decision maker. God should touch their hearts and touch their minds so that they will come to the stadium and they will vote wisely. Free and fair, I'm going to protect the votes of me and nothing will happen. Asabi, inshallah, will emerge victorious.
You are a contender. We were told that this program was going to start at 9. It's almost 1 p.m.
What?
We were told that this program was going to start at 9. It's almost 1 p.m. What is happening?
I don't know what's going on by the organizers. It's now what?
It's almost 1.
It's almost 1 o'clock. I pray we start early. Otherwise, it will be a long night.
Yeah.
I don't know. Maybe they have some logistical problem.
We have heard that the delegates are refusing to come because some have been camped and all those allegations flying around.
People want to manipulate them with money. I am a straight, honest, straightforward person. Whatever I should have given to them for TNT, I'm giving. I'm done. I don't have any extra money anywhere. I am not going to take money that is tainted.
But that should be a worry to you.
Well, that is the problem that we need to tackle. Indeed, this whole contest must be restructured. If the party don't restructure the way we conduct these internal elections, we can never tell where a drug dealer, a money launderer will take over our parties.
So who is paying?
I won't name them, but they know themselves.
You don't know who is paying?
I know, but they know themselves too.
And you are not the one?
Sorry?
And you are not the one paying?
Nope. I've given them my TNT already. I'm done. I've given them my message. And I told them, don't look at the money. Look at a courageous chairman. You see, we are almost at a stage where we want to make history. Making history is not money payment now. It's 2.5 years away. Stay focused, look at the objective. I'm not paying anything beyond what I've done. God willing, they've listened to me and they will do the needful.
So how much is being paid?
I don't know what they're paying. That's not my business. What I'm interested in is I've given them my chance.
It's like the party's leadership is being sold to the highest bidder.
Well, that's sad. I'm not going to be part of that highest bidder business. I won't do it. I am looking at them in the face and I am humbly appealing to party people. You want a very strong party, you have to stay focused. Don't let money influence you. Otherwise, drug dealers, money launderers, people with a very dubious intention will hijack the party.
But if monetary consideration is chosen over competence, loyalty, and dedication, to what impact would that have for the party in the 2024 elections?
If they decide on money now, I've done my part. I'll be content if that's what they want. I'll be content. I had to do my part. I've done my part. It's not about money, it's about who can lead them into battle. Who can let the president and his team know that they should look after the party well. Who can be bold. I've said my sorry.
Thank you very much,
I'm interested in the battle ahead.
I wish you the very best.
Thank you.
I wish you the very best.
Thank you.
And I'm hoping that by the time all is settled, I'll be speaking to you as well, the chairman-elect.
Thank you. Thank you.
I wish you the very best.
God bless all of us. NPP, stay focused and vote as I'm number 7. 60-40. Let's make sure we win this evening or tomorrow morning, whenever we count, and then we go and solve our house problems and then face the NDC boldly. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mr. Samuel Barton is contesting to become the national chairman of the NPP, and he's very much concerned about what he describes as some monetary consideration happening at this 11th hour ahead of the voting by the delegates. It is an allegation that he's made. He was unable to tell us who exactly is paying and how much is being paid. He says that he has not paid anybody. He has sold to them his message, and he is very confident that they will use this message as the motivator to elect him as the next chairman of the governing NPP for the next 4 years. Remember that he's coming up against 4 other people, including Stephen Tim, who will be eyeing this chairmanship slot for the 5th time, if I'm correct. All the times that he's been there, he's always lost it. But today, he is here. And for those who have been doing profiling of him, and data suggests that he's actually one of the key individuals likely to be elected as the next chair of the party. Asabi is also in the picture, and a while ago you heard him speak about the challenges that he's identified, including some inducements that, according to him, is taking place. And that explains the reason why we've been waiting for the delegates since 8 a.m. and it's almost 1 p.m. and the delegates are simply not here. Some are yet to take their seats. We are told that some are still in their hotel and hostels, yet to be transported to the Accra Sports Stadium, which is the venue for the National Delegates Conference of the governing New Patriotic Party. I would like to quickly run you through the issues as we have it and how this whole exercise is going to pan out. Who qualifies to vote? How many people are voting? In fact, for the position of National Youth Organizer, Nasara Coordinator, Women's Organizer, that's a different electoral college altogether. I'll tell you who qualifies to vote in these 3 categories. For the position of General Secretary, National Chair, First, Second, Vice Chair, National Organizer, that is also another college that we will be going through. So, per the party's own guidelines and regulations govern this National Delegates Conference happening here at Accra Sports Stadium. In line with Article 1023 of the NPP's Constitution, these are the individuals who are in the right position to participate in this conference, and they have voting rights. All members of the National Council have voting rights, and they will be participating fully in the voting when we get to the second part of the conference. All members of the National Executive Committee of the NPP, that's the neck of the party. All members of regional executive committees, we have the regional chair, regional secretary, regional treasurer, and the others in the region. All members of the constituency executive committee also in good standing to partake in this exercise. 15 members of the National Council of Elders, 12 delegates from every external branch. You heard a while ago, they were mentioning names of people who have come from the United States of America, United Kingdom, and other countries who are participating. 15 of them will have the opportunity to partake in this election. Founding members across the country who are signatories to the registration documents of the party at the Electoral Commission. All party members of parliament, we have 137 NPP members in parliament. One is out of the country, Sarah Joasafo, Member of Parliament for Dom Kwabinyan. So that means that we will have 136 MPs from the NPP who will be voting today as members of the delegation. Also, all party members who are ministers, deputy ministers, metropolitan, municipal, and district chief executives. The presence of at least 1/3 of delegates to the National Annual Conference shall be necessary to constitute a quorum of the conference. I'm unsure whether the 1/3 is available because we need to have recognized individuals with voting rights before they can form the quorum for the event to start. So this is the composition of the people who have been designated to partake fully to elect national officers of the party for the next 4 years. I will quickly run you through delegates for special organs of the party, and we have the National Youth Wing. Now, the National Youth Wing, National Youth Organizer, and deputies, all former National Youth Organizers and deputies will vote in the category of National Youth Organizer. All regional youth organizers and deputies, all constituency youth organizers and deputies, all external branch youth organizers and deputies, TESCOM, the president or his representative in the absence of the president from each of the recognized tertiary institutions in the country, all NPP, MPs who are below age 40 and the likes. These are all people who have the opportunity to vote. We also have the Women's Wing, National Women's Organizer, all former National Women Organizers and deputies, regional youth organizers, and these are the people who are likely to see them partake fully in this election that is taking place here at the Accra Sports Stadium. We are still waiting for the official commencement of this program. It was advertised to start at 9. It's 12:44, 15 minutes to 1, 5 hours late, and it's still unclear when officially we'll have the program underway. Even though I must say that we have ministers of state and other high-profile dignitaries of the government and invited guests who've already taken their seats, and they are ready for the delegates to get seated, and then I'm sure this event will take place. So I'll hand it over to you, Mbefa, as we wait for the official commencement of the event. Looking at the way things are, we are in for a long ride, which is likely to take us into the morning of Sunday before we will know the next national officers for the governing New Patriotic Party.
Thank you very much. That's my colleague Elton Brobe and the team from the Accra Sports Stadium. And it appears there's something really going on with our delegates today because they are the reason why we are where we are right now. They are still yet to arrive. We have some dignitaries already arriving, but the over 6,000 delegates, some have arrived, but a large chunk of them are still yet to arrive for the program to start. Per the plan that we have, like I said earlier, we would have finished with the speeches and others, the first part of the program, such that we'll be going into the voting after the lunch break. But as it stands now, that is yet to happen. Dr. Ali Disedo, you know the dynamics of all this, really. Are the delegates protesting something silently that we haven't been told?
Okay. First of all, I think that this is largely unacceptable. If you look at the way the program was advertised, and people's expectations and what is happening now, this is a very good time for people to make demands. It's just like in national elections. You always see communities say no water, no vote, no, because they know that that's the time politicians will respond to their needs. So the first reason may be that, like you mentioned, they may be protesting something. And this is the best time to do that kind of protest. So the people who want to be elected will definitely want to find out what it is and be able to address it. So if that is basically what they are doing, yes, it's good for them, but they are holding hostage a whole conference and putting the party to shame because of what is going on, just because of their interests. Two, it could also be that election decisions can change within a snap of a finger. Somebody may have made up his mind that he's going to vote this way, and he can even change his mind while he has queued to vote. So maybe the delegates also know, the contestants knows their delegates and all those things. They may also be that this is the time that people will hunt for them. Other competitor candidates will hunt for them and be able to entice them or speak to them in a manner that convinces them. So the other reason could be that maybe each competitor is camping their delegates in a manner that they can only have access to them and wouldn't allow other people to also have access to them. And if that is also the case, then the competitors, the candidates are not also being very fair to the party. And then the image of the party, because this is a very important party issue, but also a national issue. And especially a party in government should be able to make sure that the right thing is done and set very good example for other people. It could be other reasons. I know though this may not be that important, in most cases it could also be superstitious based. Maybe if you let your people go in first, then you are going to lose. We used to see that in soccer matches. All the players will come and all the teams will, but no team want to go to the pitch first because it is assumed that when you go first, then you're going to lose. It could be anything. In the absence of credible explanation for why this is happening, there is opening up to a lot of speculations. But the sad thing is that if we allow this to continue, it means voting will start very late into midnight. And I dread that particular time because a lot can happen. That may have a little bit of impact on the credibility and acceptability of the results. I think if they had gone according to the way they had advertised the program, by midday, all the pleasantries and the speeches and all those things will have ended, and then they hand over to the EC to start the voting process. But it's almost 1 p.m. and if we haven't started voting, the delegates have not all of them have even arrived. When are they going to arrive? And when are we going to start voting? Unless, of course, this is orchestrated or is part of the planning to achieve a specific result. Other than that, I think there should be an explanation and an apology, and then make sure that the right thing is done. Other than that, it's going to have a lot of implication on how people judge the party and then the way they do things.
Okay. Well, we've been hearing Asamoah Boateng talk about giving TNT to the delegates, really. Is he supposed to be giving TNT? We know that these things happen. Most of the time they tell you is not to bribe or change the mind of the delegates, but we tend to hear it a lot. We're just giving them food, we're just giving them TNT. Really, and TNT is very, you can't tell. 100 cities or 1,000 cities can be TNT up to and onwards. Really, who defines that? Is that not supposed to be the party's responsibility? Should that be a contestant's responsibility to provide TNT for delegates?
I think the party has the responsibility to mobilize and organize delegates, transfer them from wherever they are to the conference venue, feed them, and even provide them accommodation. And when they are done, they resource them to go back. So it doesn't matter whether it's TNT or it's food or it's water. You see, the one given, we all know the constitutional mandated institution that's supposed to do that. If any other person is doing that, it means you also have a vested interest. And it doesn't matter how you call it, whether it's TNT or it's support or it's accommodation. I think at this particular point that we should try as much as possible to divorce money from our politics. It has a lot of implications, MFA. If care is not taken, and people know that delegates always will vote for the highest bidder, and candidates know that if I'm able to outspend my other candidates, I win, regardless of the competence, the credibility, the long service, the patriotism, and all those things, then we are auctioning our democracy completely. Yeah. And it has a lot of implications in terms of decision-making, in terms of independent thinking, in terms of governance capture. Over the years, we have seen in other countries that very few elites who have money and have been able to sponsor candidates capture government. Once government comes to power, government now do the bidding of those who have sponsored them, and not the bidding of the people that have elected them. We have also seen that even where it is just political elites who are patriotic doing this is better. But once we open up the gate so wide, we are going to invite drug dealers, we're going to invite criminals who have money to be able to put candidates there and get them elected, and then they have a field day. So we have to be very careful, because that's why I said, when you asked me at the beginning, should we postpone this? I said, no, we need to do it, because in the whole concept of responsible governance, the right thing must always be done. And those who are elected into leadership must be seen to have elected in a very proper and legitimate manner, so that people can answer to them, people can also contribute their quota to them succeeding and be patriotic and executing all their national civic duties and responsibilities. But once people begin to see that when we vote for the people, the wishes of the people don't usually work, but rather the wishes of the very few people who have resources to buy delegates, but also to influence candidates' decisions, then I don't think our democracy will work for us. And there's been a lot of research from the Westminster Foundation and CDD and other civic bodies that point to the serious consequence of going this way. And sadly enough, the Fourth Republic is now bedeviled with monetization.
It's happening everywhere.
And I think a lot has to be done.
Okay. Well, we're talking about the General Secretary race, the contenders there. You were on JFK. We've been talking about John Boydu as well and what the chances are like. We know we have Idrisu Musa also there. We have Ramsey Ahmed Ajiman Prempe. We have Frederick Opare and then John Kodia, Justin Kodia we've been talking about. We know that Charles Pisu also fell out at the last minute with a statement from him after campaigning all this. Wow, really, you've been talking about reasons why people enter such race. But it looks like it's a two-horse race at this point for you. Is that what it is? Is John Boydu and Justin Kodia?
Yes.
Well, what does it look like then for this particular position? Because it's more like very sharply divided. Or the polls are in favor of John Boydu from what we've been seeing so far. But first-time contender, Justin Kodia, you've been monitoring his campaign and that of John Boydu as well. What really is it going to turn out like in the end, you would say? So
John Boydu has incumbency advantage because he is in that position already and has been able to build a lot of networks and have linked up with a lot of people that can help. But I think if you compare John Boydu and JFK, JFK is relatively younger. I like him, very, very smart. If I've monitored the way he speaks and his exploits in other sectors that he has worked before coming to this position. He's a very fine gentleman. And you are looking at the whole concept of what? Building unity and breaking the AIDS. The NPP's vision now is anchored on breaking the AIDS. So the caliber of executives that they vote now should be executives that are able to build unity, that are able to achieve consensus, that are able to get support from both factions within the party. Over the years, there have been a lot of pronouncements, there have been a lot of statements, there have been a lot of actions, especially regarding the flag bearership race that is going to happen next year, which suggested that the current secretary has tilted towards one particular faction and not the other faction, or has sanctioned utterances by people in a particular faction and not the other faction. So that hasn't attracted so much attention to him, but also the fact that it doesn't look like he's somebody who is willing to build consensus moving forward between those two camps. Okay. I haven't seen JFK make utterances regarding those kind of issues. He has stayed very clear in his campaign, and he has focused on the issue of breaking the aid. So he's somebody to watch out for. Even though John Boydu has the incumbency advantage, and he has been able to campaign well, he has a lot of resources compared to JFK, I suppose. But the idea is that JFK has that element of ideas and a very good vision and very articulative.
Will the delegates be able to look beyond the incumbency advantage and all that comes with John Boydu and pull a surprise there? Do you see that happening?
It's possible. I wouldn't rule out the fact that, like the late Sir John said, you should fear delegates. They can do anything. But if you look at most of the polls that has been thrown about, you tend to see John Boydu leading with JFK coming very closely.
I'll hold you on there shortly, and because I've been telling you earlier about the finance minister, speaking to my colleague Kwekwa Sante, Dr. Ali said I'll come back to you on it, but briefly, I'll take you live there, and then we can hear from the finance minister.
That's not a very good question. You know, it's almost like telling a father to resign from his children because he's changed his mind. You know, there are times that decisions have to be made for the survival of a country, and therefore if circumstances such as
party congress within this state of the economy. Finance Minister, do you agree with those who say that you should not be holding conference within the current climate of the economy? Do you agree?
Well, I think there are issues of the governance of a country, then these are always important. And I think if you see the way in which we have moderated the advertisement billboards, it shows to a party that is sensitive to the current moments of the situation. But I don't think you can ever let the issue of governance go. Democracy is important. It does cost some amount of money to do that, but clearly you can see an environment that is excited about the future by being able to run a congress or conference of this nature in a way that mimics the situation in the world.
You say resign. Will you resign because of going to the IMF when you said we're not going to the IMF?
That's not a very good question. You know, it's almost like telling a father to resign from his children because he's changed his mind. You know, there are times that decisions have to be made for the survival of a country, and therefore if circumstances such as COVID or Ukraine war occur, which are not typical, it does change the environment, and sensible people will change their minds.
Thank you.
So that's Finance Minister Ken Ofori-Atta there at the Accra Sports Stadium when he arrived, interacting with my colleague Kweku Asante. Issues about resignation there. It doesn't look like that's going to happen. Well, you've been hearing him. There have been several calls for that to happen. Well, he's breaking his silence on it.
I don't think going to IMF is a bad thing. If you build an economy, I think we all rely on each other for support. And institutions like this, the IMF, the Bretton Woods institutions largely were created because of these purposes. But it has to do with the posture that the government, especially the finance minister, took prior to the announcement of the decision to go to the IMF. And I think this is like the 17th time we are going there as a country. Mm-hmm. But you see, the whole idea was that we are doing so well, we don't need IMF. People in government has bastardized IMF. You are going to, small children will come and dictate to you. They've said a whole lot of things about this. That's why it has now become a very big issue that when they announced that we're going to go to IMF, people became highly critical of them, and for the fact that they haven't been very honest and very consistent with our current situations. We've been there several times, but the idea was that if we get to a level that we need IMF program to be able to get back on track, it's something that governments have already done. But from the word go, if you take that position that you never go, the previous government went because they were incompetent, then if you are going there, then who are you then? Are you also incompetent? So I think a lot of things were said in time past that's now making it very difficult for people, Ghanaians to believe that after all these things that have been said and done, we are finally going to the IMF. So I think it's kind of put government in a very tight corner.
But for some,
in other jurisdictions, he will have resigned. No, even Ghanaians wouldn't have asked that of him. He would have just stepped down. We've seen it across the bigger democracies where people have said, ministers have said specific things, and later on did otherwise and just offered to resign. But I think maybe the level of maturity of our democracy in this part of the world is still something that is preventing people from doing that. But in other places, the citizen will not even ask that of him. He will just do it.
But to be fair to him, he insisted that we didn't need to go to the IMF. Homegrown solutions would have been the way to go. But the president had a decision to make, and he made that decision. Why then should it be the finance minister taking the fall for it when he had insisted that IMF was not the way to go?
So there were two things. One, people may resign because they assume that it's their fault, right? Others may resign because they think that what they think, that's their perspective or opinion about managing the economy, is very different from the appointing authority. Yeah. So if you think that you can run the economy without going to IMF based on your ideas and credentials and strategy, and the one who appoints you now think that you need to do something contrary to your own conviction and principles, people may resign on the grounds of principle. For, I think, yes, this is what I wanted to move the economy with. But you have a different idea. Because you are appointing me, I think I cannot work based on these particular circumstances. So people can also resign on the basis of principle, not on the basis of admitting failure, but on the basis of principle that if I think we shouldn't go to IMF, and I believe I can run this economy using homegrown policies, now the person who appoints me thinks I need to do what is against my principle, I'll step down because I can't work in that circumstances. But whichever way it is the decision of the finance minister, but also government, the president who appoints him to let him continue. So let's see how we're going to fare.
Okay, but speaking of money and, of course, times that we're in, I'm still really interested in this issue that Asamoah Boateng raised earlier. He was on the probe also, and I heard him also raise that particular issue, mentioning that all he gives, he does not bribe delegates, but all he gives is just TNT. At some point mentions about 150 CDs that he gives to these delegates for TNT wherever he goes, and depending on your position in the party, up onto maybe regional chairman, it depends on what he gives you. But looking at the number of delegates we have, over 6,000 delegates. I'm even making it 6,000. My math is not really good. But if it's 6,000 delegates, for instance, and by 150, that's what? About 900,000 CDs. And we know that the party was very clear about also giving TNT, because we had Peter McMenu, the chairman of the chairman of the planning committee, mention that that was not going to happen. But we'll get to it. But let's get into Chairman Sabunsu. He's been speaking to us on this as well. Let's hear him.
People that they elect into various places. But having said so, I think that we also need to assess the people critically to see who can help the party to reposition itself and to win the 2024 elections, which we all do know is going to be a Herculean endeavor. We need to overcome the hurdle. If we should, we need to get the correct people to be at the helm of affairs. Thank you very much.
For the party as well, for the party's agenda?
Well, in my considered opinion, there are two things that we may have to do going forward. First of all, we should understand. I just quoted Article 55, Clause 9 of the Constitution to us, which obligates the party to choose, and the operative word in the Constitution is choose, not elect. Of course, election is also one of the means of choosing. Acclamation is one of the ways of choosing. Whatever way that the party fashions out to choose people to serve various offices, we may have to look at it. So I think that if we have to look at what operates in the other jurisdictions, you go to UK, you go to America, you go to Australia, you go to Canada, they established democracies. What we are doing here doesn't exist there. But by our own constitution, that is what we are fashioned. So we must obey the constitution. So I'm saying that there are one of two ways that we may have to look at. If we want to maintain what is here now, then as far as I'm concerned, I agree with you that then we have to go further downstream and allow every card-bearing member of the constituencies to have a say in who becomes the officers of the party. Other than that, in the UK, it's the Prime Minister who chooses the chairman of the party. The party has its own central administration. You go to the US, that's what it is. You go to Canada, that's what it is. But by whatever arrangement, we have this on us. And we must respect what the Constitution says, at least for now, until we do away with the Constitution.
But they also say that your party should not be holding a Congress in these times of the economy. You should be holding on. What do you make of those thoughts?
It's an obligation on the part of the Constitution of the party. The annual Delegates Conference is annual, and the time is due.
Hello, Madam President. Hello. Please, what do you make of everything so far?
I don't like.
What do you make of the Congress?
I haven't been in yet, but I'm looking forward to a very successful event. I'm looking forward to us coming out of this event with a stronger, more united party. And I'm excited that we can refresh and rejuvenate the party in this way.
Apart from what you just said, it's me, it's me. How do you assess the previous administration? Because there's a new administration going to take over from this one. How would you assess them?
It's been a difficult time for everybody, let me put it that way. So putting it in the context of the global difficulties, I think they've done pretty well. I think the party is still strong. I believe that this is going to be a good time to take a look at where maybe we haven't done as well as expected and start doing things better.
You have support for any of them?
And what are your own expectations of Congress?
that we'll have an interesting, peaceful Congress. I'm hoping that, we shall elect faces and voices for the party that will lead us in the next 4 years, that we shall all be proud of.
You look at the candidates, do you think they are the ones that can grant you continuity?
Well, in every election, those who make it onto the ballot are what you have. It's when you get to the ballot, this is not the time to be saying, I wish this person had been on it. No, we have who we have. I'm happy with them.
I expect us to have a peaceful conference because, the Congress is well organized and everybody coming here is disciplined. We want our party to break the 8, so everything will be successful. I'm confident.
Do you think you are united enough?
We are united enough for this conference and for the coming election. Now I'm very confident. Everything will be peaceful.
You look at the caliber of people running. Are they the people that are capable to lead your party to break the 8?
They've got the capacity, but only one person wins at any given time. All of them are my friends. I have confidence in them, but only one person. I've stood for election myself. Only one person will win. But they are very capable people, all of them.
Has the party performed well? And are people even saying that the party should not even be holding a Congress around this time when there's a general economic situation? People say you should hold on.
There's a general economic situation, but you have to elect people to manage the party so that we can organize for the coming election. No, there are two different things. The party is going to win, and I'm very confident this is going to be a very peaceful conference.
Are there specific people that you think the candidates should take?
I'm a delegate, and I'm not going to talk about...
We have Hackman Owusu, NPP National Council of Elders, just about to vehicle to the council grounds. We are trying to catch up with him to try and take some thoughts from him. Hackman Owusu is a former member of parliament. He's also one of the very leading members of the New Patriotic Party currently. We will get to him shortly and try and get some perspective from him. Mr. Owusu Hackman. So Owusu Hackman is about just getting done. So, Mr. Owusu welcome.
Thank you.
So, what are your own expectations of the
conference?
Yes.
I expect first and foremost to renew the bonds of solidarity amongst us as party members, to rally around the leadership, to move this nation forward, but above all also to have our Congress to elect our leadership for the next 4 years. I expect us to have a very clean and fair elections so that when we are finished, we will all come together again. Right now, there's a bit of division here and there, but that is natural. But at the end of the day, our ability to come together is what's important.
What do you make about the caliber of candidates? Are they the ones to lead you to break the 8? Do they have the capacity?
Well, they all have their strong points and weaknesses, but I believe that over the period of time, some of them have gone under our tutelage over the last 30 years, and I believe that they have learned something. So we cannot get a perfect candidate. You can never get a perfect, like a perfect husband or a perfect wife. We would move together, make sure that this nation gets its, how they say, its gold cloth and put it on.
Has your party performed well to break the 8? They are also saying strongly.
That is our vision, that is our aim, and it takes a lot of effort. And this is where we are going to mobilize the people, let them understand that you just don't say break the 8 and the 8 gets broken. We have to work towards it. We have to work together. We have to rally around the leadership, and we'll be able to do it.
Some say this group of leaders cannot be ones to go forward in breaking the 8.
Say that again.
Some argue that your current group of leaders cannot be the ones to lead your breaking the 8.
Well, opinions differ, don't they? And I'm saying some of them have done their apprenticeship. Quite a few of them, we started with them in 1992. They understand what the party stands for. They understand what we must do. But what is remaining is for the members of the party.
That's a Hackman Owusu-Agyeman there. He's the chairman of the Council of Elders of the NPP, interacting with my colleague Kwekwa Sante. And before him, we also heard Adokufo. Mr. Adokufo, it's been a while since we heard from him. He's also been speaking about the elections and his expectations. Earlier also, we heard Elizabeth Ohene, they call her Grandma. We also heard Oboshi Sai Kofi. And then before her, it was Oseichi Mensabonsu, the majority leader, speaking on a wide range of issues. Well, one thing that we've been hearing the chairman of the Council of Elders talk about is that 8 can't just be broken with words. You can't just say break the 8 and it gets broken. Well, but I'm sure there's a particular thought that we'll be talking about and then giving you a breakdown of the delegates as we have them. It looks like now they've started to arrive. 6,146 of them. Will give you that regional breakdown, who makes it up. But Elton Brobe is on standby now. Let's go to him for the Accra Sports Stadium.
It's across the country. Now, a while ago, the MC, Anthony Abai-Fakabo, announced and directed all the aspirants to an emergency meeting with the election planning committee headed by Mr. Peter McMurray, the former chair of the party. We are unclear as to the reason for this emergency meeting, but all of them have moved to the venue of the meeting for it to finally get underway. And I'm sure that when the meeting is finally over, we will get to understand the reasons, and then hopefully this meeting can start. I can also confirm that some of the delegates are already in the Accra Sports Stadium. Some have already taken their seats, but more of them are yet to come to the Accra Sports Stadium for the commencement of the conference. I have here Mr. Adainibo, Honorable Adainibo, former Member of Parliament for Mampong in the Ashanti region. In fact, Mampong is just a stone throw from our hometown of Isuta. So I was saying that your former constituency, Mampong, is just a stone throw from our hometown of Isuta. So I count myself, remember your date. And then also speaking to him here. Let me start with you, Mr. Adenimo. So far, how is it going for you?
Well, thank you very much for having me on this program today, being the national annual conference of the party. Personally, I'm doing well. And then we have met here as members of the party to go through what we do annually. But what is special about this year's conference is that in addition to the routine activities that we are going to perform, there will be the election of new national officers who will be running the affairs of the party for the next 4 years up to 2026. So we are here as members of the party to be involved, to participate, and to see that, yes, the growth of the party gradually increases from year to year. So that is why we are here.
There's so much noise here, but let me find out, why is the program delaying so much?
Well, Elton, I agree with you. It is surprising. It is very unusual. I do recall that the last annual conference that was held was in Kumasi about 7 months ago. That was last year, December, and there was no delay. But because this one, in addition to the routine annual conference activities, there will be the election. I believe it is from that perspective why there is a delay. This is my perspective of it. I was hoping that the program could start by 10 a.m. or latest 11 a.m. to have the usual speeches by the various authorities or functionaries in various positions. And then the conference will hand over to the elections committee and then also to the electoral commission to perform the elections for us. So it is a concern. I mean, personally, I am worried that as at now, the program has not formally begun. There is delay. But because one could associate the main elections to it, that would be the reason. Otherwise, the routine activities for annual conferences are not anything that should be surprising. Because you have the national chairman that will speak, the general secretary will give an account, the national treasurer will give an account, and then maybe the national organizer, and then the president of the republic also deliver a speech, and then speeches from other political parties, solidarity messages from them that they have been invited to come here. So it is almost getting to 1:30, and formally the program has all commenced. So it is a bit of a concern to all of us.
A while ago, we were told that all the aspirants have been asked to meet the election planning committee for an emergency meeting, after which hopefully the program will get underway. We are hoping that this meeting will clear whatever obstacle that is, responsible for the delay, so that we can have this underway as early as possible. But you have been listening and monitoring the aspirants. Are you happy with the caliber of people who have put themselves up for election?
Well, of course, I'm happy because nominations were open for all card-bearing members of the party who will satisfy the various guidelines or criteria to enable you to contest. So when the nominations were open for the national chairmanship, I think there were about 7 or 8 persons who picked their nominations from and filed their nominations, went through vetting, and they were qualified that they could not go ahead to do their campaign and seek the support of the delegates if they will give the mandate to them. I know Mr. Ayikwe Otu withdrew from the race. For the General Secretary, I know Charles Bissiou has also withdrawn, he has also withdrawn from the race. But for the rest of the people, they are still in the race. So long as they found themselves suitable as party members, qualified under the various rules and regulations, for me, yes, they have to carry on with their ambitions. And you have Mr. Stephen Tim, who is making his 5th attempt to win the chairmanship of the party. You have Mr. Stephen Asamoah Boateng, who is making his attempt for the chairmanship for the first time. He ran for the leadership of the party in 2024. Right. But today he's running for the national chairmanship. You have Madam Gifty Ama Asantua, aka or popularly known as Daviama, who is also running for the chairmanship. It would be fantastic that as a party at this stage, we could have a lady as our national chairperson. That could also be surprising and fantastic. Right. We had Darocha, we had Peter Lajete, we had Odoi Sykes, we had Haruna Isegu, we had Mark Menu, we had Jacob Otanka Obechebi, we had Paula Foko, and then Freddie Blay. So if a lady becomes our chairperson, that would also be a new thing that NPP we have brought forward.
Some few minutes ago, I spoke to Stephen Asamoah Boateng, who is bidding to become the chairman of the party, and he raised issues about influence, money that is being paid to the delegates to influence the outcome of the elections. You, some time ago, contested the flambership of the party. How worrying should the party be in terms of, the monetary aspect of this whole thing that may end up, electing people who may not be the obvious choice of the delegates?
Well, Elton, all of us, Ghanaians, not only New Patriotic Party, all of us must be concerned about monetization of our democracy. If we allow monetization of our democracy to persist, then virtually we have slaughtered democracy. Anybody unsuitable, anybody not properly fit for any position could raise substantial amount of money used to influence delegates, secure the position. Once he secures the position, the person is unable to perform satisfactorily. The person also tramples on the democratic fundamental human rights of the followers. That becomes a danger to our democracy. So I will condemn any act that is intended to monetize our democracy. And for NPP, This has never been our practice.
But hasn't that come to stay now?
No, it should. No, nothing has come to stay. And that is why we should all add our voices together with all of you in the media fraternity, that we should not allow monetization. Look, Elton, you could be the most suitable person for a position, but for lack of funds, you should be denied as compared you to any other person seeking the same position, that you may be way ahead to perform and to provide the leadership. But because of financing, then we say no. But this wasn't the situation even in 2016, when the party was in opposition. So why should it be a matter now that the party is in government? Is it because we are in government and some people have access to state funds? So it is a matter for all of us. Now, NDC is in opposition. We will also monitor how their internal electioneering process will go for the selection of their leadership. So all of us, I am so much concerned, and I have condemned monetization. But we can only urge delegates that they should look at the criteria, assess each and every candidate or aspirant, every candidate, and determine who is the most suitable. You see, everybody can be suitable, but who is the most?
Are you voting?
Come again?
Do you have a vote?
No, I'm not a delegate.
Okay.
I don't have a vote. I'm a former MP,
By your
a former flag bearer aspirant, but I don't have a vote. By the Constitution, all sitting MPs are delegates.
Okay.
But if you are a former MP, our Constitution does not make a provision for you. So I am here as a party member, as an observer, to see the proceedings and to participate in the activities. So long as you have raised the issue of monetization, we have to talk strictly about it and condemn it and say that people should be allowed to vote with their conscience. In addition, one way we could also curb this situation is that in the near future, we should look at extending the electoral college to achieve one man, one vote.
So that, for example, every card holding member of the party can vote.
Yes. So if you have close to 500,000 delegates going to elect a national chairman nationwide, or 1 million delegates going to elect a national chairman nationwide, how could you influence such members or numbers?
I'm sure before it was expanded to the current number of over 6,000.
Yes, it was one of the considerations. I do recall at that time I was a member of parliament. That was in 2008 when we lost the 2008 elections, and in 2009 all of us championed the cause for expansion. It was intended to curb the issue of monetization, and we have come to the realization that we have not been able to achieve the objective. So what is the way to cure it? One way to cure it is now, let us go for the full scale of one man, one vote. So every card-bearing member in all constituencies should participate in the voting of who becomes national chairman, who becomes general secretary, who becomes flag bearer. In that case, it is your message. People will assess you based on your leadership qualities and then the message that you have for them.
Honorable Francis Adenimo, will you be up and running in 2024?
Absolutely.
Next year?
Absolutely.
You run for the presidential?
Yes, I have never hidden my ambition. Anywhere that I have been interviewed and this question has come to me, I have said positively yes. Why? In 2014, which was the last contest that the party organized, there were 7 aspirants. And out of the 7, I placed third. I placed third to Chairman Chin and to Nana Akufo-Addo. Today, Nana Akufo-Addo is the president. So why should Adenimo not pursue his ambition? I'll be in the race. It is not yet time, but it is you, the media, you have started talking about this person, that person, that person, when we know that we are not even yet there. It is all expression of interest that we shall all be in the race. But let us get there and we'll see. Yes, I have to pursue my ambition. And I'm in the race. At the appropriate time, I will declare my former intention and then seek to talk to party delegates across the country and external members of the party to engage them, to look at me, because I believe that now there is the call or the need to pursue an agenda called Agenda New Phase for the party for 2024 to enable us break the 8.
But contesting alongside Nana Akufo-Addo in the last Congress, which you came third, suggests that you thought you could do a better job than him. 6 years into his administration, do you think that he's performed to your satisfaction?
Well, Elton, I'm not in government. I don't hold any position in government. I'm not a government official.
Okay.
If I were to be a government official, then in the performance or discharge of my official duties, you will be covering me. But because I am in the private sector undertaking my personal activities to support the delivery of good governance in this country, I have to avail myself to the media. And today, you have offered me the opportunity. But the others, they are all in government. So we certainly will be hearing their name. Okay. But when we get to the time, you have to look at every individual who put his or her name forward.
Thank you very much, Mr. Denimo. And hopefully,
thank you.
We'll talk again after the declaration of the results, and we'll see how that will shape the NPP's ambition to retain power in 2025.
Thank you very much, Elton.
And this endeavor. Let me go to Hanam. If you can kindly join me here. The noise here is so bad that we need to. Perhaps you need to change seats with Honorable Adenimo, and then we can get to it. But as somebody who represents the youth, we have the election for National Youth Organizer. I don't know. I mean, you are part of the broader organization of the party. We are almost 5 hours late. I don't know what information you have that probably is responsible for this 5-hour delay for the start of the event.
As we speak, the elephant is pregnant. Then we know our mothers when they are pregnant and they are going to, our mothers, our wives, when they are pregnant and they are going to deliver. There are moments that the delivery may be delayed. So it happens. So because of that arrangement, one will understand that measures are being put in place for the safe delivery of the elephant. Because we know that today, the elephant will deliver men and women to leaders. So the delay that has been occasioned by the preparation towards the safe delivery of men and women who will carry the party to victory 2024. Those things have to happen, and it has happened. But I'm thinking that the process has already commenced. The EC is putting together their things, and as a pretty soon, we'll swing into full action for everybody to see.
Again, let me say that the party, the organizers, the election management committee, they've invited the aspirant to an emergency meeting. And then after the meeting, the expectation is that the event will get underway, and then we'll know how all of this will pan out. But let's talk about the NPP. And it's quite clear that the party has suffered image issues in the last few days. IMF, the current, the prevailing economic conditions in the country. And today you've gathered here under the banner of holding together going forward. How is the party working around the clock to ensure that they get out of this image issues that for some, it is just a sign that the party is likely to go out of power in 2024?
I think I would want to say that we as a political party and also government, we are aware of the challenges that the whole world has been plunged into as a result of COVID-19 and then Russia-Ukrainian crisis. We also do believe that as a party, there are a lot of challenges that the country is going through because of the trickling down effect of some of these issues that I spoke about. And the party is meant for this. The elephant is stronger. We know that moments like this can come in our governance architecture. We have the shocks absorbers to combat and also deal with these issues. Government is putting together measures to make sure that the things that has the potential to cause disaffection among the Ghanaians, the government put measures to address them, provide a level of respite for the people. That is why you're seeing that COLA has been agreed to at 15% between government and the labor unions. We know that people are calling for reduction in fuel prices and gas prices. We are knowing that as of today, we are seeing close to 11% reduction in this at the market. So indeed, gradually, things are taking shape. But we will put measures in place to address these challenges and these difficulties. We know that we are in difficult times as a country and as a political party. Remember that the elephant is the most formidable animal in the forest. And we'll be able to crush whatever challenges, whatever difficulties, whatever frustrations that comes. We will put in measures to address them and sustain the Ghanaian people and provide solutions for the many challenges that confront the Ghanaian and project the country and build a country that Ghanaian will be proud of.
So let's talk about today's event. You are here to elect national officers, from the national chair, general secretary, to the youth organizer of the party. Happy with the names or the people who have put themselves out for election. So I'm asking whether the people who have put themselves out for election are people that meet your expectations in terms of their leadership qualities.
I think the campaign has been fairly fought on various issues. I do believe that as we speak now, the delegates have made up their mind. And I think anybody who understands politics can tell you that the elephant would obviously deliver people for us. As we speak here, we know among ourselves who will become national chairman, general secretary, national. We know it. Because a couple of hours before the elephant delivers, like our mothers, our wives, our sisters, we can scan them. We can scan and know the sex of the babies that they are going to deliver. In the same vein, we have scanned and we know that in terms of the various positions, when we look at the national chairmanship position, it is pretty obvious that Chairman Stephen Tim is going to emerge as a winner. Based on what we are seeing,
it's your choice.
Based on the scans that we've done, because the elephant is pregnant and we've scanned to know the babies in the wood. In terms of the general secretary position, you know when you talk to the people and you scan, you are realizing that John Kwadu is going to become the general secretary. Nanabi is most likely to become the national organizer. K. Jamfua is going to win as a national organizer. These are scans and also views of the delegates on the ground. And I do believe that whatever the situation will be, we will come together, forge ahead in unison, and deliver the party and prosecute the campaign and guarantee victory 2024 for them.
All right, I thank you very much. We look forward to the start of the event, and hopefully it will not delay any further so that we can get the program underway. Thank you very much, Arnold, for speaking to us. So you heard him. He said, as far as he is concerned, the national chairman is going to, Stephen Tim is likely to emerge as the chairman of the party. General secretary, he went for John Wedu. Women's organizer, he went for K. Jamfua. I didn't hear your take on the youth organizer slot.
I think that based on what the elephants, I'm not saying my mind. I'm telling you that based on the scan that has been done on the pregnant elephant, that will be delivering very soon. The water has broken. So pretty soon the elephant will deliver. I foresee Salam becoming the national youth organizer.
All right, I wish you the very best. We'll talk later when everything is done and settled. So, I mean, in the absence of the conference getting underway, it has become a jamming and dancing session here at the Accra Sports Stadium because it is very unclear when whatever is holding the program from taking off will be out of the way so that we can, the NPP can get the program underway. It is so, we don't know. I mean, I can't give you any reason why the program has yet to start, because we don't know. That is the gospel truth. Those who are seeking to lead the party for the next 4 years, they've been called into a meeting by the election planning committee. The person, Cabo, who announced that meeting said it's an emergency one, so they are all in a meeting right now. discussing, I'm sure, issues relating to the elections. And then, so we don't know when that's going to happen. When they are done, they'll be back here. And then we all expect that the program will get under. We will still speak to more members of the NPP as we look forward to the start of the National Delegates Conference. But again, let me say that in the absence of the program getting underway, it has become a jamming and dancing session for the NPP. Now, I'll be joined shortly by the outgoing national organizer of the NPP, Sami Ewuku, who perhaps may have inside information to share with us as to why we've been waiting for close to 6 hours and the program has yet to start. Even though we have a long way to go, first we have the opening ceremony that likely will last for between 2 and 3 hours, and then we're going to have the part 2, which is the election itself, when the entire exercise will be handed over to the Electoral Commission for the election of national officers for the NPP for the next 4 years. And Samia Oku joins me here. He is the Director General of the National Lotteries Authority. And the thing is that he has just a few hours.
Just few hours
to become a former.
So I've been saying goodbye to them.
Few hours to become a former, to join the League of National Former Organizers.
I'll join the League of Lord Comey and that of John Boydu, who is also a former national organizer.
Yeah.
Lord, a former national organizer, and myself.
But how is it going?
It's been very stressful. Very stressful. And I mean, it's been sleepless night, a very long day yesterday. We left here around this dawn. And for me, I think the delegates have started arriving, and we are getting ready to start the program.
You gave us 9. Now it's over 2 o'clock. No show.
Come again, Elton.
I said you gave us 9 a.m. Now it's over 2 o'clock.
It's their day. It's their day. That's the sacrifices we also have to make for them. They have also traveled 13 hours, 11 hours, 12 hours, 6 hours, 8 hours. So it's something that happens once every 4 years. So let's also bear with them. We apologize for the delay. We hope that they could have started early, but we should be starting any moment from now.
All right. So you've been a national youth organizer before. Very soon you'll become a former national organizer of the party. So, I mean, you know the ins and outs of elections and going into it. Let's get into the minds of those who are in that going through this emergency meeting. How would they be feeling ahead of the conduct of elections?
During this moment, it's always a very anxious moment if you're an aspirant, because all has been said, all has been done. So a lot of things will be going through your head. What is the decision? Is it going to be favorable? What will be the news item on Joy FM the following morning? And for me, that is one of the things that when I'm on the ballot, I really take into consideration. What is the news item I want to hear on Joy at 6 a.m. the following morning? Whether I was victorious or whether I lost out.
Yeah.
So that serves as enough motivation for you to move beyond your comfort zone. And I'm excited that today I have very competent young men and women also offering themselves up for position within the NPP. And honestly, it's been a great journey. And the aspirants at this particular point in time, what will be going through their head is how they can protect their vote and how the delegates will appreciate their campaign, their effort, their message. Because at this point in time, if you're an aspirant, your destiny is not in your own hands. It's in the hands of the delegate. Your fate is in the hand of the delegate. And then you are hoping that your agents, your whippers will be able to support you at this point in time. Because there's nothing you can do. You can't campaign.
So we have Henry, Nana Boache, and then Titus Glover. These are individuals who, according to the bookmakers, are they are at the forefront of being elected the next national organizer of the party. These two, you know them very well. Are you leaving the position in the hands of capable hands? I mean, it doesn't matter who becomes who. Do you have preference?
Oh, I mean, definitely. We are all hoping that good candidates emerge. I endorse Nanabi's forms for him. Okay. I've worked for him. I've worked with him when he was when he is national youth organizer, and I am national organizer. And Titus, I've known him strongly as an activist. We've been very close. We are like brothers. So it's a very close call, and I wish them well.
What about the general secretary?
But I wish them well, but I know that two of them, many of them is capable.
Any of them is capable.
Even though
I don't stick your neck out to say that this is my man.
I will vote.
You will vote.
I'll cast a ballot. And I'll cast a ballot for someone that I know will also fit into the very things that I want to do.
What about the general secretary position of the party?
That's Nanabi.
Yes. So a while ago, Nanabi just walked by to a rousing welcome, if you like, and he's going about exchanging pleasantries with the party folks who are assembled here. And I'm sure that he will soon join us, and then we can have a chat. And then let's see what. But let's talk about the general secretary of the party. One of your friends, actually, and then your former boss, who is so contested. How's it going to play out? I was talking about the general secretary position of the party.
I think it's a very tough contest. It's a very close call. It's a very close call. Make no mistake at all. And I believe that the party at this point in time, I am convinced that they will make a bold decision looking at the task ahead in 2024. And I believe that they will make a very bold decision that also captures the mood of the kind of battle we are looking at in 2024. Strong, competent leadership, and also your ability to also outwit your opponents as well.
Henry Nanabuachi, also known as Nanabi, how is it going?
It's going very well, by God's grace. It's going very well.
And for you, it's a done deal?
Sorry?
I said for you, it's a done deal?
No. And I'm expecting an emphatic victory. And by the grace of God, I'm expecting an emphatic victory. Yes.
I can see the campaigning across the country is taking a toll on you. Shaving has even become an issue.
The what?
I'm saying that I can see campaigning across the country for the position is taking a toll on you. Even having time to shave.
It's true.
Even having time to shave.
True. Yeah, you don't have to. I mean, we've been canvassing for votes. We've been traveling the length and breadth of this country. And it's true. I mean, I can agree with you. Moving up from national youth organizer to national organizer and attempting to fill the big shoes of Samia Uku is a Herculean task, which I have fully embraced. So clearly I need to prepare myself for it. And so far it's been very good. Interacting with the party executives, party delegates, it's been quite revealing the kind of things, and most of the times I learn a lot of things from them. So we are poised for this position, and I keep saying that I am an investment of the party. So for me, I'm fully prepared. I've prepared myself for this day to carry the mantle. So I'm ready for this.
Some few minutes ago, I spoke to Stephen Asamoah-Boateng, who is quite worried about what he describes as so much money being paid to influence the delegates. I don't know whether you've encountered the same.
Sabi says so much has been paid to influence the delegates.
Nobody else. He says that
so much money has been paid to influence the choice of the delegates. And I'm wondering, how much have you paid?
I'm trying to.
So basically, he's saying that Asabi says that so much money has been paid to influence the delegates. But I don't think you have paid any money.
I don't know that. I don't know about that.
You haven't paid any money?
I don't know about that.
So you've only sold your...
No, you see, the delegates we have, trust me,
very sophisticated.
They are very independent-minded. they know who can do the work, who can lead the party. We should never underestimate their intelligence. You see, they are managing the party for us at the various levels. You know, the party is structured along the lines of our constituency, regional level, and the national level. They are very intelligent, so we can never underestimate them. So I do not know about that, and I would not subscribe to that. That delegates have been paid in a certain way that will influence the outcome. I don't think so.
So you were invited into an emergency meeting. Can you share with us what went on?
To be honest, I just came. I just saw a lot of the aspirants outside. I asked, and then they said that they've been there for quite some time, and that they have not really been engaged that much. So they just came out. So I'm yet to get the full details of the meeting. I wasn't there.
All right, Nabi, thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Have the best of the day.
Thank you very much.
Let me wrap up with Samir. Samir, I mean, as an operative of the government and quite influential in terms of party organization and all that, it must be a nice, very situation now. Governance, IMF, economic situations, and all that. How are you handling all of this? And Samir who will give us his take on this particular matter, because clearly government decision to go to the IMF, governance generally, issues of COVID, which has taken our economy to the extent where our balance of payment has become an issue that we have to now go to the IMF to seek for support. It must be a tough time for the government.
I think that we've had some challenges globally, continentally and locally, and Ghana is no exception to the shocks of the post-COVID situation. And for me, what has really gladdened my heart is that people are so determined that in spite of our challenges, they will be able to also rally around this government for us to offer solution and hope to the people. The COVID did tremendous damage to the world economy. COVID did tremendous damage, and nobody has been able to even assess the impact of the COVID. It runs into billions of dollars. Many nations are now under a lot of heat. Then again, you have this Russian-Ukraine war, which has disrupted the global food chain. It has disrupted the global supply of crude and has affected many livelihoods and the high cost of investment and the high cost of prices and everything. So it hasn't been easy. But I am confident that even though the NPP inherited an IMF economy in 2017, we were still able to implement very solid programs for us to have our 1D, 1F, our planting for food and jobs, that of free SHS, nursing training, teacher training allowances, all under COVID. Trust this administration and our ability to take this country out of an IMF
program. Does it give your opponents the advantage?
I don't think so. They're left out with an IMF economy. So it's a non-starter at all when NDC is offering solutions on how to take us out of the IMF. We have seen them take us to IMF, and we took the NDC IMF economy out. And then we were struck by these devastating issues of global dimension. And then now, for temporary measure, we decided to go for an IMF program. Trust the NPP once again to take us out of these IMF issues.
All right, thank you very much, Samir Oku, national organizer about to leave office, but Director General of the National Lotteries Authority, giving us an insight into how things are going. Let's speak to more of the party members as we all wait for the start of the event, the National Delegates Conference of the NPP. And I mean, the euphoria is quite something that we're all expecting, because this is a family that has come together to now decide who to be elected to lead them for the next 4 years. But as a party member, how are you taking all of this?
I think it's giving us a certain sense of I mean, there's still some energy, there's still some fire, there's still some confidence within the base and the grassroots of the party. They are making noise and applauding their respective candidates because they believe that their candidate is the antidote for whatever issue or problem they have identified. So I believe that this is an energizing system. This is a way to revamp the base. And you can see it, not just here, away outside various regions and everything. When you go to the regional stands, you feel the vibe. You know that we are going to take a decision, and we believe that our decision will count.
As a youthful person, what kind of capability in terms of how the person will be able to rejuvenate the front of the youth? What do you expect of the people who put themselves up, and who do you think can best, execute the job?
First and foremost, the person should be somebody who unites. The person should be somebody who is able to bring people together, irrespective of the factions. We are going through an internal process. There will be factions. Somebody will support you, somebody may not support you. So whoever will emerge a winner should be somebody who has that charisma of bringing everybody together, accepting dissenting views. Because we all have our divergent views about issues that is happening now. And the fact that I take position A doesn't mean that I am against the party. So somebody or whoever they would elect should be somebody who has the base, who has the ability to bring everybody together. Number two, we are looking for somebody who can motivate. There should be a certain motivation to the grassroots to get out to go and vote. And under every election, or virtually all the elections we have run in this country, NPP, the worst performance of NPP is 47%. So it is incumbent on whoever becomes the leader to be able to motivate the numbers at the base to step out to go and vote. Then a little topper from the floating voters who they see NPP crossing the margin we are looking for to win. So the person or whoever will win this election should be a motivator in person, should be likable, should be somebody that resonates with everybody. The fashion, largely the youthful base are the larger base in the party. So whoever they are going to elect should be a person that is liked by the youth. The numbers of the youth is almost 50-something% within the register. Okay. So if you're not somebody who can move the youth, who can appeal to the old and blend the whole dynamics, you cannot lead us, you cannot break the eight with us. And that's what we are looking for. As youth of this party, we believe that, look, we need somebody who will listen to us, somebody we can go to, all right, somebody we can talk to, and that's what we are looking for.
Breaking the eight is still possible.
With Nanabi, for me, it's possible.
All right, thank you very much, sir.
Grateful.
And enjoy the conference. Charles Bisiu is a presidential staffer, and he wanted to become general secretary, but along the way, just few days to the conference, pulled out. I'm sure your name will still be on the ballot paper.
I haven't seen that though, but I'm not a presidential staffer now. I was in the first 4-year term, and I was the regional secretary for Western Region. I've done that for 8 years. I was also a member of the National Council for 8 years. So I withdrew not because I thought I wasn't going to be able to do it. At certain points in time, some of us must allow the process to go on. I realized that 6 of us went for vetting. We are all qualified. At the end of the day, they're going to elect 1 general secretary. So I thought, why don't I come out? Whoever wins, they're going to support that person to excel. Also, looking at the turbulence and all the economy and all that going, I communicate for the party. So I thought, with all the pedigree, the regional secretary, national council and all that, I do not have to be a general secretary to be able to work for the party.
But at the start of the Congress, you were quite clear that you were in a better position to lead the party as general secretary than any other person within the family of the NPP. And then, a few days to the election,
I never said I was better than anybody, no. I said that maybe my policies can modernize the party. I said that we have an efficient political party. I want it to be effective. That's what I said.
I'm sure your supporters are so disappointed.
They are. But then eventually, when I made a decision, some of them were gobsmacked, some were disappointed, some were angry. And so for the past 3 days, I've met most of them. I'm still talking to them. They've understood my position.
Now that you are out, have you told them who to vote for?
No, my statement was clear. I said that I will support whoever wins. And secondly, I do not want to impose on people. I want them to vote with their conscience. What they said to me was that they're going to look at somebody who has a like mind like mine, so that they are in the same policy, so that they vote for the person.
Is young people still attractive? for all these challenges that is taking Ghanaians through?
Yes, we are a very attractive party. When I got here this morning, before I set off, I thought that there's going to be tension. But you can see that everybody is, up by buoyant, everybody's happy. Now, I am praying that we leave here with the same unison. And I think that will be the preamble to 2024. 2024 is going to be very difficult because the psyche of the Ghanaian is that every 8 years, a government must go and another one to come. Our manifesto, I think this manifesto, we've achieved over 50%, which is better than any other government. But yet, there's turbulence in the system. So I think that what we need to do is go down, be humble enough, speak to Ghanaians.
In fact, as I speak to you right now, I'm getting text messages from people who were supporting you, who were solidly behind you for the position you wanted to contest in General Secretary. Yeah. And I'm still getting text messages. This one says, we are very disappointed in Charles. He's let us down.
Tell them to forgive me, but anywhere within the party, I will serve. I don't have to be a hero to make it happen. I can do my little bit in a certain corner to help the party. I even shared a joke with somebody that, for example, if somebody like Kate Jemfo wins and said, Charles, can you be my deputy women's organizer? I'll go for it because the Constitution allows that. I'm saying that I'm applying that I would work in any capacity within the party to make sure that we win the next elections.
Has the party kept faith with Ghanaians?
And is the party what?
Has the party kept faith with Ghanaians?
No, Ghanaians love NPP. You know, we are the oldest political party. Yes, at certain points in time, the political party, what brings us together is the ideology, our constitution, which guides us, and all that. But then you shouldn't forget that everyone comes from an individual home. So when you come out there, you come from your home, we all have different characters. So we might have bad nuts and good nuts. At certain points, the bad nuts might come up front. It doesn't mean that the political party is bad. There are rules and regulations governing us. So what I'm saying is that the party itself, don't look at the individuals, look at the party. And what is going to happen today, I believe that it will stand the test of time because all of us, all hands must be on deck. Because when we're in opposition for 8 years, Ghanaians missed NPP. And I believe that we shouldn't afford to let that go. So we must work harder and stay at the helm of political affairs.
There are those, especially your political opponents, who have the view that the party should offer Ghanaians an apology. For the way, I'm saying that there are those, especially your political opponents, who have the view that the party should offer Ghanaians an apology for the way you have managed the economy.
Oh, they think they are better? Are you saying they think they are better?
They have the view that you promised so much but have delivered very little.
But okay, so we promised so much, but then if you put it on a scale, we've promised so much. Like when they were in power, we only had Commander Sugar Factory to grapple with, but we have over 100 to talk about. So it's an improvement. They NDC have their own ideology. They're a socialist party, but even we NPP, we do the socialist bit, which is the NHIS, the free SH, and then we do the center right bit as well. So they do not have a case to criticize us. You know, our political dispensation is that even when the person is doing better, you need to actually push the person out for you to take over. That's why this problem is rearing its head. But for me, I wouldn't take what the NDC is saying. Yes, maybe it's a guideline because it can actually sway most of the voters to their side. But we need to be truthful. I've said to some of our communicators that we have to be humble enough. Even though, for example, you have a certificate, you'll be a PhD holder. But if you do not have humility, your CV will not even be looked at for you to be employed. Whereas an SSS graduate can be employed without humility. And also, we're talking about competence here. Right. Within our political party, we're looking for competence today. Those competent people, I believe, can actually steer the affairs of the party. So I don't want to talk about NDC too much. I think we need to focus on what we're doing, and our communicators must be humble enough, because sometimes I see some people go on TV, and even when the government is wrong, we do not admit it. If you do not admit it or you carry on defending, that means that you're insulting that listener. Right. I think you need to admit it like this. We've got it wrong. We're all human beings. And then go back, correct it. Within that, there's consistency. And within consistency, you get goodwill.
Is breaking the 8 still possible?
We must work harder. We must delve deeper and then make sure that we break the 8. You see, our system is such that even every 8 years, you have to change government. That's what Ghanaians are saying. And our system, you see, Ghana, there's so much jealousy. you wake up the next morning and then you have a story building and then your neighbor still has a one story and then jealousy sets in. That's the system. So gradually we are educating people that if they're saying that NDC is bad, NPP is bad, we think that we're better than the NDC. That's what we have now. For us, we have to learn and then learn how to communicate to the Ghanaian.
Mr. Charles Bisu, thank you very much.
Thank you.
You wanted to become a general secretary. It didn't work for you.
Not that it didn't work for them. I literally stepped down for the party to move forward.
But then the other people who are contesting the position, who is your best bet?
No, in my statement I said I will support anybody. Anybody who wins. I'm not. If I am going to be voting today, but then if I should sit on national television and say that I support this person, then everything that I've said in this interview comes to naught. It means that I'm not actually instilling unity within my party. So anybody who wins, I will work with that person.
I wish you the very best, and we will again be hoping that the event will get underway smooth, so that we will know the way things are.
God bless you.
So Charles Bisu is a presidential staffer. He was one of those who went through vetting. His name was selected as a contender for the position of General Secretary, and then on Wednesday he issued a statement saying that he was no longer interested in the contest and that he had pulled out. And today, as we heard him, he's explained the reason why he's no longer contesting, but says that he will support whoever is elected by the delegates for the elections. And talking about it, I was talking about the delegates. Now I can say that the place is filling up. Some of the delegates have already arrived. More of them actually. The ministers of state, the deputy ministers, members of parliament are all seated. Now, the MC, Lord Comer, who is director of operations at the presidency, is announcing the arrival of the vice president very soon, to be followed by President Akufo-Addo, and then the event will get underway. Now, this is how the voting and the numbers are looking like. So for 116 constituencies across the country, the NPP is presenting 6,166 delegates. And these delegates, they represent blocks in the party. So it is assumed that they are here to exercise the sentiments of the blocks that they are representing. That's why they are called delegates. And that is why they are here on behalf of the blocks to vote. A while ago, I went through the list from National Executive Committee, founding members, former executives of the party, all the way down to TESCOM. Now, this is how it's looking like in terms of the regional breakdown. So we have regional executives of 273, constituency executives of 4,693. That is the biggest number on the college that will be voting today. Constituency executive 4,692. Regional executives 273. TESCOM, the president and the secretary from all recognized tertiary institutions 291. External branches 324. National patrons 15. National Council of Elders 15. National executives 20, National Council members 60, founding members 50, members of parliament 138. But we do know that member of parliament for Dom Kwabena is nowhere within the jurisdiction. So that will bring the number to 36 actually. Ministers of State 23. Deputy ministers 5, deputy ministers with voting right there, just 5. We have MMDCE 261. Put all together, and you have 6,166. Now, this is how the voting is going to take place. The party is mindful of time, and for that reason, the Electoral Commission has erected about 20 polling centers. The Ashanti region with the largest number of delegates, almost 1,000, will vote in 4 polling booths. The rest of the region will have a polling booth assigned to each region, which means that voting will take place simultaneously the plan is to ensure that the money time such that voting will be concluded within a matter of 2 hours, to be followed by sorting and then counting and then declaration. And the way things are, we are looking at going into Sunday, and so that is what we have. So, it is so unclear when this event is going to start, even though I can say for sure that all those who have been invited, recognized groups have all taken their seats. Chief of Staff is in. The Vice President, Dr. Mahamadou Bawumia, will be joining the conference very soon. And then after, the President of the Republic, Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, will come in, and then the event will get underway as we now 5 hours late into the start of the National Delegates Conference. But our coverage will continue till we know the winners, until we know that the curtain has been drawn, and then we'll bring our coverage to an end. But for now, we are live on JoyNews, on Joy 99.7 FM, Love FM in Kumasi, and affiliates across the country, also around the world at myjoyonline.com. For now, I will hand you over to studio as we prepare ourselves for the official opening ceremony, where we are likely to hear speeches from the Greater Accra Regional Chair of the NPP, who is the host region organizing this conference, and then will be followed by a report by the National Chairman of the NPP, Freddie Blade, another report from the General Secretary of the NPP, John Buedu, and then we'll hear speeches from invited political parties, overseas branches of the NPP. Then we'll hear a speech by former President John Kufuor, according to the program that we have, former President John Kufuor. And then we'll hear from the Vice President, Dr. Mahamadou Bawumia, and the President Akufo-Addo will conclude the list of speakers that have been lined up to do justice to the opening ceremony of the program, after which the delegates will go on an hour break for lunch, and then when they come back, the Electoral Commission will take over the organization of the elections till a winner is declared. So back to you in studio as we get ourselves in readiness for the opening ceremony of the National Delegates Conference of the governing New Patriotic Party.
And this is your election headquarters. We're live on Joy News channel. We're also on Joy 99.7 FM and over 30 affiliates dotted across Ghana's 16 regions. We're in Kumasi on Love 99.5 FM, myjoyonline.com. All social media platforms, we have you covered as well. And the hashtag is the election headquarters is our coverage of the NPP's National Delegates Conference. And Elton has been taking us through the number of delegates, including the diaspora. I'll be taking you through a breakdown of the regional delegates that we're expecting to vote, including MPs, MMDCEs, Council of State, Council of Elders of the party on your screen right now. So for the Ashanti region, we have 816 delegates. Ahafo and Bono is 340 delegates. Bono East and Northeast, we have 323 delegates. Central, 408. Eastern, 578. Greater Accra region, 595. For the Northern region is 323 delegates. For the Western region, 306. Western North and OT combined, we are 340. For the Upper West and Savannah region, 340. Upper East, 272. For the Volta region, 323. For MPs and MMDCs combined, 398. Foundation members, 50. Council of Elders and Patron, 30. National Council members, 61. Ministers and deputy ministers, 28. And TESCON around the country, that's the tertiary wing of the NPP, 291. Doing the math is 6,146. Elton earlier added that of the diaspora. We know that some of them have already voted. We have their list in terms of the voting pattern, how they voted in the diaspora. That will come out to play. But earlier, whilst we were at the sports stadium, we saw live pictures of delegates now. It looks like they've all arrived, and we are all set for the NPP's delegate conference to begin. And interestingly, it looks like we have an idea of what the NDC's delegation to this particular program looks like. We saw Sam George and Peter Boama Otokuno. We wonder the message that they are going to deliver to the conference today, and we look forward to hear from them. And it's holding together, working together, and that's the theme for today, and we look forward to it. And listening to the conversation that Elton had with those he interacted with, including Adenimo, Charles Bisu, amongst others, it appears that the mantra is changing now. Breaking the 8 is not just by mouth. It looks like there's more to breaking the 8 this time around, and they are admitting going into today's conference, Dr. Ali Dusedu. We've been hearing from at least Adenimo, apart from issues about monetization that's come up. We've been doing the breakdown also of the amounts that they're paying. We'll get into it once we have time. But breaking the 8, it looks like the confidence about just breaking the 8 mantra, it's waning a little bit more. Getting into now, we need to work harder to break the 8.
Yeah, I think from the word go, if we're going to move away from just a slogan for an effective policy, it requires a lot of effort. I think this is the first time a political party in the Fourth Republic is seeking to do this. And usually a lot of factors go into making a slogan a policy issue and actually working to realize that particular policy. And there's a lot of things that is beyond the control of the party in their attempt to break the 8. And there are a lot of other factors that is outside the control of the party. And one of the things that the party can determine it with respect to breaking the 8 is what they're going to do today. Electing national executives that are able to steer the party out of the storm and be able to impose confidence in Ghanaians to be able to vote the party into power come 2024. So the things they'll be doing today is one of the important things that they can control. The kind of flag bearer they're going to elect, how they organize themselves after today's election processes, how they package brand the party, the kind of policies they're going to speak to, the kind of manifesto all those things are within the control of the party. But there are a lot of things that the party cannot control, especially the whole concept of the prices of petroleum, crude oil in the market, which was also very high in 2008 when the NPP was finishing their second term. You are looking at the shortage of food, commodities, and all those things. It was also very difficult. The supply chain crisis, we experienced similar thing in 2008 when the NPP was getting out of power, and that same thing is occurring. You're also looking at inflation figures in 2008, very high. It is also the same thing in this particular time. There were general level of hardships, and Ghanaians were complaining in 2008. And the same thing is repeating itself now. Prices of commodities of goods were going up. So when you look at all these things, and then the decision of the government to go to IMF, notwithstanding all previous statements that were made before this particular time, it's now becoming very clear that there are a lot of things that were not anticipated that is happening. And for that matter, to continue to campaign on breaking the 8 will require more effort than the party had thought. So I think it is good that key functional members of the party have realized that this is not just a slogan. A lot of effort is required to be able to achieve this. And that in itself is a solution. It means they can put a lot of effort and try to see whether they can still persuade Ghanaians and win back their confidence to be able to give them the mandate to continue. Or Ghanaians will just think that, no, I think you have done enough. We need to get another set of political party or government to be able to do that. So it is good that the NPP as a party is realizing that this is not going to be easy and a lot of effort will have to go into it. That is different from just thinking that it's a done deal.
Well, breaking the 8 is not just a giving anymore for the party, and hard work is what we're hearing them move to now in terms of breaking the 8. And we're seeing more and more delegates arriving in droves. Now it appears that all is set. We're about to just begin the NPP's Delegates conference, which was supposed to start at 9 a.m. And we have 16 minutes past the hour of 2. And it appears that all is set for that to happen. But I'm sure you also noticed amongst the delegates, we saw JFK arrive, and we've been seeing that signal, the same signal that's been given by a number of the delegates. It looks like interesting happenings today at the Accra Sports Stadium. You've noticed a few others also that you would quickly want to chip in there before we get into. We've been hearing from Nana B also on this. He says he hasn't paid any money to any, delegates, but we'll get into monetization properly. And then also the concern you raised earlier, whether after this election the party will remain united or otherwise. But let's talk about the delegates and their reaction to some of the aspirants when they arrived.
So I think it is all part of the branding and then campaigning. Even though per the laws of the party, they are not supposed to campaign today because it is an election day. But there are various ways that political parties, candidates that aspire to lead the political party may campaign. And you have seen it very clearly in terms of the gestures that delegates respond to people who come in. And some of these things can be a genuine show of love and solidarity. And most of them can also be orchestrated. But whichever way you look at it, it sends a very strong signal. So the candidate might have informed his supporters who are able to get into the stadium that when I come in, this is what I'm going to do, and this is how you show act. But sometimes it could also just be a momentous kind of reaction. People just believe that this is the right person. And the person who came in and those things started coming up is a very formidable candidate. JFK is the one who is giving Joe Mboedu a very good one for his money and experience and competence and incumbency. So it is not strange that people think that we need more youthful faces to lead the party into breaking the eight. And JFK is one of the leading guys in terms of thought and advocacy and in terms of strategy in this particular regard. John Mboedu is not an ordinary candidate. He's an incumbent candidate, and he has been in that particular position for a while. He has established a lot of network. He has a very great campaign strategy and resources to be able to deliver them. So it's one of the most key positions that we have to look at. And it is also of significant interest to the people that want to lead the party next year. Because the general secretary position is like the chief administrator of the party. A lot of decisions go through them, a lot of policies go through them. He's a very strong person in terms of the administration of party affairs. So if you are able to have the general secretary on your side as somebody who seeks to lead the party as a flag bearer, it gives you a lot of opportunity to be able to get a lot of administrative support and a lot of advantage over head-on start over the other contestants. So I think it's something that of significant interest to all the will be aspirants for the flag bearership position, but also people who also seek to control the party moving forward. They all have candidates that they think if he wins, now the party belongs to me. So there are also other people, bigwigs of the party, who seek to control the affairs of the party moving forward. And it starts from this particular level, just as the flag bearer position. So there are various shades of interest who are interested in who becomes
And just this morning, we've seen a tweet
bearer
from Gabi Asaro Tridako releasing his own list in terms of national executives, those who is looking forward to win this election. He starts with Stephen Ntim, John Mboedu, he has Chinia, he has the treasurer, he's been talking about it, and then also the youth organizer. He has his own list already. That's these comments and, machinations, should I say, does it augur well for a party that's going into such a crucial election, knowing his position in the party?
I think it's a very powerful, even though he doesn't hold any position in government, but people know that he's a very powerful person in the NPP, and his opinion matter a lot in terms of party affairs. So the list that has been thrown out there could just be, I think I've read that he says that based on his consultation or speaking to the delegates, this is the opinion that he has formed. It could just be at that particular level, but it could also be the fact that...
He mentions my favorite.
Yes, it could also be that it is also born out of scientific research that he is privy to.
Okay.
But whichever way it is, it has an implication of torpedoing the voting process that's going to happen. Because if it is these candidates are his favorites, and we know the kind of power he wields in the party, will it affect the way delegates are going to vote? If people want to please him and they didn't know where he belonged, now he's shown it very clearly that if you want to be on my side or if you want to work with me, these are my favorites and they should be your favorites. He hasn't said that, but indirectly, it is kind of a coded message that these are my favorites, and if you want to work with me, then you have to elect this kind of people. So it has a potential to change the way people may vote, or it could create a kind of bandwagon effect for those level of people that has been selected. But I'm also strongly convinced that the caliber of delegates that we have right now are people who are very sophisticated in terms of their level of intelligence, but educational qualification. And I strongly suspect that there may be a lot of attempts to sway their opinion towards one particular candidate or the other. But I still strongly believe that at the end of the day, their views will prevail. And it may be very difficult to predict what is going to happen because, yes, they could be given TNT or whatever T you want to call it, or they could be given a lot of money to support one particular candidate. But at the time that they are going to vote, it's just them and their God and their conscience. And that is why it is always very difficult to predict how they're going to vote. And I still will ride on the back of the Lacey John statement that we should fear delegates.
Yeah, that's what delegates.
They can do and undo you.
Well, on that TNT note, though, our research desk, they've been working the math for me. You know, earlier I was trying to work the mathematics with the number of delegates that we had, which is 6,146. I worked it with just 6,000. But we need to take out MPs and MMDCs, of course. And I'm not sure aspirants will have to pay them any TNT. So if we have to pay 150 to the number of delegates left by minus the MPs and MMDC, that will come up to 5,629 delegates. That's what will be left. And so if you're paying 150 to them, work the math, we come up to 2.251 and 600. That's the amount. So if one aspirant, we know Asabi says he's paid 150 for like 3 times to these delegates. So over 2 million.
Democracy is a very expensive enterprise. But what we are doing now is even making it more complicated. And I think a lot of people have sounded a lot of warning, including the most of the senior NPP executives or people who have been in ministerial positions, people who have contested elections, have drawn the attention of delegates, but to the Ghanaian population at large, through the interviews that we just listened, that this is not the way to go. I think if we reduce elections to just an auction, and then the people with the highest resources are able to win it on a silver platter, we are auctioning our democracy. And when we auction our democracy, it will become very difficult for the people to be able to have a say in decision-making process. And the people are the most important cornerstone in every democratic development. Their views, their aspirations, and everything is very central. When we allow people to hijack our democracy, elected officials will not do the bidding of the people that have paid them, rather than the general people that they are supposed to serve. And I think...
And just coming in, live pictures of the Vice President, Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia, just arriving at the conference ground at the Accra Sports Stadium, and with that massive delegation, we can see some MPs with him. I see Madame Bartels, a number of MPs with him. That's the entourage of the Vice President, Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia, just entering the conference ground. And, well, it tells us about events to come. And we see Lydia Al-Hassan also with him. Well, it looks like a number of MPs.
Habib, Sheila Bartels.
Yeah, a number of MPs accompanying the Vice President, Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia, to the conference ground. Well, they say coming events cast their shadows. So it looks like that's what we're seeing. And we saw what happened also in the Ashanti region when he was about to deliver his speech, and all MPs were with him. They actually brought the program to a standstill, waited till... You know, that's the Mascot CEO also there with him, a number of people, you know, party stalwarts in various positions accompanying the Vice President, Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia. And you can see the reaction of delegates also. There's the Northern Regional Delegates. We see other delegates, representatives there also, and their reaction to the Vice President, Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia's arrival. So in no time, the President will also be arriving, Nana Dankwa Akufo-Addo arriving also. Then it looks like we're about to start this program after the hours of hold-up there. Well, what does it tell us? I'm sure you're seeing some names, some faces accompanying the Vice President. It looks like we're seeing Henry Quartey as well, all accompanying the Vice President. What really is the message that they're putting across?
So it's a kind of a show of solidarity and support from one of the constituents that will be voting in this particular election, but also in the election that will occur next year to elect the flag bearer. And I think when I went through the list, the MPs and MMDCs,
they make up a huge chunk also.
I think 98. next to Ashanti, Greater Accra, Eastern, Central, I think they seem to form a chunk of a bulk of the delegates. So it shows that if the Vice President is able to rally these people behind him, though it's not all the MPs,
yes,
I think we have about 137 of them. It's not all the MPs, but it's a kind of show of support and solidarity to the Vice President. It could mean several things. It could be that one, he's the second most powerful person in the world, in Ghana, as the Vice President. So maybe these people are just according him the respect as a Vice President. But it could also be that they believe in him and they support him. He hasn't declared his intentions yet, but we all know that he's one of the leading people that are considered to contest when the nominations are open. So it could also be that they are sending a very strong signal to the fact that we support your candidature and we want you to lead the party at any point in time. But it could also be convincing the delegates that this man have all our support. And he may have candidates that he prefer to win the national elections. So if you really support him and you support us as MP, this is the way to vote. It could mean a lot of things. But at the end of the day, we cannot tell whether this showmanship will actually translate into the kind of votes that we're going to have. Okay, and if we also had maybe Alain Chamantin coming in with the same level of prominence that is given to Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia, we will also have the same level of people following him, and wow, will have been the enthusiasm.
But this is the Vice President.
So at that particular point, that you can all other candidates who intend to contest him will not get the same level of prominence and reception that he's going to get. So that kind of incumbency advantage is playing now.
Okay. So. Well, for the NPP current executives, their time is almost up. All will know the fate of these aspirants in the next 24 hours or so, the victors and the vanquished. And it appears our time is also up, you and I, for us to cross over to the Accra Sports Stadium. Dr. Ali Dusedu, we are grateful for your time. And just briefly, maybe just before we cross over, the party remaining united, after this, what would it depend on, you would say?
So first of all, it depends on the transparent fairness of the process. Because if the process is deemed to be transparent, free and fair and credible, then legitimacy will be opposed on the people who are going to be elected. And that will rally everybody behind them. That's the first thing. But second, it also depends on the way the people who are elected are able to relate to the various factions within the party. Yes, we can't hide the fact that the delegates, the people who have put themselves up for position, have people who support them, who have intention of contesting for the flag bearership position. If after the free and fair nature of the process, the way these people will proceed in terms of respecting party rules regarding campaign, in terms of sanctioning people within the party who disobey these rules, and in terms of how they relate to the various factions and candidates who will come up, is going to keep the party very strong. But also the competence of the people who are elected. If they are competent enough, they have served the party, they are known, and they still exhibit these competencies and build on the credibility and the confidence that has been reposed in them, we're going to have a long way to building unity. But other than if the process seems not to be free and fair, it's going to be a very big issue to heal wounds that has been created.
We're grateful. Dr. Ali Dusedu, many thanks for your company there. So it's about time for us now to cross over to the Accra Sports Stadium, and of course we'll be continuing our live coverage of the NPP's Delegates Conference, and there's more right here on your election headquarters. I'll take you live now to the Accra Sports Stadium. I am Emefa Apao. My colleague Benjamin Akakpo will be the next face you see here when we return to the studio.
Opened and started. Delegates, please take your seats. We're warming up and we're getting ready. Please take your seats. So we acknowledge our distinguished personalities who are being ushered in as we prepare to start our conference. Holding it together, working it together to ensure a successful conference and Victory 2024.
Hi, so we are currently at the Accra Sports Stadium, the NPP National Annual Delegates Conference 2022, and in our shot now is the Vice President of the Republic of Ghana, His Excellency Dr. Alhaji Mahmoud Bawumia. All is set for the NPP National Annual Delegates Conference. I also see in our shots Dr. Adokufo. This is the NPP National Annual Delegates Conference, and as part of the agenda, they will elect national officers for the party. Our delegate is going to maintain old leaders or go for change. Still in our shot is His Excellency Dr. Alhaji Mahmoud Bawumia, the Vice President of the Republic of Ghana. All is set. Conference will begin soon. The Vice President takes his seat now.
Very soon, His Excellency, the President of the Republic, the Commander-in-Chief of the Ghana Armed Forces, will join conference. We are waiting for the strongest signal about the presidency. When the president will be joining us, he will join us in a few minutes. Please, movements around will have to cease when the president walks in. We must show reverence, respect to our leader and the man who is steering the affairs of this country through this critical path that we are currently pursuing. Let's welcome the National Women Organizer contesting again. Mami Jemfua, you are welcome. As we see you, we'll acknowledge you. Contestants, at the appropriate time, we're going to give you the proper acknowledgement and introduction. Papa Yechiao, I've also spotted JB in the house. I've seen JFK in the house. As and when we spot you, we will let the delegates know that you are in the house. we are holding it together, working together to ensure victory. It's one family, one party, holding it together. After the contest, we are one, and we will reorganize ourselves to go for victory 2024. I'm informed the NDC is in the house. They will soon give us their fraternity message. So that's all right. They can learn. But at the end of the day, it's holding it together for the new patriotic party and working together to ensure victory for the elephant family. Delegates, please take a seat. We don't want you to have sunburn because the sun is out. 16 regional chairmen. Ensure your delegates are seated, sorted out with their water so they don't get dehydrated. Please, we are here for your welfare. A nurse for a doctor for baby, a nagmo for tent no SCC no. That's where we have the triage. That's where you will be assisted. If you're feeling dizzy, if you are not too well, be assured the new patriotic party has taken care of it all. They are here for your comfort. And we are also informed by Peter McMahon and his team, no active campaigning on the grounds. Campaign no so let's be moderate, let's have decorum, and know that it is one big family internal contest. Thank you. I am informed the national chairman is in the house. Very soon he will be called to open the conference. Honorable Freddie Blay, outgoing national chairman. Obeba na wabeshe emajumedie no yede ashisha so enche bia opening kase ya befrel na yamawo baby ewo esro ha ema woni edi enkita ho. As and when we acknowledge your presence, we will let the delegates know you are in the house. All distinguished personalities, Yehu from Baby Yeweya, Yebemau, and Crawford Ewaha, Omaya Eshayen, Ghana for 8 years, and who said, who were happy. The distinguished delegates from all the 16 regions in the Republic here represented, you are most welcome. Dear delegates, Alan Kwajocha maintain Minister for Trade and Industry, Alan Cash, Bababedu, Watinase, Bababeka Yera, Vice President of the Republic, Yera Baumia, Alhaji Mahamudu Baumia Eho, Yamame Akosia Frema, the Chief of Staff, the first and the only female Chief of Staff, and the Majority Leader. Energy Minister Ewaha, as and when we hear you are in the house, we will give you the props. Welcome. Thank you all.
Not long ago, we saw the Vice President walking with a host of government appointees and some members of Parliament. Dr. Mahmoud Baumia has taken a seat, and we expect that not far from now, the President of the Republic of Ghana would also show up. On our screens is Sheikh Mustafa
Hamid sitting next to Madame Elizabeth
Parliament have just sent a message that I need to give them a special recognition. Members of Parliament, the Women Caucus, Yamama Kwaba. MMDCs, the Women Caucus, Yamama Kwaba. Not to sideline our brothers, all the CEOs, both male and female, all the MMDCs, we welcome you to the conference with the theme of holding it together and working together. Delegates, yes, Ramo, please take your seats. Very soon, we will start this program with an opening prayer for the man himself, God, to take his seat, and the program will follow suit. Yes, Ramo, Dede no ene nantie bebre no. Immediately, His Excellency, the Commander-in-Chief, is in the house. It will need to cease so the program will start. Yedamasi bebre. DJ Mayenya Minyoma ebe kukuru, holding it together, working it together for victory, assured victory 2024.
And we're back, holding together, working together. It's been quite an interesting morning so far. We've seen a bit unanticipated delay in the arrival of the delegates, but now we clearly see that they are taking their positions, at least from the upper west region. We see that delegates are seated, Savannah region, upper east region, Bunu East Ahafu region. That portion of where they are seated is close to where His Excellencies will be at, as well as the MPs, ministers, and appointees of government. To the left and right also are other demarcations where they are also seated. We saw the Vice President walking up with a Member of Parliament, Honorable Sheila Battels, Mablikuma West MP, I believe. Also with the Honorable MP for Bushegu, Hassan Tampoli, as well. We also saw the Deputy Majority Leader and also MP for Honorable Habib. It's been an interesting one so far. Incident-free. We haven't seen any extraordinary things happening except for the delays in the start of the process. The National Annual Delegates Conference coming live from the from the Accra Sports Stadium. Ashanti region on your screens right now, the largest constituency.
The rank and file of the NPP. So, you know, it's 6,163. Constituency executives have the largest number of delegates at today's conference. And the person will go through the numbers again for you. But these are the individuals that supervise the organization of this conference. Peter McMurdo is chairman. Evans Nemaku, who is the director of elections for the NPP, acted as secretary. Ambassador Edward Boateng, former Ghana ambassador to China, is a member. Mao Sunuake Awiti, Amin Anta, Alhaji Hussein, Kwesi Abiasem, Oboshi Saikofi, Gary Nimako, Eric Ntori, and lawyer Emmanuel Dakwa. They constitute a membership of the election committee, and they ensured that the plan of activities that were put in place were fully fulfilled. And that's the reason why we have gathered here today to witness the conference of the NPP 2022. Now, for those who will be going through the election itself, the names and their designation are clearly spelled out in the brochure of the party. President Akufo-Addo is now climbing to the VVIP area of the Accra Sports Stadium, and then when he is seated, it will formally signal the start of the event. I'm my colleague Joseph Akabre, and together we'll be running commentary on this event. Blake, you just join us. This perhaps is supposed to be the largest gathering of the NPP ahead of the elections, if you like. The next Congress will be decentralized, meaning the delegates will vote from their constituencies, from their regions. So clearly, this is the largest gathering of the NPP ahead of the election. Are you, the numbers and the enthusiasm, what does it say?
I mean, from the entrance, what I could observe was that the delegates are very eager for the process to start. And it makes sense why the party opted for the Accra Sports Stadium. I mean, the advantage of having a flat lights, if it drags into the evening, which we know it will drag into the evening, I mean, that alone is another thing that we have to look out for. The delegates are very eager. A lot of them were trying to get in. Those who are also not coming in are also having various meetings elsewhere. And for candidates, I mean, the longer it drags, it doesn't really sit well with them, because maybe you have spoken to delegates and you have them on your side. Within the space of just 30 minutes, someone can do something and change their minds quickly. And so the more it drags, it's something that it really disturbs the candidates sometimes.
Indeed. Some few hours ago when I spoke to Stephen Asamoah, that was his major worry. That his campaign, he told the entire 16 regions, he has sold to the delegates his message and what he stands for. And for that reason, he is optimistic that he will be elected. But events in the last hours is telling him a different story, where he is of the view that some of the aspirants are paying huge sums of money to the delegates, and he thinks that the monetary consideration can influence the outcome of the elections. And he is of the view that it will not go well for the party going into the 2024 election. He was of the view that if you want that discipline, he was thinking money was not going to be displayed in the manner that it's been done now. So clearly, and now we are being told that the election itself will happen somewhere after 7 p.m.
Yeah. It's a major concern. I mean, and it's something that, I mean, a lot of people need to figure out and try to deal with in terms of what they can do and what they cannot do. We can look out for a lot of the issues that are happening now. And I mean, in just a couple of minutes, we can expect the whole process to start. We have some individuals who will be joining us quite shortly. I've just spotted the information minister, Kojo Point-Kroma. He is coming to join us, and we'll hear from him shortly. I mean, it's an important exercise for government as well. We know that government, in terms of the party's ability to retain power, is largely dependent on the performance of the government. And so we have the information minister joining with us. Elton.
All right, thank you very much, Blay. Maybe I can borrow your microphone and give it to Kojo. Mr. Information Minister, good afternoon and welcome.
Good afternoon from the MP of Ofonsia Yebi.
You know, when I was coming to the conference grounds, I met two people, and I was surprised. They were referring to me as Kojo Pankoma. and in fact, this is not the first time. This, I don't know.
Well, then I'm in good company. I look like a handsome man.
So Kojo, how is it going? This is perhaps the biggest gathering of the NPP faithfuls ahead of the 2024 election. The next Congress will be decentralized. So this is the time you get to meet people from across the country who share the same values, just like you are. How is the feeling like?
Well, so quickly, let me make the point that we don't know yet whether the next Congress will be decentralized. We know that the election for the flag bearer will be decentralized, as has been. Now, today, we have the annual conference of the party, the annual conference of the party, as per the party's constitution. It is only that on the agenda, we are electing national executives. So we will have an annual conference next year. I do not know whether the agenda for electing the flag bearer will be put on that or it will be decentralized. Most likely it will be decentralized because we've already started a decentralized process of achieving that. Because for that one, the executives at the polling station level participate in that vote. But we will still have an annual conference next year.
All right. So today is the day. The main agenda is the election of national officers for the next 4 years.
Yeah.
You are an MP. I'm sure that when this is done, the next stage will be the party to now go into the selection of parliamentary candidates.
Yeah.
How are you moving into this, especially from the perspective of Wasa Yerebi constituency and the kind of people you want to lead the party for the next 4 years?
So, if you take a critical look at what is happening here today, it's only the icing on the cake. We have had elections across 6,000 plus electoral areas, in each of which you find about average 3 to 4 polling stations, where they have had their polling station elections, and then have had the electoral area elections, we've had the constituency elections, we've had the regional elections. So we've actually done a lot. Today what's happening here is electing the 10 who will join in appointing the appointees, who will complement the work of the people who do the real campaign on the ground. And I think that what everybody is looking forward to is the election of executives who are keen to complement the work of people on the ground.
The quality of people who put themselves out for election, does it give you hope of a better NPP beyond 2024?
Yes, it does. Yes, it does. If you look at the quality of your run, you have former deputy ministers, former members of parliament, former national executives, people who acted as chief executives of some of the state institutions. These are people who have managed affairs at some of the highest levels. It tells you that that is good quality to go into the national administration of the party. But I want to be critically clear that they are here to complement the work of the campaign on the ground. The campaign is what's on the ground.
Sure.
It's not what is hanging at the top.
But again, after this is done, the next stage perhaps who succeed President Akufo-Addo, and then the agenda will be to break the 8. If you have all that is happening, you think breaking the 8 is so possible?
Oh, it's very possible. You see, first, we admit that Ghana is in a difficult situation as a result of the global difficulties that have affected us. Yet, the people of Ghana, and we admit, expect us to respond to that difficulty. First job is to admit, and then second job is to put on the table the kind of measures that are aimed at mitigating the impact. We did a first raft. When we assessed, we realized that some of them have achieved marginal results. Some of them have achieved some good results. We have now enhanced them. We're asking for support from the fund. We're asking for about $1 billion from the global markets. We're asking for some domestic resources. What matters most now is how we use the combination of these resources to create expansion in the Ghanaian economy, more jobs, more incomes for people, and to mitigate the cost of living. I believe that if we do these two well, we will be in pole position for the 2024 election. Crisis comes, sometimes not your fault.
Right.
Take COVID. We didn't bring it, it hit us. But we were committed to ensuring that we will admit there's a COVID challenge, we will put options on the table, and we'll execute them to ensure that it bears fruit for the people of Ghana. And when we did it, look at the results of the 2020 election. And it's the same situation in which we find ourselves.
Yet your opponents are asking for an apology. Are they justified in that demand?
I think I've mentioned over and over again that what is important is how we get Ghana out of this globally induced crisis. And that the NPP has a track record of getting Ghana out of crisis. President Kufuor, when he came, inherited a huge economic crisis. He opted for HIPIC as an instrument to get us out of it. And he got us out of it to the extent that by the time he was leaving, he was rolling out social protection programs. When President Akufo came to power, when President Akufo-Addo came to power, the NDC was running an IMF program which had been derailed. You recall the results. We contended with it, got the right results, and got out of that program, and at the same time rolled out social protection programs, free senior high school, one district, one factory, an expansion of free school feeding. When COVID hit us, again, we mobilized. So the NPP has a track record of getting the people of Ghana out of crisis situations. And I am confident that no matter the challenge, holding together, working together, we will get this country out of this crisis.
But you admit that there is general discomfort in the system.
Oh, but I have already told you
that the first thing is to admit that there are challenges, obviously not caused by us, but which we have to respond to. And we are doing our best to respond to those challenges.
Is it about time to be information minister?
Second,
is this about time to be information minister?
If you're a soldier on the battlefield, you don't complain whether you are in artillery or you are in infantry. The job that the commander-in-chief gives you is a job you do. He's giving me the job of being the tip of the spear and going out there and responding to critique, answering questions, hearing from the people of Ghana and bringing it in. I get insulted, I get ridiculed, but it is part of my job as a soldier. And I do it for the love of my country and for the love of my party.
So what do you expect should be the decision of delegates today? What should influence who they vote for?
Who can best help us prosecute a strong campaign on the ground for 2024, by which time we expect that the government that the party led would have also dealt with the economic crisis. So the party and the government can work together behind the new leader of the party for the election 2024.
Thank you very much, Kojo.
Thank you. Thank you.
So this is still our coverage of the NPP's National Delegates Conference. The party's anthem has been sung, meaning that we are getting ready for the opening speeches, and then we'll bring you all of it to you here on the JoyNews channel on Multi TV, also on Joy 99.7 FM, on Love 99.5 FM in Kumasi, and of course around the world at myjoyonline.com and all our affiliates across the country. I'm still here with my colleague Joseph Akable. Joe, you also realize that a gathering like this is also a platform to test your popularity, especially for the next Delegates Congress of the party, which will be to select who becomes the presidential candidates of the NPP for the 2024 election. When the vice president came in, he went round. The applause was high because clearly he's the vice president and you expect that to happen. I was out there when the trade minister came in. In fact, he came in at a time when the vice president was going around exchanging pleasantries with the faithfuls of the NPP. He was asked to hold on for a while, and later he was ushered in. How does the reception and how you are brought in and how you are received, how does all the play into the popularity contest? That is also key in determining who becomes the next leader of the party.
I mean, everyone likes a popular candidate, but I mean, what matters most is those who are going to be doing the voting. And so even though someone like the vice president, who many expect to pick the form when the time comes, and the trade minister would want to be cheered on, their major concern would be whether they are getting their people in the relevant positions. Mind you, they've been monitoring the process right from the branch level when elections were taking place. You don't just wait and contest for flag bearer. You need to have your interest at those levels protected and also follow through the process as well.
So I can't talk about we'll be back. We'll take you now live to the main podium where the Greater Accra Regional Chairman is about to welcome delegates to the conference 2022 of the governing New Patriotic Party.
Honorable Freddie Blay, the President and Commander-in-Chief of the Ghana Armed Forces, His Excellency Nana Adodankwa Akufo-Addo, the Vice President of the Republic, His Excellency Alhaji Mahamadou Bawumia, the Chief of Staff, Honorable Freeman Osei Opare, our founding fathers, members of National Council, ministers and deputy ministers of state, members of parliament, MMDC, CEOs, and other government appointees, all party officers here in present, fellow patrons, the media, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of myself and the good people of Greater Accra region, I wish to welcome all of you to the 2022 National Delegates Conference, proudly hosted by the Greater Accra region. We deem this gesture a great honor and privilege as a region, as it marks our march to win back and deliver the Greater Accra region to the new Patriotic Party come December 2024. We have assembled here in fulfillment of Article 10, Clause 2 of our Constitution. This conference is very critical as it sets the tone for the rejuvenation of the party, ahead of which changing the history and the course of presidential elections in Ghana in the year 2024. And I'm specifically referring to breaking the 8. I would first seize this opportunity to congratulate all newly elected officers of the party and entreat all of us to work very hard in making this history possible. And indeed, I refer to the renewal of the mandate of governors in our great country, Ghana. This conference will witness the election of national executives who will steer the affairs of the party for the next 4 years. And after all is said and done, we should forgive each other for any excesses, come together and unite under a newly elected leadership with the confidence reposed in them and forge ahead for victory 2024. I say victory because that is the only thing I see beckoning us. Mr. Chairman, the rapidly changing nature of elections and the sophistication of the Ghanaian voter begs the need for the party to invest more in building the capacity of our executive from the polling station to the constituency level. The nature of campaigning and communicating our achievements should recognize the fact that technology in recent times is playing a more significant role in our lives, and we need to complement our traditional mode of party organization to one that embraces the use of technology. One of the critical areas we need to focus on this well-structured communication bureau, encompassing both traditional and the new media, supported by a cohesive research unit that will feed the bureau with well-researched data. The party will also need to relook at its recognition and reward system as party faithfuls increasingly feel their efforts go unrecognized. We need to develop a well-structured welfare and reward system that recognizes sacrifice to our cause. This way, we would have our gallant full soldiers always working their hearts out for the party, knowing that their toil will be appreciated. Until this is done, the canker of instant reward and over-monetization of our democracy and our eternal electioneering process will witness no end and may ultimately lead to the extension of our values, the values of our noble tradition, one that was built on sacrifice, loyalty, and love for party and country. We should encourage an open discussion on this subject at all levels of the party structure and agree on the best and most sustainable way to achieve this. Mr. Chairman, it is an open secret that the New Patriotic Party is the most loved and favored party in this country. And I am confident that under the leadership of the President, His Excellency Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, the economy will bounce back stronger than before. We need to, however, guard against the apathy of party faithfuls and divisions often associated with the election of flag bearers of our party. Mr. Chairman, as I bring my speech to a close, I want to assure all patriots that the New Patriotic Party in Greater Accra region is poised to assume its rightful position by winning the presidential and majority seats in Parliament come 2024. We will make history, and we invite our other 15 regions to join hands as we break the 8. It cannot be mere rhetoric. We can make it happen, and so we must. It is possible together. May God bless us and give us the wisdom and fortitude to provide development in freedom for all Ghanaians. Thank you, and God richly bless us.
Put your hands together, ladies and gentlemen, for the regional chairman. That's a brilliant and very brief Still on acknowledgements, we have friends from our sister political parties. I can see Otokuno, Deputy General Secretary, leading a very powerful delegation, and I think I saw some George somewhere around. Put your hands together for all of them as we welcome the delegates from the various political parties. Please, can you come closer to us here so that the NDC, on behalf of all of you, would also share with us some 3 minutes of what they want to tell us. In the meantime, we invite the national chairman of the New Patriotic Party, the one who convenes and chairs conferences of our party. He is outgoing, but today is his day, and today is his final day. Let's all put our hands together for the national chairman of the New Patriotic Party, Honorable Westmeu Freddie Blay. Put your hands together once again.
Kukrudu! 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 Your Excellency, Mr. President, Your Excellency, the Vice President, the Chief of Staff, leadership, and members of the Executive Committee of the party, the Diplomatic Corps, representatives of various parties who are here, the media, and of course, members of our great party assembled here. First of all, on behalf of the National Executive Committee and on my own behalf, I wish to welcome all of you to this very impressive National Congress in 2022. First of all, I will wish to thank the National Planning Committee, the Election Committee, all other committees that had worked hard to bring this Congress that we are all witnessing to. But before I even go further, Mr. President, I will wish to crave your indulgence and that of all the leadership so that we observe 1 minute silence. I learned a very strong, prominent member of our party, Mr. Samuel Kudjetu, passed away yesterday. And in the week, one MCE who was returning after a meeting also died. But these are not the only two I'm referring to. I'm referring to all others that in the year and in the 4 years before Congress had passed away. Can you observe 1 minute silence for them? I've been corrected. It's a member of the Council of Elders. It's Agnes Okujetu. I'm sorry, I made a mistake. May their souls rest in peace, in perfect peace, until by His mercy we all meet again on the day that the Lord Himself has set. Mr. President, I will also apologize that we have started this Congress a little late. We came across a few challenges and transportation difficulties about the locations of members from the various regions had caused this. And I deeply apologize for the organizers who were in charge of this. We did not foresee those problems. Now today is yet another evidence of the NPP commitment to deepening our democratic culture and tradition. The theme for the year, this year's Congress, is holding together, working together. Rightly so, Mr. President, as we expect to strengthen our bonds and resolve to remain united, we need to invigorate the party by undertaking a few elections as dictated by our Constitution. And today will be the last day for the climax of electing our officers from the constituency to the national level. And after that, I will appeal to all of us to work together, to stand together, irrespective of the result that will, even at this level, come up. Winners or losers, the party is the winner. It will only help to make our party strong, ready, and sharp for the task ahead. I'm talking of 2024. Mr. President, there is a need to deepen and strengthen the sense of inclusion in governance for all party members and ensuring we win the 2024 general election. Honestly, permit me to emphasize that the Nanato-led NPP government over these last few years had initiated some of the boldest social economic policies in the history of Ghana to bring about transformational changes in the area of education, healthcare, industry, agriculture, security, tourism, IT, among others. Despite the difficulties imposed on our government by internal and external economic factors in most recent times, we all should be able to present a strong case to the as to why the NPP government should be retained for the continuous improvement of these policies and the overall sustainable development of Ghana. Mr. President, having said so, for some of us, this is our last day as national office holders of the great party. I will therefore use this special occasion to thank all members of the party for the cooperation and support our team and I have enjoyed from you over a period of 8 years. With me having served this great party as first national vice chair, acting national chair, and subsequently as national chairman, my special appreciation goes to the President, Mr. President, you, for all the support you offered our team. The national executives and I inherited a party at a crossroad with so much uncertainty and turbulence. However, through your leadership and support and that of the Council of Elders, Mr. President,
within the National Executive Council, our team did deliver 2 successive undisputed general election victories for the NPP on the trot. Indeed, Mr. President, all your actions taken within the party during the period of our administration has been complementary and supportive in growing the NPP influence as a political party of choice in our dear country. Today, I can confidently argue in humility, though, that the party has become more attractive, vibrant, and united. Permit me also to say that the NPP is as much in a better shape than what our team inherited. It has not been easy, Mr. President, or smooth sailing. And in spite of all odds and challenges, through teamwork, tolerance, and patience, we are still together, more united than ever. I will proudly say in humility that we did our best and achieved that much. The NPP is a great party, and we should strive to even make it greater. The growth of the country by way of good governance, economic development, massive infrastructure, and accountability largely depends on the NPP, I dare say so. On behalf of my entire family and the team, I want to thank you all for everything. Personally, from whatever perspective, Mr. President, I remain absolutely grateful and most obliged for the privilege and honor done to me by letting me serve as a national chairman. In conclusion, Mr. President, I strongly appeal and emphasize that we should all continue to remain united and focus on the greater task ahead of us, irrespective of our individual differences, personal ambitions, and disappointments. Always remember that we all have a duty to ensure that come December 7th, 2024, the party is retained in power to continue the good works of yourself and your team. I encourage all to utilize the tools of negotiations and strategic consensus building in uniting and strengthening the party for victory 2024. When need be and duty calls, we should all be willing to make the needed sacrifices and compromises in the interests of the party and the country. Mr. President, let's not make a mistake about it. We definitely are in the same boat, and when the party emerges winner, we all win. At this point, Mr. President, I will wish ourselves an incident-free, fair, and transparent election. I thank you all for your attention. Thank you very much.
Hello?
Thank you.
The national chairman of the NPP, Friendly Wasimewu Blade, former member of parliament for Elembele, former first deputy speaker of parliament, and soon to become former national chairman of the NPP, Friendly Blade. So Blade, he spoke about a lot of things. The party should work together, stand together. The election must be free and fair, and the will of the delegates must be respected. How crucial are these things?
I mean, very important, and the message of unity that he also touched on. And it's not surprising coming from someone like Freddie Blade for the very reason that the circumstance under which he became the acting chairman of the party at a time that the party was virtually in turmoil. He was able to weather the storm he's not the most out-and-out chairman that any party may have, but he took over at the time that the party was virtually in crisis. They went through the process. Eventually, the party won the elections and have retained power again. And so he understands the importance of the party remaining united. He also talked about the fact that they need to reinvigorate the party. It's very difficult when you have been in power for 8 years to want to have your mandate extended. And so it's important that they have people who have fresh ideas, who are willing to work hard to ensure that the party wins the elections come 2024.
Right. So that was Freddie Blade, and they are now doing a roll call of the delegates from the various regions to formally welcome them here to the conference. The next person to speak will be an account from the General Secretary of the NPP, John Boadu. So John Boadu will also be speaking. We'll be rendering accounts to conference. Obviously, another platform for him to campaign.
I mean, I think the General Secretary contest is the one to actually look forward to. I mean, I saw JFK a short while ago moving around the venue here, and trust me, he seems to enjoy a lot of support. But the people who are also behind Mr. Boadu believes, just like Freddie Blay, he also came in at a time that the party was in serious crisis. He led them through it, and they believe that he deserves the opportunity to extend his stay in office. He will be having the opportunity, unlike the other delegates, to speak directly to them. And it will be an opportunity, even though he may not be doing it directly, by telling them what the party has been up to. He will be indirectly telling them what he has been able to do as General Secretary of the party. And so it will be a good opportunity for him.
Those who want to see his back, their main issue they have against John Boadu is that in the last election, 2020, he was very instrumental in what they want to describe as the imposition of candidates on some of the constituents. The reason why the party performed poorly in the last elections, and that's the reason why they don't want to see him continue as General Secretary of the NPP. Do they have any merit in this?
I mean, the party itself has admitted that its parliamentary candidates performed abysmally. In fact, when Evans Mensah had that interview with John Boadu did concede that they had issues, but he says the same period was a period that a lot of governing parties lost elections in 2020 across the world. He made reference to Donald Trump, and he makes the point that the fact that the NPP was able to hold on to power shows that they did something extraordinary. So even though he admits to the poor parliamentary performance, he thinks that they still had a good account for themselves. As to whether that will convince the delegates to give him a chance again, it's another issue altogether. I mean, in terms of the crop of executives that he served with, not all of them are seeking re-election, and so he is also in a unique position of having to have the mandates extended. I think he has gone into the position. Obviously, he starts with a little bit advantage ahead of JFK, who many see as a close contender.
Right, because the argument has always been that the people you elect will influence whether you do well in the next election to come. So if they don't elect people who are the choice of the delegates, then they're going to have problems going forward. We've been told by Senator Samuel Watson that money has become too dirty in this matter. So let's see. We are going to the platform. The party external branch are about to render their account to the party. Let's listen to it. So in what we have is representation from the opposition NDC. They are coming to speak solidarity, as they say. And Otugono is the leader of the delegation. We can listen to him.
Joining them still on stage is a delegation from the NDP. They used to be NDC together. Alhaji Mohammed Frimpong.
The NDP delegation, NDP, please.
The NDP delegation.
The NDP delegation
will also have to join them on stage.
Yes,
the NDP.
Joining them also is the PPP delegation.
TPP.
No,
delegation.
PPP. PPP has Remy Parko Edmundson. He's the General Secretary of the PPP. PNC delegation, please join us. Please join us. The PNC delegation is led by Janet Nabla, General Secretary.
Madam Janet Nabla is the General Secretary.
The GCPP has Citizen Atudazi, who is also their General Secretary.
Citizen Atudazi.
APC has Mordecai Tombiado as General Secretary.
Mordecai of the APC.
The Convention People's Party has their General Secretary also fully represented. The first Vice Chairman is Hajia Hamdatu Ibrahim, Women's Organizer,
former first Vice Chairman,
and also Osai Kofi Akwa, the National Youth Organizer for the CPP. Mr. Chairman, Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, I think that at this stage, we would allow the NDC delegation on behalf, they are the majority of the minority. So the NDC, as the majority of the minority, would speak for and on behalf of all the delegation here. Put your hands together, ladies and gentlemen, for that one.
Thank you, National Democratic Congress. Please, all the parties, please join the National Democratic Congress. We will do a majority speech.
Chobai! Chobai! Ayazu! Ayaza! Ayazu! Ayaza! Uyamizu! Uyamiza! Uyamizuza! Uyamizazu! Thank you very much. Your Excellency the President, Nana Akufo-Addo, Your Excellency the Vice President, Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia, the economic whiz-kid turned into the digital poster boy, His Excellency, former President John Ajekum Kufuor, the National Chairman of the New Patriotic Party, the General Secretary of the New Patriotic Party, our friends and comrades from the other parties here present, I extend to you greetings and felicitations from the leadership and membership of the biggest and the most successful political party in Ghana, the National Democratic Congress. Indeed, such gatherings, albeit the biggest congregation of Ghana's problems, are important milestones through which new leaders are elected to man the affairs of political parties in the effort to deepen and consolidate our democratic gains. It also marks a new beginning as fresh ideas can be injected into the leadership of the party, something the NPP government clearly appears to need badly. For most of you here, it is a happy moment, a moment of celebration. For others, it is a defining moment for your political careers. For some of you, it's a cocoa season to harvest from aspirants what you have sowed in service to the NPP. But for the larger mass of the people of this country, it has been a usual day of hunger, misery, and general economic hardship. Ladies and gentlemen, I take particular notice of the levels of ostentation on display and regret deeply, rather deeply, that the NPP do not exhibit any modicum of the ability to appreciate the need to be sensitive to the people of Ghana in these times of great suffering and pain. Fellow countrymen, ladies and gentlemen, the New Patriotic Party remains the luckiest political organization in Ghana, having to enjoy undeserving level of goodwill from the people, yet have only offered poor leadership, incompetent leadership, leading to the current economic meltdown and hardship for all Ghanaians. The NPP government have been privileged to benefit from a total of about 500 billion Ghana cedi in revenues and about 400 billion cedis in borrowed inflows, compared to some meager 200 billion that accrued under their predecessor, the nation builder, His Excellency John Dramani Mahama.
Incidentally, Ukraine-Russia war and COVID-19 has become the convenient whipping board.
Tolerance.
Ladies and gentlemen, in wrapping up, finally, when we were coming, I decided to buy a ball of kenke. This ball of kenke sells for 5 cedis. The leaves on the kenke alone will be 3 cedi. More expensive than the kenke itself. And guess what, ladies and gentlemen? I bought the kenke with my Ghana card.
Thank you very much, Otukono. Dr. Otukono. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you, Otukono. Thank you. Great speech.
Thank you.
A fantastic speech delivered by Dr. Otukono. We are grateful.
Now we have the CPP to give us a fraternal message.
Thank you.
The CPP, Conventions People Party.
1 minute.
Jantua, the woman's secretary of the party.
All other protocols observed. Today, the new patriotic party should be commended for carrying out a successful elections at all levels of the party structures. But the country is not doing well. We are facing difficult times. But as we go into an IMF program, the CPP is urging governments to negotiate a deal that will be favorable to Ghanaians. We are a socialist party, and we are expecting that socialism programs like the free SHS should be left untouched. Government should also ensure that going to the IMF is a stepping stone to economic recovery, not a solution or a permanent fixture. We should come out as soon as possible. Your Excellency, you said that you cannot bring back human beings, but you can bring the economy back. So we are saying that, and we do believe that you have the prowess to do so at this time. Let us all be prudent and know that we need to look after our resources properly. As we go into this election, we believe that you will let the best person win. We believe that the leaders that you choose today will make sure that the party will stand. NPP, as a democratic party, is also part of the democratic dispensation. We thank you, and God bless you all.
Thank you, John Tua from the CPP. Now we take a 1 minute message from the PNC. Ayakube.
Very much. Thank you very much.
NPP.
Oh, rather.
Thank you so much. All protocols observed because we don't have time. Since the pandemic, the PNC have laid down its political garment and have taken a nationalistic role to scrutinize government initiatives and have supported them to better the lives of Ghanaians, because we know that when the boat of the state sink, we all will perish with our political ideologies. It is the prayer of the PNC that the government in power will build a united front by asking for help even when it is coming from the opposition. The 1979 Constitution had a clause that mandated all former presidents to be members of the Council of State. This was to strengthen our democracy, unite us, and also to give guidance to newly elected leaders so as not to commit the mistakes that our predecessors did. The PNC would like to use this opportunity to plead with the NPP and the government in power to please pardon Honorable Adjoa Safo. Please pardon him. We have only 275 parliamentarians, and out of these, only 40 are women. For Adjoa Safo to go, it will be left with 39. So we are pleading with you to help us. Look at the front page. They are all men. We have the spouses of the president and the vice president. We have our chief of staff, who is a woman. We have a national women's organizer. Where are they? The Bible says that the same God created all of them, males and females. We should all be treated equally. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Now we take
so
the
much.
NDP. 1
Now
minute.
The NDP.
1 minute, please.
Thank you very much. Your Excellency the President, Your Excellency the Vice President, all protocols observed. The National Democratic Party wish to commend the new Patriotic Party, NPP, and its leadership for today's event of your 2022 National Annual Delegates Conference. The National Democratic Party recognizes a heated national and global economy and thanks the Almighty God that it is not in flames. We, however, wish to sound a caution against any precipitous action that may aggravate the present situation. It is very necessary to identify, isolate, and appreciate the shock absorbers that have elicited your committed, honest leadership so far and lessened or toned down the present economic predicament. The National Democratic Party represents our voiceless and deprived populace, express consternation at the surge of vile conspiracy of the nouveau riche of society to disparage the policy and gains of the free SHS, which had elicited deservingly a commitment of honest leadership in its implementation and managing to date. It is the inveterate conviction of the National Democratic Party that the government should continue to infuse adequate and appropriate leadership for the sustenance of the free SHS program with emphasis on extension and linkage to the TVET program. Indeed, the free SHS policy has enormously ensured wealth distribution to the deprived, served as national saving in human capital for rapid economic development. It has therefore inscribed and imposed irrepealable duty on the governance of our nation. As we go to the IMF, if there are any flaps to remove from the economy, it will surely or obviously not be the free HSS, but beneficiaries of the proportionately and the statutory economic program. Thank you very much.
Thank you. APC, 1 minute. 1 minute, APC.
Mr. Chairman, Your Excellency, the President of the Republic of Ghana, His Excellency Nana Akufo-Addo, the First Lady, Madam Samira Bawumia, the Second Lady, Madam Samira Bawumia, the First Lady, Rebecca Akufo-Addo, all protocol observed. We bring you greetings from our founder and leader, Dr. Hassan Ayarga, and the entire membership of the All People's Congress. Today marks yet another important day in the calendar of the new Patriotic Party, NPP, and we are here to wish you well. The new Patriotic Party, NPP, has come a very long way, and for the party to either make or break in 2024 depends on the decision of delegates today. Fellow Ghanaians, our nation is in crisis. A crisis caused by the National Democratic Congress, NDC, sustained and worsened by the poor policies of the NPP administration. Fellow Ghanaians, economic conditions are worsening by the day, with galloping inflation. Fuel prices keeps rising. Increment of foodstuffs and transport fares become very unbearable. The dollar is rising as if there is no economic management team in government. There is so much suffering and corruption in the land. But Ghana doesn't have to be like this. Ghana deserves better. Times are tough. Ladies and gentlemen, as you prepare to elect your leadership today, we urge the delegates to vote for people with more brains than more money.
Thank you so much. Thank you very much, APC. We will call the LPG, 1 minute. LPG. Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Okay. Mr. President, Vice President, National Chairman of the National Patriotic Party, the General Secretary, The LPG is here to give solidarity message, to share with you what you are doing. The LPG study Ghanaians and have known they are peace-loving people. And therefore, whatever political agenda we have, we should follow peace. Currently, we have what we call Code of Conduct for political parties. In our campaign, from now up to 2024, we should be guided by the Code of Conduct. In that, we should be able not to do politics of insult, politics of condemnation, which does not promote peace. Ghanaians love peace, and therefore we politicians must give them peace. Mr. President, we want to call your attention.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Mr. President, you should be able to give.
Grateful to you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much for participating. We appreciate your friendship. We appreciate your friendship. Thank you.
Your Excellencies, the President, the Vice President, standing all protocols observed. The PPP appreciates this opportunity to deliver a message of goodwill to the NPP on the question that will culminate in the election of your new national executives. And we wish you a successful and peaceful election and pray that your people vote for the best people to lead your political party for the benefit of the NPP and the nation. And on this special day, we want to offer an agenda to the incoming national executives, which if followed will go to the benefit of all citizens. Firstly, we ask that you resist any attempt to do away with the free SHS. It is a good thing. We want you to do more. Push the executive led by President Akufo-Addo to make education from kindergarten to the end of SHS compulsory. Anyone who says they don't want free SHS should be considered an enemy of development and progress. Secondly, we ask that you push your party to return to the agenda of electing metropolitan, municipal, and district chief executives and all assembly members. That is a sure path to accelerated development. Thirdly, we ask that you reduce the number of ministers, including regional ministers, to no more than 40. And this is sure to help reduce government expenditure. And lastly, we ask that you promote indigenous Ghanaian enterprises and support them to grow and go global. Make sure that those your party put in put of authority do not collapse them, but rather strengthen them. Thank you.
GCPP, 1 minute.
30 seconds. 30 seconds.
The National Chairman, I want to stand on the existing protocols. I bring you greetings from the Chairman and leader of the Great Consolidated Popular Party, Dr. Henry Belati. And on this day, we the GCPP want to wish you all well. And we say that let's charter a new course of our politics. We should stop the equalization. We should stop the blame game. This is the time for us to work together. And that is where I would say the treble and auto kind of policies must cease. We need treble, auto, tenor, and bass to create the harmony that we need for our country to develop. So as delegates, as you vote today, please let's stand together.
Thank you very much.
And vote
Thank you.
in the end for the country to
And now
develop.
we will invite.
Thank you very much.
Nous avons ici notre frère de la Côte d'Ivoire dans le Parti démocratique du Côte d'Ivoire, Parti du Haut-Fait-Boigné. Vous êtes bienvenus. Et nous avons seulement 12 secondes.
Thank you very much indeed. We are the Democratic Party of Côte d'Ivoire, PDCI. We are Dr. Alain Remy, Vice Chairman of Côte d'Ivoire, of PDCI, and myself, Ambassador Bamba. We represent PDCI in this important event. We have flown all the way from Abidjan to be here in Accra, the beautiful capital city of Ghana, to be with you, to convey to the valiant people of NPP the fraternal and warm greetings of the PDCI, of all its members and of its leader, President Henri Konan Bédié, who wish an excellent course and fruitful results of your conference. Indeed, we are here today to show the solidarity of PDCI to the NPP in its fight for the promotion of the values and principles of democracy and the rule of law. We also want to express here all the admiration of the PDCI towards the NPP for its decisive contribution to the advancement of democracy in the political life of Ghana, which makes your country the beacon of democracy in West Africa, our sub-region. Finally, we would like to tell all our gratitude to the Patriotic Party for sponsoring the PDCI to become a member of the International Union of Democrats during the last IDU Forum Summit in Berlin, Germany on June 29, 2020. Long live NPP. Long live the friendship between PDCI and NPP. May God bless Ghana, Côte d'Ivoire, and Africa. I thank you.
Merci beaucoup. Merci beaucoup. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, Your Excellencies, we are still in conference, holding together, working together. At this stage, the former President of the Republic of Ghana,
former President
J.A.K.
John Ajakum Kufuor,
Gentle Giant,
is going to speak to us.
Please, silence.
Can we have some order?
Can we have some silence?
All delegates, please take your seats.
Please, some silence.
Let's listen to the former President of the Republic of Ghana,
John Ajakum Kufuor,
the Gentle Giant.
Are we ready?
Fellow party men and women, I'm happy to have this chance to welcome all of us to this all-important conference to select a new crop of the National Executive Committee that would give a functional leadership to the party from now to the year 2024, when our determination as a party is to break the 8. So our party retains power into third term, which hasn't happened before. Let us operate democratically the way our tradition demands of us. We need all the unity we can get and master within the party. So we approach 2024 as a united force, and it would be even more attractive to draw people who are perhaps not of our tradition into our fold. So with the numbers, we'll make the 50% plus one vote represented by the National Constitution to take power again. Ghana needs our party to lead it into the prosperity and transformation that must be the aspiration of all of us. So even as we meet to pick our new crop of leaders, chairman, general secretary, and other office holders to lead us forward, I want to appeal to all of you. Let us, from now, select the National Executive Committee of the party on basis not on glib talk, but on careful examination to find out the sort of leadership that would enable us regain the confidence of the people of Ghana, and let us show true respect to the idea, the vision that true sovereignty is with the people generally. When we do that, then our definition of democracy would conform with the idea eloquently expressed as government of, for, and by the people. When we do that, I tell you, most of Ghana would always rally with us and follow the party in terms of governance. I wish you well, and I wish you success in this conference. May God bless NPP and all of us.
Thank you very much, His Excellency, former President Kufuor, for such a powerful message. I hope this message will sync with conference today as we listen to His Excellency, former President John Agyekum Kufuor.
We are holding ourselves together and working together. Mr. Chairman, Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen.
Yes.
We have gotten to the final stage of session 1 of this conference.
We heard former President John Kufuor in a recorded statement to conference of the NPP where he spoke about the values of the party and others. We are still listening to speeches from invited guests and others who have been invited here to participate in the election. And I'm just taking information that President Akufo-Addo is being invited to speak to conference, and he is the President of the Republic, and by the constitution of the NPP, he is also the leader of the party when the party is in power. So he is wearing 2 hats as leader of the party and the President of the Republic, and he's about to deliver his message to conference on this very occasion. Now, we have a sneak peek of some of the things that he'll be talking about. For example, he talks about the fact that the NPP should know that the 2024 elections will be a very difficult elections. And he says that we should endeavor to elect into leadership position people who will be able to overcome the many challenges that we will face. We dare not make mistakes, and we must ensure that we elect people with a deep attachment to the timeless values and principles of the party and its tradition. He says we have shown that we are able to surmount difficulties, but we know that the NPP is at its best when we are united and operate as a focused entity. He goes on to say that it is important, therefore, that we try and avoid as much as possible acrimony as possible in the conduct of the elections. It is so much better that we don't inflict wounds on each other rather than spend time trying to mend the wounds after the election. So these are some of the things that we'll be talking about. Party unity, election of the right candidates, and not to engage in insults that will further disintegrate the party. Blake.
I mean, it's an internal contest. I mean, once the process is done, the party has the main elections to deal with. And so it's important that they see this process as a step in that direction, and not a case that you are going to go through a process where you walk away with disagreements that you are not able to recover from and get all party members on board. I mean, those who are contesting, some of them will be losing. They obviously have resources that a party can rely on.
All right, I think it is time now. Let's listen to President Akufo-Addo, who is also leader of the NPP.
Mr. Vice President, Chief of Staff of the Office of the President, Ministers and Deputy Ministers, National Chairman of our party, the party executives, national, regional, and constituency, friends, colleagues. Before I say a few words, I want you to join me in observing a minute's silence, not only for Mrs. Agnes Okujeto, who died tragically today, but also for the MCE for Bibiani, who was part of the MMDCs who came to visit with me in Accra on Tuesday, and on his way back met his tragic death in an accident. I would like all of us to remember him, a valiant son of our party and movement. May his soul and the souls of all the faithful departed rest and abide in the bosom of the Lord until the last day of the resurrection, when we shall all meet again. Amen. It's great to have you all here. Accra Stadium has never looked so good as it looks today, taken over by the new Patriotic Party. It's good to see you all here. And we're here to complete the process of internal elections of our party. The final lap in electing party officials. We began with electing polling station executives to 38,000 plus polling stations, 5-member executives. We elected 6,260 electoral area coordinators. We've elected 4,658 constituency executives and 160 regional elections. All levels of our party have been involved in these internal elections, and today we are crowning it with the national elections. No political party in Ghana has displayed the organizational skill and capacity that we in the NPP have done. And God bless the new Patriotic Party. And we've gone through these elections with a lot of composure and with unity and coherence. And my prayer is that when we finish these elections today, the same composure, the same unity, the same coherence will guide our future. I want to use this occasion also to say a big thank you to the leadership of the Trades Union Congress and organized labor for agreeing to the arrangements they came to the other day with the Minister for Employment and Labor and Minister for Finance. The agreement was in the national interest of Ghana that we should go forward to confront the difficulties of our country without the divisiveness of strikes and the confusions that they will bring. So I want to say a big thank you to organized labor for reaching this agreement, because it demonstrates also the concern that our party has always had and will continue to have for the concerns of the working people of Ghana. During the pandemic, at the height of the pandemic, when people had to stay at home, no single worker in the public sector was dismissed. No salary cuts were visited on workers in the public sector. On the contrary, not only were they paid in full and their jobs protected, we went further to make it possible to organize free water, free electricity for the ordinary people of our country. That is a measure of the concern of the Patriotic Party for working people in our country. And it is these concerns for the welfare of ordinary people that will guide the party in the negotiations that we're about to have with the International Monetary Fund. Our responsibility is to confront the difficulties that are confronting our people and find an effective solution to it. And that's exactly what we are going to do. We came to office under an IMF program a derailed IMF program which we inherited from the Mahama administration. We worked hard to exit the country from the program, and we were in the process of building a strong economy until the events of COVID and its consequences. I want to assure you and assure the people of Ghana that we're going to negotiate a good deal with the IMF, a deal that would allow us to revive our economy and to continue the task of building an even stronger economy than we had before. And we'll be in a position not only to negotiate, but implement a good arrangement. Our party, we have a tradition of taking Ghana out of difficulties. We took Ghana out of HIPIC in President Kufuor's time. We took Ghana out of the derailed IMF program of 2015. Our party was the one that made it possible for us to survive the COVID pandemic with one of the lowest mortality rates of any government, of any country, anywhere in the world. We've done it before, and believe me, we're going to do it again. And in so doing, the strong economy that we're going to build is the economy that is going to provide the platform for our victory in 2024. It is our historic duty to maintain the NPP in office under a new candidate, under a new leader, but with the same commitments to good governance, sound economic management, respect for human rights, and the rule of law. And an important step towards that victory is the work we're going to be doing today. Let us make sure that we elect the men and women who can hold us together, who can enable us to work together, and who will be able to provide the leadership for the party to be able to surmount our mantra, breaking the 8. And breaking the 8 we shall in 2024. Before I sit down, I want all of you to join me in saying goodbye to a man who was not originally with us. He belonged to another political tradition, but who saw virtue in our party and its values and decided to join us. Not only did he decide to join us, but when we had our crisis in 2015, and a handful of our members attempted to sow unnecessary seeds of discourse and confusion in our party, he stepped forward to take charge of the affairs of our party and led us. As a recent convert, he led us to victory in 2016. We maintained him in office again, and again he led us, our party, to victory in 2020. All of us, join me in saying a great big Aiko Trinkwa, congratulations to my friend Elembele Bele Blay. Elembele Blay, well done, and we thank you, and we will never forget your contribution to the progress and welfare of the new patriotic party. And God bless you in your future endeavors. The elephant is
symbol. Please be upstanding.
We shall win.
Can we all be upstanding on our feet? The elephant is
symbol.
We have walked to save Ghana. We are the new patriotic party. We are the new patriotic party. The elephants and with the symbol. We have walked to save Ghana. Put your hands together once again for the President of the Republic.
For the President of the Republic. Mr. President. Thank you.
Mr. President, we are grateful.
Mr. Chairman, Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen.
We are almost at the end of the first half of the National Delegates Conference of the NPP. The opening ceremony wrapped up by President Akufo-Addo's speech, which he just concluded. So the first part is almost come to an end. The next part will be the responsibility of the Electoral Commission to take conference through the election process, and it is the election of national officers for various positions in the party. We heard President Akufo-Addo when he spoke about the current economic challenges facing the country and his commitment to ensure that he will take Ghana out of an IMF program, and then also urging members of the conference to elect those who can hold the party together to be able to break the 8. That was the last message he gave members of the NPP, the delegates, ahead of their part in exercising the franchise to elect national officers of the party. So the first part is almost coming to an end. The second part is the responsibility of the Electoral Commission. So Lord Kome is about to make an announcement. Right, so he's just announcing what will happen is we can listen to him briefly, and then we'll analyze some of the things we've heard so far to bring the curtain down on the first part of the program.
But before that, all aspirants,
candidates
from the National Nasara Coordinator to the National Chairman, all of you, please walk in now for formal introductions.
If you miss this, then don't blame anybody.
That's your matter.
If you miss this introduction, don't blame anybody.
And please, you are not coming in with anybody.
Only aspirants.
You are coming in alone as an aspirant.
No agents, no campaign coordinators,
nobody.
No campaign managers. Only
person on the ballot. The person on the ballot. Nobody
guard. Nobody guard.
Nobody guard.
Only the candidate.
You alone are on the ballot.
Please, security at the gate. Only candidates, contesting candidates for the various positions.
No campaign manager.
Candidates.
No agent.
No bodyguard.
No bodyguard. No campaign manager. No agents.
No macho man.
No macho man anywhere.
Just you alone. You are on the ballot.
So we are watching the video right now. It's a 10-minute documentary
to showcase
as we wait for the candidates to line up. Move on to
So looks like the party is moving straight into the introduction of the aspirants. There will not be an opportunity for the aspirants to speak to the delegates ahead of the elections. That opportunity will no longer exist. What is going to happen is that the aspirants will be called upon to be introduced to their delegates before the Electoral Commission will formally take over for the election to take place. Blair has the list of those who are standing for various positions in the party. We can quickly run through them.
So first, let's start with that of the national chairperson. We know that number 1 on the ballot will be Davi Ama Gifty Asantewa Aye. She's number 1. Number 2 is Sami Krab. Number 3 is Professor Christopher Ameyawe Kumfi. Number 4 is Akwesio Say Ej. And number 5 is Stephen Ayesu in team. And number 6 is Joseph Ayikwe Otu. Number 7, Stephen Asamoah Boateng. And number 8 is Kwabena Abankwa Yeboah. So that is for the position of national chairperson. In terms of general secretary, there is number 1, John Buedu. Number 2, Idris Musa. Number 3 is Ramsey A. Ajiman Prempe. And number 4 we know was Charles Bisu. We know he's also pulled out of the race. And number 5 is Frederick Opariansa, and Justin Kodua Frimpong is number 6. It is important to also note that we know that for the chairmanship also one person also pulled out of that particular race as well. That is number 6, Joseph E. Aikwe Otu. So now to the position of National Treasurer, there is Mary Posh Odro. She is number 1 on the ballot. Charles Dramna is number 2. Sedam is number 3. And Collins Nuntriwa Nyama is number 4. For National Organizer, Bright Esilfi Kumi is number 1. Seth Edu Eje is number 2. Daniel Ikwate Titus Glover, former MP, is number 3. And Eric Amwakuchim, number 4. Henry Nana Boachi is number 5. And number 6 is Nana Owusu Fojo. For the position of National Vice Chairpersons, you have 10 individuals who are seeking the mandate of the delegates today. Ismail Yahuza, number 1. Mark Jewels Anna, number 2. Dankwa Smith Abati is number 3. And Rita Asubari is number 4 on the ballot. Number 5 is Edmond Opompepra. Number 6, Kirsten Akumi Kisi. Number 7, Derek Peku in Cancer. Number 8, Michael Omariwadi. Number 9, Nuwasu Ken Wood E. And number 10 is Alhaji Masaud Osman. And the other positions, National Women's Organizer, Kate Jemfua is number 1. And number 2 is Ellen Ama Dako. Number 3 is Hajia Sauda to Said. And for National Youth Organizer, Abanga Hussein Yakubu. He's the one who is running the slogan that will be a bit deeper. He is number 1 on it. We also have Salam Mohammed Mustafa and Prince Kamal Guma, Michael Osei Boatin being number 4. And the last one will be for National Nasara Coordinator, where you have Haruna Maiga, Abdul Rahman Diallo, number 2. Isaka Mwaza Punata, number 3. Awal Mohammed, number 4. And number 5, Suleiman Al Hassan Atako. Abdul Aziz Haruna Futa is number 6. And number 7 is Haruna Ismail. And so these are the individuals who will be slugging it out in a couple of minutes by way of the delegates who will be walking to the various booths to cast the votes, and we'll see how the MPP will be constituted by way of national officers, obviously by the end of the day.
All right, thank you very much, Blaise. So the arrangement that we just have been told, there will not be any opportunity for them to speak to the delegates. We will just go straight into the elections by the organized or to be supervised by the Electoral Commission. And so that's what we're all waiting for. The party itself is kind of arranging the process to allow it to go smoothly without any hate. So it is obviously a very tense moment now, especially if you are an aspirant for any of the various positions. I've seen Henry Nanabuachi, who is contesting national organizer, just passed by. We spoke to him earlier, and he says that he is very confident of winning, but he will not rule out any shock. And that I think is perhaps the message that is behind all of them going into this, because you cannot underestimate what the delegates can do. They've done it over and over and over again. So that should be in. But you heard the speech of President Akufo-Addo, the need for party unity, the need for them to elect people who hold the party together, because it is only true that the party, he says, can break the age. But also touch on national issues, the economic situation, decision to go to the IMF, and his determination to take the country back if there to be a program. These are some of the things that he's speaking about. Is this a right for him for some of these comments?
I mean, it is. I mean, it's a fact that the fortunes of the MPP is closely tied to the fortunes of government. And I mean, for the MPP, they admit that their first term was better. Currently, we're experiencing very serious difficulties. And so, if the party will make any inroads by way of breaking the 8 as it wants to, the president could not have hit the nail any better by making the point that it's important that they get the economy back on track. Because by getting the economy back on track, what they do is that they take the message away from the NDC about the failures that they have experienced. I mean, the party faces serious credibility issues in the sense that, I mean, we saw how the party bastardized the NDC and Mahama for taking the country to the IMF. They are now in the same boat with the NDC, even though they would want to distinguish the facts. It remains to be seen that, I mean, we have a lot of time between now and the 2024 polls, and that is how come he needs to, even though he's urging the party to elect the right people, he needs to make the point that it is very crucial that his government and the members of the party that he's working with work around the clock to ensure that they restore the economy to the states that can put the party on a strong footing. You alleviate the people of the suffering and make a strong case to be given a mandate beyond the 2024.
So I'm also going the party's official brochure for this conference. And there's this message from former President John Kufuor, which is captured in the official brochure. And I found this very interesting. It says that there is growing perception across board that politics is instead being strongly undermined by monetization to such an extent that principles and humanity, which should be the driving force behind politics, are being debased. Consequently, the difference between the parties, especially the two main political parties, NDC and NPP, is being lost to the people. We must, as the upholder of the sublime vision and value system of the Dankwa Busia tradition, resolve immediately to take all the necessary steps to redeem the trustworthiness of our party for the misperception. This conference must be used to cleanse the suspected image being forced on our party so as to restore hope, not only the rank and file of the party, but also the general public.
I mean, it has always been an issue of concern, and I listened to Asama Boateng earlier make the point about how much he spent. I know the party had raised issues about the fact that in terms of the transportation and those things that they provide for the delegates should not be provided. In fact, in times past, anytime the allegation of votes buying is raised against an individual also contest internal party elections, the argument is always that they are providing transportation and feeding for the delegates, but we've seen always that it goes beyond that. I mean, the CDD, they put out a study that analyzed how much it costs to even run to become a member of parliament, to even talk of the presidency. And we all know that you need resources to prosecute your campaign, but the concern has been the fact that resources are being used to influence delegates such that those who have them tend to be the ones that emerge victorious. And that is how come someone with the experience of former President John Ajay Kufuor will, no surprise, be making that point that the NPP may be losing identity in that regard. As to whether this will be an avenue to check that, I do not think so. From what we have heard from Stephen Asama Boateng, and we know that, I mean, that alone, I mean, if we do the estimates, we are looking at a region 2 million cities plus.
In fact, if you check, he confirmed that he's done it 3 times. So if, for example, he paid each of the 6,146 delegates transport on 3 different occasions, that will bring the amount of money he has spent so far on transportation alone to 2.456 million Ghana cedis to facilitate the movement of delegates. That's about 2.4 million Ghana cedis just to become a chairman and non-profit making and non-remunerated position in a political party.
I mean, and this is just transportation. I mean, mind you, the cost of him going around the country to meet those delegates, we've not even gotten there yet. Because obviously he's going to organize programs. He organized programs, he went around, he spoke to delegates and everything. And so, I mean, if this is the cost, really, it becomes simply impossible for someone who may be the best candidate for the party, who may have the fine ideas, but may not necessarily have the resources to be able to put himself up to contest the polls. I mean, I do not know what Mr. Asama Boateng's chances may be in this particular contest and whether he will even emerge victorious, but that is a lot of investment in this particular process. You ask yourself that, how will he get all those monies back?
Isn't it also because the party has been full dragging on punishing people who pay their way out or who pay their way through in securing positions in the party? We know, for example, they just ended Regional Delegates Congress. In the Ashanti region, for example, some of the delegates came out boldly to say that they paid certain amount of money, and yet they lost. The party says it was investigating this matter. Nothing came out of it. So it looks like silently there is some kind of endorsement of this practice, which I am optimistic that it won't go away anytime soon. Yeah, but it corrupts the moral fiber of our body policy, especially at the base. So how do you expect to elect people who've paid their way through to become accountable or to become non-corrupted in the discharge of their duties?
Yeah, I mean, I guess it puts it in a context of why people like Suleiman Abraham had made a point that, I mean, the NPP may perhaps want to postpone this particular exercise. So we heard what the chairman had to say in response to that. It's a big challenge, not just for the NPP, for all the other political parties. They still suffer this particular fate. We know that the special prosecutor has taken a keen interest in electoral processes. He's prosecuting someone, but that one has to do with approval of a nominee for the Metropolitan Municipal District Assemblies. He's prosecuting one of such cases. And I have seen posts by people suggesting that delegates conference like this is an avenue for the special prosecutor and the relevant state agencies to maybe plant individuals who will be investigating and monitoring the exercise to see whether they can bring some charges. Perhaps that could be a way that we can start to deal with some of these matters.
We can now take you back to the main platform where the aspirants for the various positions are being introduced to delegates. This will be the only opportunity for them to now sell themselves for the very last time. Let's take you back and then watch and listen to what is happening.
In the house, Futa.
Mr. Chairman, Your Excellencies, delegates, these are the candidates contesting for the position of the National Nasara Coordinator. Thank you very much. Good luck to all of you. On my list,
you may now exit the stage.
We introduce the National Youth Organizer position. Ladies and gentlemen, Abanga Fusaini Yakubu is the name.
Abanga
Fusaini.
Where is Abanga
Fusaini?
Salam Mohammed Mustafa.
Salam Mohammed Mustafa. It's a movement.
Prince Kamal Guma.
Prince Kamal Guma.
Michael Osei Boateng.
Michael Osei Boateng.
Guma.
Michael Osei Boateng.
Mr. Chairman, Your Excellencies, thank you very much. Delegates, these are the contestants for the National Youth Organizer position. We wish you well.
Thank you very much.
For the position of the National Women's Organizer,
yes,
we have three candidates. Kate Jemfua is one.
The incumbent.
Kate Jemfua.
Madam Kate Jemfua is one.
National Women Organizer of the party. Madam Kate Jemfua.
People's mother.
Ellen Amadaku.
Madam
Obumpa.
Madam Ellen.
Hajia Saudatu.
Said.
Hajia Saudatu Said. Mr. Chairman, these are the three candidates.
Three candidates for
the National Women Organizer. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
We are still moving on for the National Organizer position. The National Organizer position, we have 6 candidates.
6 of you.
Bright Esilfi Kumi.
Bright Esilfi. Yes, Bright.
Set Edu Ejay.
Diaspora 2.
Set Edu Ejay.
Daniel Nikwate. Titus
Glover. Famodi.
And the Glover.
Eric
Amwakuchum. And the Titus.
Eric Amwakuchum.
Henry Nana Boache.
Nana B.
Henry Nana Boache. Nana B.
Boache mattress.
And
Boache mattress.
Nana Ousu Fadwa.
Nana B.
Nana Ousu Fadwa. These are your candidates for the National Organizer position.
Yes.
And the Glover.
Good luck and we wish you
well.
Nana B. Eric Chum. Esilfi.
Mr. Chairman, Your Excellencies, for the position of National Treasurer, we have 4 contestants. Mary Posh Odro is here.
Mary Posh.
Madam Mary Posh Odro.
Mary Posh.
Dr. Charles Jamina.
Dr. China.
AKA Dr. China. Dr. Yusuf Tedam. And then Collins Nuama.
CNN. Collins Nuama, CNN.
The CNN man.
4 gentlemen contesting.
The CNN and the lady.
And a lady contesting to keep the funds of the party.
Mr. Chairman, for the National Vice Chairpersons. Thank you very much. We wish you well.
And the CNN.
National Vice Chairpersons.
The chairpersons.
We have 10 contestants. Delegates are going to select 3 of them. Delegates, you are selecting 3 out of this 10 that I'm mentioning to you. Ishmael Yahuza is here.
Ishmael Yahuza.
Mark Jewels, J. Annan is here. Dankwa Smith Bute.
Chairman Bute.
Richard Talata Asabaye.
And the Talata. Madam Talata.
Edmond Opon Pipra.
Edmond Opon Pipra.
Mr. Pipra.
Kingston Okumin Kisi.
Kinsley Akumin Kisi.
Derek Kwekun Kansa.
Derek Kwekun Kansa.
Michael Omariwadia.
Michael Omariwadia.
Chairman Wadia.
Nuwasu.
Kenwood Nuwasu.
And the Volta
Alhaji
Nuwasu.
Masaudu Osman.
Alhaji Masaudu Osman Buga Buga.
Delegates, now listen attentively. You are selecting 3 out of this 10. You are selecting 3 out of this 10. We wish you well. Good luck.
Thank you. And
Mr. Chairman, to the position of General Secretary.
Hey! The party secretary. The general secretary.
Ladies and gentlemen. Ladies and gentlemen. Ladies and gentlemen.
Ladies and gentlemen.
Ladies and gentlemen.
For the position of General Secretary.
Ladies and gentlemen.
For the position of General Secretary.
Mesdames et messieurs.
Mr. President, Your Excellency.
Yes.
Your Excellency.
John Buadu is number 1.
The incumbent General Secretary of the NPP.
JB.
Adrian Kassia. John Buadu.
Idris Musa is number 2.
Idris Musa
Superior. JB.
Ramsaya Ajiman Prempa is number 3.
JB.
Frederick K. Opari Ansa is number 4.
Watuse.
Opari Ansa.
Watuse.
Number 4.
And then Justin Kodia Frimpong is number 5.
Kodia Frimpong.
JFK.
Ladies and
JFK.
Justin Kodia Frimpong.
Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen.
Ladies and gentlemen.
Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen.
JFK.
These are your 5 candidates.
The secretary of the party.
5 candidates for General Secretary.
These are your 5 candidates.
You choose one.
Contesting for the position.
Only one.
Of the General Secretary of the party.
Yes.
I want to go through it again. John Buadu is number 1.
John Buadu
is number 1.
Number 1.
Superior.
Ramsey Ajiman Prempe number 3. Frederick Opari Ansa number 4. Justin Kodia Frimpong is number 5. Thank you very much. We wish you well.
Thank you very much.
To all of you.
We are most glad and grateful to all of you.
Gentlemen.
And now to the most powerful.
Permit me. We have some of our delegates who missed the roll call. Saudatu. Aspirant woman organizer.
Contesting for National Women Organizer. And
Abanga. Obiarabe Didi Peche.
Sulemana Atakpo for National Coordinator.
Yes.
And then
next time
for Youth Organizer.
Yes. All right.
For Youth Organizer.
All right.
All right. Well, Mr. President, Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, for the national chairmanship position, we have 8. 1 is opted out. So we have 7. Davia Magifti Asantewa Aye.
The only woman in the contest.
Davia Ama
for chairmanship.
The only woman contesting for
chairmanship.
Madam Davia Ma Asantewa Aye.
Madam Daviama, a wave. Thank you very much, Madam Daviama.
Sami Crab.
Mr. Sami Crab.
Can you be national chairman candidate?
Yes.
Professor Christopher Ameyao Ekufi.
Christopher Emiyao Ekufi.
And the prof.
Professor Emiyao Ekufi.
Akwesi Osei Ajay.
Yes,
Akwesi Osei Ajay, contesting for national chairman. And
Stephen Ayensu
Intim.
Stephen Intim.
Stephen Ayensu Intim.
Stephen
national
Intim.
chairman. Stephen Ayensu Intim. For national chairman of the party.
Honorable Stephen Asamoah
Asabi, contesting for national chairman of the party.
Kwabena Abankwa Yeboah. Mr. Chairman, Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, these are the 7 contesting for the national chairmanship position of our party.
Yes.
Good luck. Well done.
Good luck to you all.
We wish you well done.
Good luck to you all.
God bless you all in this contest.
Watch out.
So there you have it. The men and women, they have done self-introspection. They've done due diligence. They've done SWOT analysis of their everything. And they came to the conclusion that they are more than capable of leading the NPP into battle, of leading the NPP for the next 4 years. And there you saw them, their introduction, the applause, the facial expression, the everything. That is all part of a grand scheme to present them as capable of leading the NPP for the next 4 years. And you heard the names: Stephen Asamoah Boateng, Stephen Ayensu Intim, Professor Amir Kumfi, Osei Ajay, Sammy Crab, and all of them came in. They've been shown to the delegates, and the delegates have the ultimate responsibility of deciding among these men and ladies who is more capable of leading the NPP. You saw the applause. You heard the welcoming gestures. To what extent will this play a key role in determining how the votes will go?
I mean, it simply shows how popular a candidate is. It may not necessarily translate into votes, but I mean, if you are a John Boadu and you support John Boadu, I mean, what we witnessed here at the Accra Sports Stadium for JFK when he was mentioned, I mean,
I heard the applause for both of them, John Boadu and JFK, almost the same. Then I saw the Samu sign and all of those. It appears to me it's going to be a very close contest, so close to call at the end of the day.
I think it's like I said earlier on. I mean, this is the main, contest. It's the main position that people will be slagging it out for. We all know the importance of a general secretary of the party, effectively the chief executive officer of the party, the one who is paid to run the affairs of the party. A very important position, and it's no surprise that it's facing such, stiff contest. In terms of the other positions that we also
we can go through.
Yes, let's start again from the national chairperson. And there are 8 individuals that are contesting. Number 1 is Davi Ama Gifty Asantua Aye. She's number 1. Number 2 is Sammy Crab. You remember Sammy Crab?
Former first vice chair of the party. He was suspended during the Afoko Kwabena Japan issue. He later apologized and was pardoned. So that's how come he is appearing on the list.
Have you seen him campaign? I've not seen much of him.
No, in fact, I heard him on one of the radio stations last week. But I wasn't too sure whether he was actually contesting. Now it's confirmed that he's on the ballot.
Yeah, very interesting. Candidate number 2 there, Sammy Crab. Number 3 is Professor Christopher Ameya Kumfi. We all know him, a former education minister. Akwesi Osei Ajay is number 4. Number 5
Akwesi Osei Ajay is actually a former deputy foreign affairs minister, former member of parliament for Edusu Jaben during the Kufuor
administration. Yes, and we also have Stephen Ayensu Intim. Doesn't need any introduction.
He's a serious contest. Today he may turn the tables.
I think the chairs too, not very good for him. He should be comfortable with that as well. We'll see whether this time around things will go his way. Number 6 should have been Joseph Ayikwe too, but he's not contesting this one. Stephen Asamoah Boateng, number 7, and Kwabena Abankwa Yeboah, number 8. That is for the national chairperson position. For general secretary, we know that number 1 is John Boadu, the incumbent general secretary. Number 2 is Idris Musa, superior like he's called. Number 3 is Ramsey A. Ajiman Prempe. And number 4 should have been Charles Bisu. We also know that he's pulled out. And we also have number 5 being Frederick Opari Ansa. And number 6 is Justin Kodua Frimpong. And National Treasurer Mary Posh Odro, number 1. Charles Jomna is number 2. They call him Dr. China. And number 3 is Yusuf Tedam. And number 4 is Collins Nuntriwa Myanmar. For national organizer, we have number 1 being Bright Esilfi Kumi. Number 2 is Seth Edu Eje. Number 3 is Daniel Ni Kwate Titus Glover. Number 4 is Eric Amwakuchum. Number 5 is Henry Nana Boache. And number 6 is Nana Owusu Fojo. For national vice chairperson, we have Ismail Yahuza, number 1, Mark Jewels Anna, number 2, and Dankwa Smith Batley, number 3. Rit Asubayire is number 4. Rita Asubayire is number 4. Number 5 is Edmond Opon Pipra. Number 6 is Christine Akumin Kisi. Number 7 is Derek Kweku in Cancer. Number 8, Michael Omari Wadie. Number 9 is Nuwasu Ken Wood. And number 10 will be Alhaji Masaudi Osman.
So we are wrapping up here, and then we'll take you to the studios of JoyNews. They have a panel that's going to do justice to most of the things that we've heard so far, and then they'll also be analyzing the strength and the weakness of the candidates, and they probably will be making a projection as to who is most likely to emerge victorious in any of the categories that we have. Fact of the matter is that this conference, those who are voting right are just a few. They are just 6,164. The electoral college is clearly spelled out. So there's no outsider who will come in. So if you hear so much noise and they are not delegates, it may fool you. And there are a few people who will be doing so. The Electoral Commission, they're just about to, Mark Menu, who is the chairman of the planning committee that put together this whole exercise, is addressing the conference. Let's go live to them. After that, we'll take you to the studio as we wrap up here and then come back later when the election is underway.
Awiti Mawusi and Honorable Amin Anta are grateful to all for the support given to us. And our Director of IT is here, Eric Nto. We are grateful for the support you have given to us throughout the process, the electoral process. I will believe that as we start the voting, the counting, the declaration, and ultimately the collation of all the results, you will continue to give us that support until it is finally done. So we thank you and continue to give us the support. We need peace, civility in this election. Our main target is 2024, when we need to hold on together and work together to win power in 2024. Thank you very much. At this point, let me also say that the Congress has been hit with an injunction against our TESCON delegates and our local proxy delegates. So this group of people will not be voting. Our TESCON delegates.
Well, thank you very much for staying with us. We are your election headquarters, and we're bringing you live coverage of the NPP's National Delegates Conference. This transpires every year. It's an activity that they have, but this time there are a lot to contend for. There's a lot at stake. But let me quickly bring in my guest who is here in the studio with me, and then we'll walk you through what has been happening thus far. Joining me in the studio, Director for the Center for European Studies, also a political science lecturer. And guess what? Someone who has been there through the thick of things in terms of politics, Dr. Kwame Asasante. Doc, thank you so much for joining the conversation.
Thank you, Ben.
You've seen what has transpired so far. So just a few things I want us to quickly look at before we get to other salient bits and before we return to the Accra Sports Stadium. This event was supposed to have started at around 9 in the morning, as we were told. It started at close to 3 o'clock. We've had key personalities make certain comments. Interesting among them, Stephen Asamoah Boateng, Asabi, as we know him, and he's gunning for the national chairperson slot. And he interestingly talks about the fact that, look, money is exchanging hands, and that, you know, things are being done that he doesn't feel will inure to the benefit of the party. In fact, when you look at what he says he, who is even not spending, has given out some money, summing up to about 400 CDs to some delegates, assuming he gave to all 6,146, but we know there are different dynamics in there. From the NEC and other representatives of the party who may not necessarily be a part of that delegates bid. But if you put all of what he says together, multiply that by the number of delegates, you would get a whopping 2,456,800 CDs. The question is, if he is alleging that money is going round, and even this bit about giving them TNT should not have happened, per what the party has been telling us. But if that happened, and he is spending this much, then we'll be asking ourselves, how about those he's accusing? do you get it? On the other end. We've also heard from President Akufo-Addo. He delivered that speech, and of course, he spoke about the fact that they had taken us through COVID-19, that they had worked hard. In fact, they had given us free water, free electricity, and all of that. He talks about the fact that they inherited an economy that had foisted the IMF on us. They have to bring us out, and now we're going back, but they'll get us a good arrangement, and that they've done it before, they will do it again. Let's analyze some of these issues. We also have, and maybe we'll start the conversation from there. Peter Boama Otokuno, Dr. Peter Boama Otokuno. He threw a bit of a jibe at the vice president, saying that, look, the economic whiz kid has now become a digital or digitalization poster boy. And then he brought some kenke, dokono, fanti kenke. In fact, if we can, we'll just take that insert, that clip of Peter Boama Otokuno right before you come in with your comments. Sure. And what he had to say when they were given the opportunity to say something.
Ladies and gentlemen, I take particular notice of the levels of ostentation on display and regret deeply, rather deeply, that the NPP do not exhibit any modicum of the ability to appreciate the need to be sensitive to the people of Ghana in these times of great suffering and pain. Fellow countrymen, ladies and gentlemen, the new patriotic party remains the luckiest political organization in Ghana, having to enjoy undeserving level of goodwill from the people, yet have only offered poor leadership, incompetent leadership, leading to the current economic meltdown and hardship for all Ghanaians. The NPP government have been privileged to benefit from a total of about 500 billion Ghana cedi in revenues and about 400 billion cedis in borrowed inflows, compared to some meager 200 billion that accrued under their predecessor, the nation builder, His Excellency John Dramani Mahama. Incidentally, Ukraine-Russia war and COVID-19 has become the convenient whipping board. Tolerance. Ladies and gentlemen, in wrapping up, finally, when we were coming, I decided to buy a ball of kenke. This ball of kenke sells for 5 cedis. The leaves on the kenke alone will be 3 cedi, more expensive than the kenke itself. And guess what, ladies and gentlemen? Guess what, ladies and gentlemen? I bought the kenke with my Ghana card.
Thank you very much.
It's great to have you all here. Accra Stadium has never looked so good as it looks today, taken over by the new patriotic party. It's good to see you all here. And we're here to complete the process of internal elections of our party. The final lap in electing party officials. We began with electing polling station executives to 38,000 plus polling stations, 5-member executives. We elected 6,260 electoral area coordinators. We've elected 4,658 constituency executives and 160 regional elections. All levels of our party have been involved in these internal elections, and today we are crowning it with the national elections. No political party in Ghana has displayed the organizational skill and capacity that we in the NPP have done. And God bless the new patriotic party. And we've gone through these elections with a lot of composure and with unity and coherence. And my prayer is that when we finish these elections today, the same composure, the same unity, the same coherence will guide our future. I want to use this occasion also to say a big thank you to the leadership of the Trades Union Congress and organized labor for agreeing to the arrangements they came to the other day with the Minister for Employment and Labor and Minister for Finance. The agreement was in the national interest of Ghana that we should go forward to confront the difficulties of our country without the divisiveness of strikes and the confusions that they will bring. So I want to say a big thank you to organized labor for reaching this agreement, because it demonstrates also the concern that our party has always had and will continue to have for the concerns of the working people of Ghana. During the pandemic, at the height of the pandemic, when people had to stay at home, no single worker in the public sector was dismissed. No salary cuts were visited on workers in the public sector. On the contrary, not only were they paid in full and their jobs protected, we went further to make it possible to organize free water, free electricity for the ordinary people of our country. That is a measure of the concern of the Patriotic Party for working people in our country.
Well, here we are back in the studio, and you heard two inserts there, two clips. The first of them from Peter Boamo Otokuno, who spoke on behalf of the NDC. And we've also just heard His Excellency, the President, speaking at the National Delegates Conference at the Accra Sports Stadium. We've had a number of people speaking at this event, but of course, capping it, Mr. President. Let's come into the studio. And the motto, the catchphrase, holding together, working together, Doc. And you heard the President there. What do you make of, and maybe I should just read what's in the brochure His Excellency the President says about this entire drive. He says, quote, "We should endeavor to elect into leadership positions people who will be able to overcome the many challenges that we face. We dare not make mistakes, and we must ensure that we elect people with a deep attachment to the timeless values and principles of the party and its tradition." For you, looking at how things have panned out so far, we didn't start on time, we started almost 6 hours late and all of that. What in a summary, description has the enterprise been like thus far?
If you look at what has transpired so far, yes, even though the program delayed a little bit, but the good news is that it's well organized, it's peaceful, and I believe that it's going to continue as they begin to vote. I am also happy about some of the statements heard from the leadership of the party, especially the president, saying that yes, the way it has started peacefully, it is his hope that it will end so, and that will guide their future. It is important. That statement is very instructive in the sense that you need peace, as now you have a lot of challenges within the system. The party itself must have peace, so that there is peace within the party, and out of which you can build on and then have a very solid, robust system. So that message is well said, and I think it drives home the point.
You feel it will resonate with the people. We also heard from former President Kufuor, who was sending goodwill messages as well. But interesting there, I just have to sneak in this bit. We saw a bit of a flyer, posted by Sarah Adjasafo, also wishing the delegates and the party well. Looking at our situation, her situation currently, and everything surrounding, what has happened. I think it was was it the PNP or the PP? No, I suppose it was the PMC. The lady who represented them at the NPP's Delegates Conference, talking about the fact that they should ensure that she remains as a member of Parliament and all of that because of the paucity of numbers of women in Parliament. How does that rub off on you?
It is true that we need women in Parliament, but the rules of democracy do not engage some of these behaviors, that you need to play according to the rules of the game. So, now the difficulty is that he has said to have crossed the line by staying out of Parliament for a number of days, and he's put before the Privileges Committee, and they have also come out with their findings. All right, let's wait. Let's see how they will implement it. But that one, nobody can save it. The rules of the game will remain.
But is it the rules basically that are playing out? People have spoken about the fact that look, it's becoming a male-centered party. You saw someone, in fact, that very lady put up the brochure for this event and pointed to the fact that even all the figures there are male. And all of that. And again, you look at what has happened in Parliament, even before going to the plenary, the committee, Privileges Committee, and the fact that there seems to be this, move towards pardoning the Member of Parliament for Ayawaso Central, Henry Quarty, the Member of Parliament for Asin Central, Kennedy Japan, and all of that. And some are saying, well, maybe she's not doing herself a bit of service by not showing up. But some also saying that we are pushing her away simply because she's a woman.
I'm not sure it is because she's a woman that she's going through the process that way. I'm sure they are looking at the gravity of the alleged offense that he has committed and the punishment for it. I'm not sure that any party in this country would target women and eliminate them from the political space. It will be counterproductive to whatever you do within the party, because women are very integral part of every political and civilized system, for which reason nobody will toy with that at all. So I'm not sure that is the case. But the real case is that she has absented herself for a number of days, for which reason he has to go through the process. Let's wait and let's see how the process goes. For me, I don't think so. Otherwise, then we are saying that if women cross the line, we have to pardon them, and that we must treat them with kid gloves. No, democracy hinges on rule of law, and that there is nobody who is above anything, because there are two principles in rule of law: equality before the law and due process. That whatever
they go hand in hand.
Yeah, they go hand in hand. So I think that is the name of the game. And then the good news also is that in a democracy, when a decision is taken and you are not happy, you have the right to appeal.
Right. Let's take apart some of the things that I made mention of earlier. I was talking about, so we played two clips. The first one had to do with Peter Boama Otokuno's jibe at the vice president. He calls him, first of all, an economic whiz-kid turned into a digital poster boy. And then there's the ball of kinky that he hoists up and says he bought it for 5 cedis, pointing to the economic conditions of the country and going to the IMF. There was a bit of a response from the president because the vice president didn't get to speak. But your quick reaction to that before we get to what the president said.
Yes, what Dr. Tukuno said, if you look at the first one, with regard to the kinky issue, it is nothing but the stark reality on the ground, that times are hard, we are in difficult economic situation, and that's the reality, right? Except that, you know, you can understand the drama and then the where the statement was made and all that. But it is true that we are in difficult times. Economy is facing some challenges and all that. The second issue about the jibe against the vice president about digitization and all that. Digitization for me is a good thing because it's in tune with the principles of what good governance, where we're saying that one of its tenets is what accountability, accessibility in regard to transparency. How can you ensure transparency in a system that is driven by what? The principles of good governance, that you should be able to have access to whatever holders of political power do on your behalf. Digitization is the key and the way to go. A lot of things that the vice president has said with regard to digitization, I am for it, because that is a driver. We are able to, by pressing a button, you are able to reach where hitherto it was very difficult to get to. And these are things that really, strengthen the frontiers of democracy and give people hope and confidence that they are aware of what is being done on their behalf. So that's fine. The jibe, I know it's just a political talk, and I believe in that. But
in fact, he went a step further to even, you followed what
yes.
That institution recently, Accra Business College, I think. And he also spoke about the Ghana card. I'm sure you remember when the vice president said that he would prefer, having the Ghana card to 1,000 interchanges. And Peter Bomo also said that, he had even gone ahead to buy everything with his Ghana card.
But that statement from the vice president, I believe that was wrong.
It was wrong?
Yes, it was. That he believed to have the Ghana card than any interchanges or whatever. No. There are
he actually said 1,000.
1,000, fine. Because much as we want to believe that the Ghana card is very good, it is also important to build the infrastructure of this country. All right. And so the two go hand in hand. One is not better than the other. But I believe that, yes, digitization is good. But at the same time, I also believe that infrastructure is equally important. Drive around. Just give yourself the opportunity to drive around. You see, traffic light infrastructure broken down. And this country want to even fight, road accident and all that. This is one of the causes. And nobody, do we think that it doesn't matter? It does. So sometimes the political communication on the part of our leader, the VIP, I believe that it has to be measured and tempered so that it doesn't generate that type of responses, which we believe that sometimes is a waste of everybody's time from those who accuse him. Because the real issues, let's confront them and then leave the peripheral issues.
Interestingly, he was due to speak today, he together with others. We do not know whether for the sake of time, but they did not allow them to speak. In fact, John Bwedu, for example, General Secretary of the party, was supposed to speak, maybe because of time constraints. Yes. All of those had to be taken out. But just to chip in that the NDP's representative, National Democratic Party, also came and spoke about the fact that free SHS is a good thing, and it shouldn't be touched, that government shouldn't touch it. I'm sure he was speaking in line with expectations when we go the way of the IMF, when we're given a program, so that there'll be no cuts in there. But you have to react to that.
I think the free SHS thing, people have expressed their views about it. Is their hope and prayer that it's not scrapped and all that. Yes, we can hope upon hope, but the real decision will be taken by IMF after they've done the examination, assess the program thoroughly, and a decision. So let us brace ourselves for things of that nature. But we can't tell because for all you know, it is not part of the scheme of the fund, and that they want to jettison it. All right, what would you say? Because once we go on that route of the IMF, be prepared for anything that comes to you, because then something went wrong. That is why you are there. And for which reason they are trying to bail you out, they can set conditions for you which will not be favorable. Let us expect that.
I just want to add a bit of a snippet before we get into the president's speech, because he responds to some of the comments that were made. But now that we're talking about, free SHS, for example, I've interacted with you in the past on the back of it. Yeah. Should we, for example, if someone can afford to pay, and others have sat on our platforms, even members of this party, the ruling party, and said that, if I can pay, why are you paying for me? But the other side of the argument is this is a mass product to ensure that those who have not benefited in the past can benefit now. Those who ordinarily maybe wouldn't have been or had access to education can also have access to education at that level. But you look at the constraints we are facing now, economic, and we also have a situation where the buffer stock company, for example, is not able to meet demand. The suppliers were owed over 400 million Ghana cedis. We paid about 100 million. That's just about a quarter of it. In recent times, you've heard about schools without food, children going without sugar. They have to carry their own sugar, bread, institutions and up north, down south, talking about the fact that, look, we don't even have enough to last us for about a fortnight or a week if you don't come to our aid and all of that. So looking at all of these, what do you think we should be doing, even if the IMF reaches out in terms of the free SHS program?
We should begin to look at some of the programs which we think are not yielding the needed resource. All right.
Is free SHS
free SHS is a good one, but the issue is that do we have what it takes to fund it? That is the problem, and that is why people are saying that why don't you charge people who can pay, give them an opportunity to fund the program? I don't think it's a bad idea, because there are people, even from class 1 to university, they will be able to support in terms of funding of their wards, school fees. And then let us give the opportunity to those who, under normal circumstances, without this program, they wouldn't have been in school and all that. Let's give them. So when we talk about equality, we are talking about equality in terms of opportunities that are available for those who have and those who have not. Those who have, why do you want to give them more? It doesn't make sense to anybody. And this will save us from, being unable to handle some of our responsibilities, such as what? Providing food for the kids in school. One of the things that explain what we are experiencing in the secondary school without food is that, look, growing up as a little boy and then later in secondary schools, we had school farms, which were supporting effectively
my alma mater, Bishop Herman, we used to do a lot of weeding, school farm, yams, maize, all those kinds of things. And people have said that that is part of the problem. Now that is not in there. So the schools themselves are not self-sufficient. Some had poultry farms. And all of that, right?
Why have we abandoned all these things? We can begin to go in there, begin to have school farms, poultry. We develop, we engage in fish production and all that. Then from that exercise, the school can even have what? IGF. Right, without necessarily relying upon government to come and supply them with basic needs such as chalk and what have you. The school can generate its own IGF. Look at the University of Ghana, for instance. It has what you and I were there, and we saw the night market. It has outlets that sells university rice, it sells university farm products and all that. That must be emulated in all the schools so that the little that we can get from government can come and augment what we have there.
I guess on that subject, I mean, that just came in, and subsequently we'll have ample time. I mean, a lot of people have had their thoughts on this, but let's take a quick look before we get into the aspirants, because we're getting into the election proper shortly. The president's speech, very quickly. He says, we inherited an IMF program, we are going back for a program, we'll get a good arrangement, we've done it before, we'll do it again. It's our historic duty to retain the NPP in office under a different leader, but the same principles of the NPP. We shall break the 8 in 2024. Your reactions?
Very difficult statement the president made with regard to the fact that they will break the 8. Yes, I want to respect that position that they are doing everything possible to break the 8. But is it that simple? Let's look at it in detail. If you say you want to break the 8, we are talking about voting. One of the factors that influences voter choices in this country is the economy. All right, so you need to fix it so that people will have means of livelihood. And if you don't do this, and now, or you are unable to do it, and you are inviting the IMF in, on what basis are you going to campaign? Let us remember that when we talk about politics, we are talking about contest of idea and the referendum of your work. What are you going to stand on to campaign? Is it the economy that somebody handle it on your behalf? What kind of message are you going to churn out to people to believe you that if they hand over the economy to you, another time you'll be able to sustain it? That is a daunting task for them. Issue of, apart from the economy, issue of infrastructure. And these things are born out of what? The proceeds of a very solid economy. If you have a sound economy, you will generate enough in terms of resources to develop some of your programs, such as infrastructure. By at a portion of the Constitution which says that a government must make conscious effort to supply, or as it were, make it possible for every part of this country to have their fair share of the infrastructure development. Can the government now boast of being able to develop that within the period we have ahead of us? Let us remember that the election will take place in 2024. Anything that the government does there, meanings will be read into that. So government, technically speaking, has 1.5 years to finish this product. Is it this project? Is it the case that the government will be able to do it within this short period? That makes it very difficult to break the 8. And more so when you look at issue of unemployment. Employment is a major issue, and
it's always been an issue.
Yeah, it is true that if you look at the first tenure, the NPP government did well by hiring a number of youth and all that. But the second term, the process is being slow. Look at even where we had stable job for people who were not working and they were working. You threw them out through the cancellation of the toll booth system, which were employing sizable number of people. Today, what are they doing? They are compounding the already existing problem that we're trying to deal with. And the issue of, getting education, which is part of the things that influence voter choices, there's no doubt in my mind that the free SHS program is solid and is good. But do we have what it takes to support it? And if you want to take a quick review of it, and there is a need for you to, do certain things to save the program, you are likely, the best option for you is likely to be able to fund some people and you will not be able to fund. And these things will go against your chances of breaking the 8. But having said all that, it is too early in the days yet, because there is always a way out. They need to think hard, think outside the box, and be able to create opportunities to handle some of these things.
So I'm looking here at the NPP's USA poll for the National Delegates Conference. That was held on the 13th and 14th of July, just a few days ago. And it makes for interesting reading, some of what we are seeing here by way of results. So when we return, we're going to take a bit of a break, Doc. When we return, we're going to be taking a quick look at this, and then we'll go to the Accra Sports Stadium, where the real action is going down as the delegates gear up to vote. We are your election headquarters. Do stay. We'll be right back. We are your election headquarters. Thank you for staying with us. We're still here talking about the NPP's National Delegates Conference that is ongoing today. They're still at it. And interesting, let me just, apprise you of this tweet put out by Gabi Ochredako earlier in the day. I smiled when I saw it because of the dynamics at play. But this is what he says. He posted on Twitter, listening to the delegates, and for you as well, Doc, those I tipped to win the NPP national officers race Saturday are in team, Stephen Ayesu in team for chairperson, JB, John Bwedu for general secretary, Nana B for organizer, Kate Jemfua for women's organizer, Dr. China for treasurer, Rita and Kisi for vice chairs, and Salam for youth. May the best out of all 45 candidates win. Now, let's take a look at when the delegates in the United States voted, what the outcome was. That's an interesting one, and I'll just take you to that. Hopefully we can project it as well when we have the details. But it makes for interesting analysis and reading, Doc. You also have a copy of that. Let's just take a quick look at it. So you have, for the national chairperson, we're looking at Stephen Ayesu team, Stephen Asamoah Boateng. They seem to be in a sort of deadlock, dead heat, almost a photo finish. But some have tipped John Bwedu all the same. But when we look at what panned out in the United States, 83 of them, of course, these are smaller numbers. I have to put that out there. The real numbers are here on the ground in Ghana, over 6,100 of them. But in the United States, 83 of them voting for Stephen Ayesu and team, giving him a 63 percentage point gain there. In fact, a win. And his closest contender, Stephen Asamoah Boateng, raking in 18 votes, the equivalent of 14% of the voting. But then you come to the national vice chairperson, and that's where it begins to get interesting, because guess who polled the highest, 51% with 67 votes? That is Rita Talata Asobayire. Doc, let's stick with these two for now. Any surprises in there?
I'm not surprised. Why? First, if you look at Intim, Intim has been around. Fifth time. As an experienced person. He has demonstrated that he's in touch with the grassroots, the rank and file, the top brass. Intim, when he was contesting over the years, I was a reporter then. So we covered some of these things. He's a man of strategy and he has ideas. And, he flows with a whole lot of it. Very disciplined and firm. And at this time, you need a leader who is bold, who has vision, and has strategy, all right? Because when it comes to the game of numbers, you need a strategy to outwit your opponent, especially when you are in such crisis, this financial crisis. So somebody like this as the backbone of the party as a chairman, I have no doubt in my mind that he can be a very fine gentleman with regards to what the post we are talking about. So in Tim, I'm not surprised that he pulled that number, all right? If you look at Asamoah Boateng, very good material.
Asabi, right.
Asabi. He has, ever since he returned to Ghana and worked under President Kufuor, he has distinguished himself as somebody who has what it takes to lead his society and all that. Remember, he was an MP, so many times has been a minister, and he's a cell in all the places. But except that, look, penny in the penny, if you look at the results, then you realize that Intim has been around for a long time. So experience can come in. If you look at the women's...
so that's the national vice chairperson.
Yeah, the national vice
slot.
Chair.
And you would see that per Gabi, what he was expecting was that so Rita Asobayire and Kisi would get the nod, but there's a bit of a twist at play, because yes, we have Rita Talata Asobayire raking in, garnering 67 of the votes, 51%. Yes. But guess who's in second position? The person who is now first national vice chairperson, Michael Omari Wadie. Coming in. I remember interacting with Wadie a few weeks ago and having a personal interaction with him. And he made mention of the fact that it's not about those going around, making all the noise and all of that. On D-Day, we'll see what exactly is going to happen. Mind you, he is first national vice chairperson of the party currently. He polled 31 votes, 23%, and then Kisi comes in third with only 9 votes, the equivalent of 7%. But again, mind you, this is just the USA delegates.
But it speaks volume here, because one, you are dealing with what? The United States of America, where gender is an important component in any electoral equation. So I'm not surprised that this thing has rubbed off our people who are there. I'm talking about Ghanaians, and for that matter, those in NPP, and they are voting this way. Added to this, we can also say that, look, back home, you realize that we don't joke with gender. people have chastised the whole process that it's all male affair and all that. But that one I discounted because the floor was open for, the opportunity was given to everybody to show if you are interested and then file and contest. People did not show up. But once you are getting the women coming up, it is a statement that is being thrown out there that, look, you can see surprises. Of course, this Kate person has really, if you see Gabby's tweet, in the minds of those who matter in the party, they believe that he's worth the material and worth the position that he wants to occupy. You need people like that to drive the party. This is not a time to experiment or play games. You need people who can deliver the public good once and for all. So if this woman is fit for purpose, why not? And the people have really crowned her effort. Yeah.
But you also look at Stephen Ayesu and team, briefly going back to yesterday's analysis with Evans and with Sanamo, and you would realize that though he's a perennial contender, the gap between him and the winner, the eventual winner, over the years has been widening. Yeah. You get it. So that's something else to contend with. But let's take a quick look at some of the others. There's only one more surprise in there, but looking at all the others, the national treasurership position, Collins, Nyama getting the nod from the USA delegates, national organizer, maybe unsurprisingly, Henry Nanabuache Nanabi getting the nod, Katie Jemfua getting the nod for national women's organizer with 77 votes, 58% of the votes. Then Prince Kamal Guma, national youth organizer, 51, that is 39%, and Awal Mohammed, 45 votes, that is 34%. We're talking about the USA and the delegates of the NPP and how they voted. But another interesting one, the General Secretary.
Yes.
That position.
Yes.
You would have a certain JFK, is Justin Kodua from Paul, but yeah, they've made it into JFK. He gets 70 of the votes, which accounts for 53% of the votes polled. Now, for me, this is a bit of a concern because John Wedu is second with 44 votes, and then others follow from there. But what does this really mean to you?
I'm not surprised because if you look at how the last election went and the results we saw in Parliament, 137, it tells you that the executives, they did not, perform to expectation. And much of the work that is done in that regard, you are talking about the chairman, you are talking about what? The secretary.
Right.
And of course, you are talking about the organizers. So people believe that, yes, we have to kick them and then bring in new energy, especially when you have this government which is not ready to reshuffle and inject fresh energy into the system. People believe that then this, if we get opportunity to change the status quo, then let us move in there. For me, that balance is a good one because for you to go and face 2024, you need a leader who is strong, a leader who is visionary, a leader who has strategy and can garner the vote for you, and must be supported by a scribe who is very active, who has organizational skills, and who can, look ahead and then predict something and work towards the realization of that thing. So if people have found that in Kodua, I believe that it is a signal that things may happen this evening in terms of the election. For me, it's a good signal.
It's a good signal, and we're also looking at John Wedu, whose popularity seems to be, his general performance seems to have been tapering off ahead of, these elections. A cause for worry for him? Especially looking at the charge from JFK?
Oh, definitely. It's a concern that you will express or share. But if you have done your homework, this is not the time to change anything. People's minds are already made, and they are going to vote. But it tells you that when such positions are given to you, people expect a lot. I have no doubt that the gentleman over the years has done his bit, has supported his party through thick and thin. But what we are seeing, or what we saw in the last election, is a reflection of the fact that something went amiss, for which reason the people want to fix that. And the earlier they did that, the better. Because other than that, you are going to have, now that you have difficult economic challenges, you have problems within the economy, problems in managing the resources of the country. If you have leaders who cannot also fight head on, is going to what, double jeopardy. And I'm not sure the party is ready for that. They have experienced that in 1969, and I'm not sure they want to do a recount of that bitter experience this time around.
I'll have us take a look shortly at the current crop of leaders of the NPP, but I want us to single out the national or perennial contender for the national chairmanship slot. So you would know that Stephen Ayesu Ntim, for example, in 2001, he got the position of first vice chairperson because they vote for the chairman of the party, and then for the chair people, they vote in a pool. And so whoever comes first becomes the first vice chair, the second, and following from there. 2001, he was first vice chairperson, getting 40.58% of the vote. Following that, he went to contest 2005, 2010, 2014, 2018, and 2022. And each time, well, at least 2022, we know that is going to happen now. But all the way till 2018, he kept losing. It was a losing streak. So 47.18% in 2005, 45.89% in 2010. That is 1,804 votes. In 2014, his votes dwindled even further to 31.69%. And then in 2018, he lost again with 45.28%. And people are asking whether such a perennial loser, so to speak, can spearhead the effort of the party going into an election as crucial as this. Because you look at the crop of leaders they have now, from Freddie Blair, who is not going to continue at post. You have John Bwedu, who is General Secretary and gunning to stay there. You have Kwabena Abankwah, the National Treasurer. You have Samia Wuku, the National Organizer, who is not contesting this time round. He's with the NLA, the Director General. You have Kejimfua, who is still in the mix. Then you have Henry Nanabuache, the National Youth Organizer, and then Abdulaziz Haruna Futa. When you look at these dynamics, first starting with Stephen Ayesu Ntim and then coming to the broader bid, what picture does it paint?
It tells me that Ayesu has realized some of his mistakes, and this time he wants to make amends. It is incumbent upon him to be able to have a good plan to weather the storm. I believe this time around he has done a lot of homework, for which reason they believe that the people should give him the mandate. We hope and pray that it turns out to be so. But I will not also be surprised with surprises. All right, because election comes with what surprises, all right? Because it depends on...
You think Stephen Asamoah Barton, for example, could spring a surprise?
Did you expect this results from the U.S.? No.
I think by and large, some of them, yes, you would expect.
But some of them too...
and some of the projections, and others.
What about Kudia? Kudia was a difficult one, so who knows? But, Ntim has a little edge over the rest of them because he has he is so close to the finish line over the years. So he has mastered courage. He's got a lot of experience, and I'm sure he's going to turn things around. For me...
Pointed question. You say you're sure he's going to turn things around.
Yeah.
If it happens again, that he gets this close but doesn't make the finishing line, what do you think it would mean? Would you suggest that he hang his boots and not push this? If you go for 5 times and the people say no, I think it sends a message.
Oh, it does. But if it happens that way, I'm sure he will advise himself. But who knows? In this country, we have seen people who have gone on a number of times. Nana Akufo-Addo went through... not as far as this one we can talk about, but a number of times. And victory became his in 2016, resounding victory.
Third time lucky.
So who knows? This time around it will work for him. But all that we need is that whoever becomes the leader, the chairman, you have a lot. Because we saw certain periods where the chairman, you lose election. We saw Mark Menu. There was a lot of support for him.
He won now actually overseeing
he won massively.
Electoral process.
But unfortunately, they shepherded the party into opposition.
Right.
All right. So these are the things they must be very careful about. It's not you winning, but you have to bring something on board, because the last executive could not do enough. So this time around, we believe that you should have a magic wand to turn things around. Otherwise, then the position becomes meaningless.
How would you, retrospectively, looking at the work of the current crop of executives, you're looking at Henry Nana Boakye, Kate Jemfua organizing the women. You're looking at Samia Wuku, who is not contesting anymore. You're looking at the Nasara coordinator, Abdulaziz Futa, Freddie Blay, John Bwedu, and others. How would you assess their performance so far? And should we maintain this crop? And I'm talking about especially the chairmanship slot and the general secretaryship slot.
Yes.
Because these are crucial figures, people who will be sitting at very important meetings of the party.
Yes.
Do you think they can break the 8 with this if they maintain, by and large, these faces?
If they maintain, I'm afraid they cannot. Why am I saying that? Because
you think if they maintain this crop, they cannot break the 8?
They cannot. We saw them the last election. What did they bring? 137 in parliament. I didn't see any strategy. All right. I didn't see any organization to the effect that you want to maintain the government at the third time. All right. So I believe that if you have a mix of people, all right, bring in fresh blood and then box it up with the old guards, a few of them, and then you should be able to make sense. If you look at the organizing secretaries, they are very critical. Women's organizer and then youth organizer. Look at the chunk of young people in this country who are in the voting age bracket. You need somebody who can really speak their language, articulate the party's vision and programs clearly to them, and be able to win souls there. We need somebody who can be somebody who can bring in a lot of votes, and we need somebody who is very smart, very articulate, and who is on top of issues and can flow with the youth and then bring votes. So those two positions are also critical. Last election, we didn't see that, and that's why we registered 137. So this time around, if there is a change, I believe it will really help the party, or a mixture of the old order and a new order. Once you have that blend, and a perfect blend, I'm sure they should be able to do a good job. Otherwise, if they want to maintain the status quo, they will have to struggle to win power.
Which of these offices, now that you say that, look, if the NPP is going to break the 8, they will have to change the current crop of leaders they have. Which ones do you feel which positions need some tweaking? Let's start from the very top, without mincing words.
Chairperson, straight away, Mr. Blay is not contesting.
He's not contesting again, so it leaves the door open.
It leaves the door
open. How do you assess his work, though?
I didn't see much, even though this experienced man, he was a fine MP. When he was the MP for Elembele, I was a reporter in Parliament.
Right.
I saw his work, very distinguished officer. As a deputy speaker, he excelled very well. I didn't see that much, even though he came at a turbulent time within the NPP. But I didn't see that much.
The Foucault era and everything that happened.
But he managed to hold on to the system and all that. I didn't see much. You
didn't see much of Freddie Blay?
Yes, in that position. But I can also understand.
So it is to say that you feel, assuming Freddie Blay had the opportunity to go for another term, you would have said, I mean...
I would not support his candidature.
You wouldn't support him?
No. Even though he's a fine gentleman, he knows the game and all that. But because he's coming into a domain that is very unfriendly to him, he is not a UP tradition person.
Let's move away from Freddie Blay, because we all know he's not going to contend. Now, looking at those who are contending now, Stephen Ayesu team, yes, Stephen Asamoah Boateng, do you feel Asabi has... not the temerity, because obviously if he's on the ballot, then he has that. And some were suggesting that he should let Stephen Ayesu Boateng go, and he didn't do that. Looking at the different dynamics between the two of them, what they present on the table to the party.
Yes. The two are fine gentlemen for the position. I can say without fear of contradiction. If you look at Intim, people are very much afraid of him because of strategy he has. He can do a lot of things that will really generate results for the party. So, but sometimes you ask yourself, if you have that,
we've not seen him, apart from a stint in 2001 as first national vice chairperson, we've not seen him in action.
Yeah, he normally works on the quiet, on the ground. Yes, but Nkrumah has told us that it's organization that decides everything.
Right.
All right. So for him, he's a man of strategy. He has ideas, fine gentleman, and he knows what to do. Right. So
he has experience behind him in terms of contesting for these slots.
And then he has been with the party, so he flows with the rank and file, very much so. If you look at Asamoah Boateng, I tell you, he's a very smart person, and he can turn things around. I tell you, he's loud, and he can, without
and he appears very confident.
He's a very confident person. And
apart from this allegation
he knows
about,
what
money and money being...
he knows what he's doing. So if you get such a person, pairing that person with in team, you are going to have a good show. But I know if there's going to be any victory on the part of Intim, it will come as a result of the experience, the fact that he has contested that position for a very long time, and he has certain things that Asabi doesn't have. But look, Asabi cannot be a minnow. He's
a big wig in the party.
Yeah, he's a
so I just want to focus on the bit about money, because he's the only person who has brought this up. And I gave you the dynamics earlier, over 2.4 million if we're putting all of them together, or a little less if you're taking out some of the delegates, because those may not. But this allegation that is made, the EIU has told us about, saying, not just in the NPP, we've had the CDD, we've had other entities talk to us about the fact that the growing element of money in our local politics. We've had entities tell us that for those contesting for president, people should expect to pay about $40 million.
Yes.
Almost 400 million cedis, upwards of 300 million cedis, just to get the slot.
Yeah.
But we're talking about executive officers of parties, and there too, it appears to be becoming a problem. Recently, I heard former President Kufuor talk about the fact that it is dangerous for our democracy for us to introduce the element of moneycracy. But it appears it's not going anywhere, because just today, earlier in our conversations, we had Stephen Asamoah Boateng, who is contesting for the chairmanship position, bring up that same matter. He was very unhappy.
It is something that when politicians complain, I look at it and I ask myself, are they really ready to do away with this? All right. Yes, more often than not, it's the elite that introduce people to what? This issue of money. Get money and give me your votes. All right. And because education has not gone very well, you see people, as it were, selling their birthrights, taking money, pittance, and giving them their mandate. All right. It's going to be a difficult thing, because CDD has told us how money is influencing Ghanaian politics. We have seen that. There's one scholar, the name doesn't come to mind readily. He wrote, "This is a time for us to chop." All right? That is his work. That any time there is opportunity like this, people believe that, look, they've been starved, they've been denied opportunity and all that. So once you need their mandate, you should pay money. Whatever you do with power, they don't care a hoot about it. So that aspect is it. And that feeds into the corruption we have within political parties. So sometimes when I see leaders who say that, yeah, they will protect the public purse, they will deal with corruption without necessarily looking at these things, then I know that you are going to have it's going to backfire.
Earlier, there were conversations around, having all the delegates, basically, or card-bearing members of the party and all of that. This is something that has been put forward in the past. They cast the vote, and that would put an obstacle or a spanner in the wheel of those who would want to buy votes. Earlier in the day when the delegates, we couldn't find the delegates. They weren't taking their seats and all of that. There were speculations about the fact that maybe there are last-minute moves to influence and all of that. I mean, that is what happens when there's a delay in the process. But in this instance, some have suggested that all card-bearing members of the party should cast their ballot. In this instance, you cannot pay all of them. Do you get it? Do you think that is a solution?
Yeah, it is a way out. Why am I saying that? Because if you have a smaller group, Hamilton has told us that if you have a small electoral college, the selection is perfect. But now people are abusing that small group. So why don't you open it up? So that if you have about, say, 5,000 people voting, How much money can you give to everybody? Are you sure you can bribe everybody?
But in this instance, I don't know whether you mean 5,000 or 5 million or 500,000.
Sorry.
But in this instance, we have over 6,000, and it appears people are still able to reach out to them.
Yes, but we should also be mindful of the fact that if money is the case, then rich people will be the only people who contest election and win. We have seen instances where people who have what it takes to bribe their way, to buy votes, and people have thrown them away. You saw last time NPP elections where on the social media there were a certain gentleman, crying virtually that people should bring back his bicycles and all that. Right, people can take your money and still vote against you, especially when you are doing intra-party election. They know you very well. That when given the opportunity, you will not be able to deliver. So yes, they will take your money and vote against you. But what we are saying that we don't even want money in, and education must go in. More often than not, you don't see the political parties hammering on this because they themselves are guilty. Of course, not all of them. Some of the leaders are guilty. And when it comes to election, they'll do everything and throw money in. The parties in this country are guilty of that. They can't run away from this. So when you begin to show against them, then they complain. But you see, it is time we look at these things and correct them head on. Otherwise, it will become albatross around our neck.
So Asabi himself complains, but he admits that he gave TNT up to
the sum
of about 400 CDs. But this is what he says, and I don't know what your reflection would be. I don't know where the money is coming from. That is those that could be filtering in from other ends. And he makes it a categorical claim that others are funneling money through. He says, why are they not talking? Where are they? I only gave TNT, but I am here interacting with you. I told them, don't look at the money, focus on the message. This whole contest must be restructured by the party, like he is also suggesting that they must widen the number of voters. Else someday a drug dealer or money launderer could take over the party.
That takes us to funding of political party, which we have conspicuously shy away from.
But we have a few things to say in our constitution on that.
What about that?
But maybe not extensively.
Yeah, it should be extensive because in other jurisdictions, if you are an individual, for instance, America, if you are an individual and you fund a party more than $1,000, you go to jail. If you are a group and you fund a party more than $5,000, you go to what? Jail. What do we have here? We don't know people who even fund parties. And then political parties encourage them simply because they will support them to win power. And later they will become what? Entrepreneurs. And then hold them to ransom and they feel uncomfortable. And that feeds into corruption. They construct road and you have people who said, yeah, we want this contract. They will not be able to execute them well and then take their kickbacks and all that. So we should be bold. And sometimes some of these things, I see them as well for the political party. It's just hypocritical position because they hide behind, well, we give them this food. For food, there's something small for TNT, and everybody can give that excuse. But we know what we do on the ground, and we pretend that it is not the case. But when it doesn't favor us, I'm not saying that that's the case for Mr. Samabuatu, but it's a general situation that I have observed from afar, that the political parties, they engage in that. And that when they realize that things are difficult, then they come out and all that. We need to be able to see that this is an obstacle and these are things that will undermine the fortunes of this democracy.
Is this something you feel, looking at the structures of our two major parties, the NPP and the NDC, that they can address ahead of election 2024?
They will not. They will not address. I want to be blunt.
Even after election 2024?
Oh, they will not. They will not. Because in near to
But that's interesting. How can you sit here and say that they will not address the situation, widen it? Because in the NPP, for example, there's been talk about this in the past, widening the group that, the delegates, basically, so that you can't probably influence all of them. But now, as it stands, even with the 6,000 plus, it appears there's still the
How many of them can put their hearts in their hands and swear that they will not throw money out when they are going for election? How many? We'll get only a few. That for the cameras, they can say that. But they go there when it matters most. You see them doling out money to people. They supply goodies and a whole lot. You corrupt the system, and yet you are saying that you want to fight the system, you want to right the wrongs within the system. Some of these things, when I hear, I don't buy them at all. We are not ready. If we are ready, we know what to do. You saw when the vigilantes were threatening this country. You saw how Nana Akufo-Addo ran to Parliament. Even though he had asked NDC and MPP to what? Jojo, discuss the issue. Before they could say Jack, he has sent a bill to Parliament for it to be considered. It is when we are caught within that web that we will see that there is a need to what? Fight these things. These are some of the evils that rear their ugly heads within the political system. That we must deal with it if we want to really consolidate this democracy.
We've spoken about the national chairperson, slot, but there are other contenders, and we can't overlook them. From Professor Ameyawe Kumfi to Davi, we call her Davi. Davi Amagifti Asantwa Aye. We also have Sami Crab in there, and you were making mention of the fact that we all talk about the other roles he's played in the NPP, but we forget that he was at the Ghana Airways.
Yes.
In fact, when it collapsed.
Yes.
At the time when it's actually.
We had all hopes that Ghana Airways, they would be able to save it. And that time he was at the helm of affairs within it. But that is not to say that he has not worked. He's a very seasoned politician. He has worked very well for the love of his party. And these things, I say them with the confidence that he goes with, because I was a reporter following them in the trenches and all that. We saw that. Greater Accra, he was really an ambassador here. He fought for the party. In fact, that is why he was so close to President Kufuor, because President Kufuor, as you know, his government was a blend of the old guards and the new, because he knew that there should be a plan to hand over to the young generation. And that was Buzier's scheme of things, that Buzier's scheme that he adopted in 1969, and Kufuor followed it through. So you realize that at a point in time, he started having the young people taking up position, Abubakar Siddiq and all that. He propped them up. So that is something I've observed over the years, yes.
Let's look at the vice chairperson slot. We've taken a look at Rita Talata Asobayure, who per this list, emerged a victor. We've also looked at Michael Omari Wadia. But how about the other contenders that we have to look at? Kingston Kisi. We also have Edmund Opon Pepra. We have Derek Kweku in Kansa, and a host of others. Alhaj Osman also in there. A lot of people had hopes for him, but he only got one vote. In the USA, election, one vote equivalent to 1%, actually. That's for the national vice chairperson slot. And then for the secretaryship slot, apart from JFK and John Boydu, about whom we've been speaking a lot, there's also Idrisu Musa Superior.
Yeah.
Another key contender. Yeah. And when he came on at the Accra Sports Stadium, when they were introducing them, you could see that he had quite a number of cheers as well. And then there's Ramseya Ajiman. What is your reading on these two slots concerning the other contenders?
I think Musa Superior is a fine gentleman, very experienced. And
he's now the deputy CEO of the Forestry Commission. He's been mayor of Tamale, CEO of Tamale.
Yes, and you see, northern politics is a little bit different from here. You need to have a lot of skills, a lot of ideas, and you should be bold to take certain important decisions.
He appears bold to me. I sat here and had an interview with him, and he oozed confidence. He oozed someone who had some plan for the party. And he went toe-to-toe with John Boydu, chastising him, even making mention of the fact, I do recall that, look at their party and look at their national office right next to us. And what it looks like and what the party can do with such an office and all of that, compared to the Adabarka office of the NDC, for example. So he sat here and espoused quite a number of ideas, and I don't think he was short on confidence or intellect in any way.
No, he is very blunt, and he knows what is good for the party. He has been able to, when he was a mayor, he handled Tamale so well that we didn't hear any trouble and all that. That's the mark of a leader. And from where he is coming from, you realize that that blend is also necessary, that you don't have people only from the south. You have somebody from the north, not necessarily from the north, but you have somebody who can really do the work and do it well. He's a very good organizer. He's a man of ideas, and he's bold, fearless. And he has all that it takes to win power. So I will not be surprised that he can also put a surprise at the end of the day. That's about him. Musa, I think I respect him, and he has what it takes.
All right, he has what it takes. We also have other interesting slots to look at and see how, though things are panning out a certain way this time, we'll see how it pans out here in Accra. But we have the national organizer slot, and some interesting, at least what you can see on in your shot now, JFK in there, Frimpong Kodia, who is going for the general secretaryship position. And it's interesting. It's really interesting. Look at the people there and how they are reacting to JFK. You get it? And you see the change sign there. And these are all people who are basically suggesting that, look, we should let go of John Bwedu and bring in this new person. It appears JFK really has resonated with the grassroots of the party. But we have to wait, because sometimes you see all of these things and then the actual vote happens, and what a surprise.
Yeah, for elections.
What a surprise.
Yeah, elections go with surprises. So for me, when I'm speaking, I leave a window of opportunity. When the opportunity comes, I slip through, right? So in the same way, we approach things of this nature. When you have done your work very well, and this is internal party politics elections. So there are people you know what their needs are, you know what things that really trigger them into action. Once you get those bases right, they should be able to give you the mandate, even though you may have money coming in to change the dynamics a little bit. But if you have done your homework very well and you know what they require in terms of the rebuilding of the organization of the party, I have no doubt in my mind that you should stand tall at the end of the day. All right. We'll be crossing over shortly to the Accra Sports Stadium, but I just had to sneak in the last bit to do with the national organizer slot. Henry Nanabwache there, taking the lead with 70 votes as per the American poll, garnering 53%. But interestingly, Titus Glover is in second slot with 24 votes. That is Daniel Nikwate, Titus Glover. Member of Parliament, Tema East. He's been the Deputy Minister, I believe, for Transport as well. And interesting, because he wants to take over from, Nanabi, but it appears, at least as far as the U.S. votes are concerned, Nanabi is retaining his spot. We'll find out whether that can happen today as well here in Accra. But we are your election headquarters, and we are continuing with our live coverage of the event. The voting is about to start. Some 20 booths available. The Ashanti region alone, because of numbers, will have about 4 designated booths, designated to them alone. But because of the numbers, about 20 of these booths, the EC is there, and the election is about to take off at the Accra Sports Stadium. We'll take you there now as we pick the feed from the Accra Sports Stadium.
We should listen to our coordinators on the ground. They will call you and you begin to come. So all the polling stations are now ready and open. Listen to our coordinators. Your constituency will be announced. Then you go to the polling station and cast your vote. So National Council and Council of Elders, please go to the polling station at my right side, the first one, and cast your vote. Thank you very much. Please, those who are not candidates and agents, please, let's leave the inner perimeter, please.
Awesome.
Mr. DJ, this must be your last song. Mr. DJ, this must be your last song until after counting of votes. Let's have some order in this house. And I insist on that one. All those who are still campaigning, please stop it. And let's get some order here. Mr. DJ, thank you very much for your music. Take a break and come back after voting. All those who are not supposed to be in the perimeter, please excuse us. And you do that now. It's voting time. And we have to be serious about it. Voting time. Decision-making time. Excuse the delegates and let them take their decision. Thank you. Can we have some quiet here and listen to the Electoral Commission as they mention constituencies and regions? Police, take your cover and do your job.
We're still live at the Accra Sports Stadium, where the NPP is holding its National Delegates Conference. This one, of course, of great consequence. The theme, or the motto, holding together, working together. And as you can see, for those of you who are watching us live on TV, for those following us on radio, we're painting a picture for you. The action is about to go down. The voting is about to start. A call for even the DJ to cease with the songs being played has been made, and the election proper is just about to start. But a short while ago, we saw a bit of, JFK, Justin Kodia-Frimpong showing up, and the cheers he received. That was interesting. I was discussing it in the studio with Dr. Kwame Asante. The cheers he received with a change of sign, or the sign of change, I should say, being made. But for those of you watching us on TV, you can see the booths now. And like I indicated earlier, 4 of them are going to be designated to the Ashanti region alone because of its sheer numbers. But all these booths are there to ensure that the voting can be conducted speedily within a number of hours, hopefully, and then counting can begin. The process delayed because we were supposed to have started at around 9 a.m., but close to 3 p.m., we had still not rolled out. But finally, the process is about to kickstart, and we can take matters from there. But some interesting developments, Doc. You, at least you've got that quote that you were making reference to, that it's our time to chop. Do elections in Africa feed neo-patrimonialism rather than counteract it? And it's by Stephen Lindbergh.
Yes, that's the article I was referring to. Yes, that's the article. Very interesting article, worth reading. Yes, because it talks about the fact that, look, we always, when we're sharing the national cake, the political elite make it the fact that, look, if we are not that close, you won't have your share. So when, events like this, that they can cash in, they can take their fair share of the national cake, why not? You see them very aggressive, and they'll do everything to have their fair share. Very interesting.
We also know that there's been quite a bit of a development when it comes to Tesco not voting due to an injunction. That is some 291 votes that will not be cast that will be affected. And 291 votes is a lot. That could have changed the fortunes of some of the winners we're going to have at the end of this. And that is on the back of an injunction.
Yeah, so I'm struggling to understand how they are going to declare somebody a winner
without TESCOM votes.
Yes.
Because these are the institutions, and they also play a pivotal role.
You need to,
in the
even
party.
if it's one, it's good enough to be counted because it's a
one
simple,
can make the difference.
It's a simple majority system, first past the post system. So one, you are good to go. So
What then does this mean? I mean, if they go with it and they say, look, the injunction is on, so we're not going to count that vote. Because at the end of this process, whether it's Sunday it ends, whether it's Monday, there must be a declaration. People will be waiting. And any further delays, you know what will happen?
Yes.
It would create a lot of, murkiness. People will feel some kululu or something is trying to, people are trying to do something underground. And that could create other questions about the entire process.
I don't know what is it that they have with regards to how they will deal with this problem. Because the vote we are talking about is a chunk of votes. And that it can change the dynamics. Even if it's one is good enough to change the fortunes of those who are contesting. All right. So I don't know what is it that they have. The Electoral Commission will be able to tell us at the end of the day. Maybe they are going to vote and they will not declare the results until such ballots are taken and they add them to it. I'm only guessing. The Electoral Commission is the best guess that we think he should be able to provide the answer for us.
I've got an interesting message from Engineer Dr. Kedashigbe, but I will not read it on air. It's not even a message I can read on air, but pretty curious. I think I will let Doc see it in private, but definitely not put it on air. So you can see, for those of you who are watching on TV, but for those listening to us on radio, so what I can see is that there are a lot of police officers. In fact, we saw earlier in the day a heavy security presence, around the Accra Sports Stadium, and you can see them inside the stadium now. They are walking, taking their positions, if you like, ensuring that everything goes down well. We can see the delegates as well in their numbers, hundreds and thousands of them who are gearing up to vote. And there are different stands, so you can see the Accra Sports Stadium. If you've been there, you see they have been apportioned certain columns. You can see the Savannah region, Upper East region, and other regions granted certain columns. That is where their slots are. And accordingly, they will be coming down to vote based on which booths have been allotted to them. And I see a number of these police officers at the different booths. So within a short space of time, the voting itself will commence. But in the meantime, from the Accra Sports Stadium, what we can see, these delegates getting ready, gearing up. There seems to be calm right now, and all of them are just waiting, maybe with bated breath, to see how things will turn out, whether the people they want to vote for will emerge winners in the end. But we've also been giving you some perspective on the United States and how their vote went, and that also makes for very, very interesting reading. So scenes are still from the Accra Sports Stadium, and we're just waiting for that vote to start. Not much action going on thus far. All we can see is a few people moving in and out. We also heard from the Electoral Commission, Dr. Sribo Kweku. I saw him earlier giving some directives there and calling for the process to start. So it is assumed that within the next few minutes, the process will actually kickstart, will kick off. I see some of the electoral officers just checking out some of the ballot papers, I see. And it appears this is going to be a long event. But if I were to ask you, Doc, what would be your expectations, looking at especially the timing? And you wouldn't want this to go deep into the night and all of that, because you know what that also implies. What would you say on that front?
I'm sure, you see, when we're talking about election management, we are looking about looking at, ink, ballot box, and all the necessary materials that are used to prosecute that agenda. With Electoral Commission, they have time and again, they have lived up to expectation. I'm sure they've made provisions for all that it takes when it becomes dark in the area. But I am very confident that it's going to be smooth and that whoever will be declared winner, there will not be any qualms about it.
You think there will be no qualms about it? Especially on the back of what Asamoah Boateng has started saying.
There are noise that people can make, ugly noises, I'll call them. But you know that if you lost, you lost. There's nothing you can do. It is to what?
Or maybe you lost the money.
No.
Because you didn't have the draw that others had.
Then if you have such an allegation, we have post-election conflict resolution. There is a process you go through to address such grievances. Otherwise, you have to accept defeat.
But from what we know in our political system, those grievances amount to naught. You will not get that position back.
Yeah, but you have to attempt and fail to attempt. So you need to go in there and see whether you can adduce the necessary evidence to demand the justice that you require. Otherwise, you either keep quiet or let the system go as it is. But look, after elections, when you lose, it is one aspect of the political culture that we need to learn. That you need, once you realize that you have lost, you have to accept defeat and abide by the rules of the game. That is the spirit of democracy, which we want to inculcate in people for them to internalize. It become part and parcel of them.
We have a quote from Peter Boama Otokuno. And as he spoke, of course, we all saw the interesting Kenke analogy he drew. But let's look at this quote. I want you to dilate on it. For most of you here, it's a happy moment. And this is Peter speaking.
Yes.
A moment of celebration. For others, it's a defining moment for your political careers. For some of you, it's a cocoa season, alluding to what you read, to harvest from aspirants what you have sowed in service to the NPP, sowed as in a seed. Yeah. But for the larger miles of the people of this country, it has been a usual day of hunger, misery, and general economic hardship.
I think he spoke...
What do you make of those words?
Very beautiful statement. He spoke the minds of party faithful. He spoke the minds of Ghanaians. He spoke the minds of right-thinking people in this country, that we are in difficult times. That is one side of it. Another side of it is that when you serve your party well, when the time comes for them to also give back, they will do so. And of course, he was also mindful of the fact that he wanted to tell the people that let us maintain the status quo. It is the only way that we can nurture and protect this democracy. As Lenz and Stepan, they have always said, democracy should be the only game in town. Anything far less or far lower than this, throw it into the lake of fire. We don't want that.
Throw it into the lake of fire. We don't want that. Anyway, so we're still bringing you live coverage of the NPP National Delegates Conference. We're still here. But if I asked you, Doc, what would you say are the strengths and weaknesses of the NPP currently going into this? It's not a national election, but this Delegates Conference where they're going to elect new leaders from the angle of breaking the eight.
Yeah, this election is going to put into office the electoral war machine of the
electoral war machine
of the NPP. These are people who are going to support the whoever becomes the flag bearer to, execute its agenda. So that machine must be, for all intents and purposes, must be fit for purpose. It must have all its parts fitted together and linked to every part, and then produce the system that will deliver the results come 2024. So it is an important exercise, and that if we are not able to manage it well, it's going to have consequence on the elections that you are going to organize. Let us remember that these people are going to elect the flag bearer. So if you have compromised positions, if you have certain evils rearing their ugly heads in this type of process, you are going to have a system that you yourself cannot trust. And for that reason, it's going to jeopardize your process. So it's an important aspect of the electoral system, which the party, so far, for me, from where I sit, they've performed so well, as if we are in a cemetery, very peaceful. People are waiting for outcome of election. That's how democracy ought to be at all times, all right? We as watchers or students of politics want to encourage people that if it's about context, sell your message, sell your ideas, and wait for results. Go and cast your vote peacefully, relax, and let the results be declared. And once they declare what? Faithfully, you have to accept defeat and abide by the rules of the game. But the weakness associated with this is when you have what? Instead of what? Messages driving people to deciding for one person or another, but you rather have what? Money influencing the choice of what? Voters, then it becomes aberration and misnomer that we don't countenance in democracy. But we cannot uproot it just today. It is a time, you need time to be able to walk the talk and to be able to inculcate in people and then back it with a force of law, and that you'll be able to drive home this point. It's my hope and prayer that everybody in this country, not only people within political parties, but we will see this process where we buy vote as an evil process that is going to undermine the very democracy that we have spent years to build, all right? I'm sure we will not want to take things for granted. The time has come for us to act and act now against monocracy in politics.
Well, voting has finally started, and the process has kicked off currently. For those of you watching on TV, you can see the scenes there. Voting finally has started, and the first batch of voters actually taking their positions to cast their ballot. You would also notice that the floodlights and others have had to be turned on because it's past 6 o'clock and night is actually drawing nigh. So the lighting needed, but the voting has finally started, and we see the first batch of voters actually beginning to cast their vote. Police officers standing by on the ready, monitoring the process, but of course they must stay quite a distance away as well, in order not to, because you're not supposed to. The vote is meant to be private. Yes. This adopts the same nature of a national election. Yes, it's a microcosm of a national election. Yes. So people must vote in private. Yes.
And that is why the election management body is always important, the Electoral Commission, where they educate people, they train people, and then they go by the rules of the game. Once they do that, you have no qualms about the process. So at the end of the day, whoever is declared winner, we all hold his or her hand and congratulate him and begin to hit the ground running.
So interesting scenes coming from the Accra Sports Stadium. Is it just me, or do I feel it is a bit poorly lit as of this point? Is it just me? Doc, when you take a look at the pictures that we're seeing, does it appear to be a bit poorly lit, the Accra Sports Stadium? Because it's night is falling clearly, but the people can see what they're doing. That is obvious, but I feel there could be more lighting.
I believe the EC took all these things into consideration and decided that this venue should be the appropriate venue. So I believe that where the action is, the action spot, they will be light and they will be able to carry out the activities without any hitch.
I do not know whether it is the cameras that are deceiving us, but this appears to be a bit dark. And of course, we know once it's gone past 6 o'clock, even in our national elections, they would keep voting even after the regular period if the people were in the queue.
Yes.
You know, beforehand. In this instance, so it wouldn't be a novelty that you would vote into the night, because we've seen it happen even at the national level. But my only concern is the lighting, whether we could have done better with it at the Accra
Let's see how it goes.
Stadium. But the stadium has sufficient light, which is why I'm wondering.
Maybe.
Okay, so we see more brightness now. All of a sudden, we see more. Just when I talk about the lighting, we see.
Let there be light.
Brightness. I don't know whether it's the cameras or the lighting from the spot, but at least now it's brighter. For those of you who don't have the benefit of watching the live coverage, it's brighter now, and it doesn't look as dark as before. And the voting is definitely going on. So far, your assessment of the process?
It is very good. It has started very well. You see, as if there is nothing at stake. Everybody is relaxed. You are going to cast your ballot for whoever you want. It's free. That's how democracy.
Maybe, just maybe, it was to get this ambience, this feel, this calmness that the delegates were camped for so long. Maybe.
Who knows? But
maybe just to tell them that, look, this election is crucial. We don't want to do anything to give fodder maybe to the opposition or to make Ghanaians, you know, go against us and all of that. So comport yourselves and all. Maybe that was what, you know, part of what took this long, because we knew some delegates also had come from different parts of the country, traveling 11 hours, 6 hours and all of that. So,
it could be, but the question is that why do you want to give such an important education at the 11th hour? You know, if everything went well, do you think they would have had the time to do that type of education when they were supposed to vote in the morning? No. So I believe that whatever it is, the people, I think some, you know, messages went around, or some education was given to the people to comport themselves far before time. So that is the evidence that we are seeing, that the whole process is beautiful. It is slow.
Impressive so far.
Very, very impressive.
Impressive in terms of the comportment, in terms of...
Because this one, it can, you know, if they had not, you know, preparation had not gone into the process, it would have been something else, especially now that the economic conditions are hard and the political system is extremely hot. But what we are seeing, for me, it is...
You can see pockets of party members, some of them in clusters, moving. It would be interesting to know, for example, which particular group or region is voting currently. That would be interesting, because all 16 are represented here. It will be interesting to know which region is getting which slot, or whether they are voting en masse, and how
I think your reporter
things are. Yes. They definitely will be getting some information
from there.
on
but what I'm seeing
on that
so far
as well
is good. My other prayer is that people will not destroy the ballot in terms of wrong voting, where to place the thumb and all that. So if they are able to get those things also right, we are going to have only few ballots that will get spoiled. And that is also a mark of improvement in the electoral process. Where a lot of ballots get destroyed, then it creates problem of what? Whether we have proper education with regards to this. But we want to examine how it goes, and we'll follow it from there.
So the process going on smoothly thus far, and like we've rightly indicated, the voting has already kick-started. There are a few people, you know, lingering around on the pitch proper, close to where the main podium has been mounted, but the voting area, the ballot
I think you can see
areas have been, you know, designated.
I'm sure you can see the queue.
Yes. There is a queue.
Forming.
There is a queue.
Yes.
And many people are joining that queue.
And it's a simple queue. You don't have...
Very simple. I mean, it goes to one end, so it's like a right-angled triangle from what I'm seeing thus far.
And you don't have the weeds around, which create problem.
No.
You have only a single queue.
A single queue.
People are relaxed and they are waiting for their turn to go and express their political rights. Beautiful.
So interesting scenes coming from the Accra Sports Stadium. It's all about the NPP Delegates Conference. We're bringing you the live footage from there. And for those of you watching TV, of course, you can see on your screen, TESCON members stopped from voting due to that injunction. There are about, let me check, how many of them? 291 of them who are not going to vote. And like we were talking about, that could be a make or break situation for some of the contenders, because those votes could have gotten certain contestants that could have changed the scripts that we are going to be seeing at the end of the day. And Doc, I feel at the end of the day, when we look at some of these contestants who would lose with less than, let's say, 50 votes, 100 votes, 200 votes, we can look in there and say, what if TESCON had been allowed to vote? What if? Yeah. Because who knows whether a chunk of them were going to vote for that specific person.
Yeah, that is why I'm interested in knowing the decision of those who are managing the electoral process. is it the case that they are going to vote and that the results will not be declared at the end of the day until the final voting up of TESCON is done, so that you put all together and count? I don't know. But something must come out to explain this, and we deserve explanation with regard to this, because even one vote, right, that is denied can turn or swing the vote from one direction to another, because we are using the first past the poll system.
So we are hearing that there is a reason. You know, earlier you were intimating, you were talking about why TESCON members have been disqualified. One of our reporters there, my colleague Joseph Akablay, actually has an account of the Electoral Commission, the Electoral Commissioner there, Dr. Sribo Kweku, explaining what exactly happened and why the TESCON members have been barred from voting owing to the injunction. We'll be bringing you that later on in terms of that development. But for now, it's smooth sailing. It's a calm process at the Accra Sports Stadium, and voting is ongoing. I also see some ambulances there, of course, a precautionary measure in case anything happens and anyone needs medical assistance. So the process ongoing as usual. Your thoughts, Doc, on at least what you see for now?
Well arranged, and then people can move from one, those who, wherever you want to vote, you have opportunity to stand and then cast your vote beautifully. And the field is also clean. We don't have much interferences there. That is good, because it creates that enabling environment for people to do the voting without a hitch. That's beautiful. So far, we are not hearing or seeing any complaint whatsoever. It means that all is going on well. Yes. You have the police who are battle ready to combat anything that is untoward, very professional in the approach. I like that. You have the EC officials also going around to make sure that they don't leave any stone unturned. That is also beautiful. All in all, we are getting there. I always hope and pray that what has started will be able to have the same or a semblance of it as the concluding part of the whole process, so that we make a declaration as to who has won and who has lost. But people should remember that in election, definitely one person will win. If you lose, it doesn't mean that you did not perform well. You need to go and then organize yourself and come back with a bang and then win the day. Democracy is not, it hinges on the fact that even if you lose, you are a gallant loser and you are ready to work the system very well to come back and then change the fortunes of your own game. And so those who will lose, they should take it in their strides and come and prepare very well for the next electoral process.
And only time will tell, Doc, how the cookie will crumble in this regard. But for those listening to us on radio, for now, the picture is one of calmness. It's one of a smooth process ongoing at the Accra Sports Stadium. And people, like you said, a right-angled triangle voting pattern, and you just go to your booth. I've noticed, though, that some representatives, I don't know, these appear to be from a specific region. You'll notice that all of them are in a certain Batakari smock with a specific color. It would be interesting to know who those are, but they appear to have come from a specific
And one good thing about the election is that it's opportunity for people who sell these things to make money and also display their wares to people to know that there is something that they also do with regards to what their economic means of livelihood. It's very, very interesting. Yes. When we're reporters during this time at Legon, you see a lot of things displayed, small, beautiful ones here and there, and it's beautiful. That's why people like us will support democracy, irrespective of the problems sometimes that come with democracy. We know there's nothing but what? A storm in a teacup. So I always believe that, yes, the West civilian regime is better than a military regime that can even equip me with what? Gold spoons and all that to dine and dine well. I don't believe in military rule. I believe in democracy because it is the only game in town.
Democracy is the name of the game, and that is what the party is doing. But how do you react to those who said that this entire process shouldn't have happened? You know, before this, there were those saying, on the back of the economic situation we are facing in our country, on the back of the fact that things are hard, you saw the demonstration and all of that, we shouldn't even be having this National Delegates Conference. Some said, you can have it, but don't let opulence, the display of opulence, take over. Others said, you know, at a point in time, you have to be able to give up such a thing or push it to a later date. But today, I heard from the likes of, interestingly, his name just escapes me, one of the pillars of the NPP. He actually is in my church, so it's interesting that I've forgotten his name. But he talks about the fact that, look, this is due to happen every year. And the time has come for it to happen. The only difference is that this is of much more contentiousness, because here you appoint national delegates. And of course, that is going to be feisty and all of that. But it is a requirement of the party's constitution, and they have to do it. What is your take on that?
Yes, I don't think there's a problem with this, because it is a requirement from their constitution that you do it at a point in time, all right? The constitution sometimes will go ahead to tell you that when you have crisis, then you can do A, B, C. Other than that, you have to go by the language of the constitution. So far, what we have seen, I'm not sure we have seen things that people will want to criticize and say that, look, you are insensitive, you don't care about the plight of the people. But come to look at it even in a more detailed form, you ask yourself, is it the case that when you are in crisis, you don't take decisions? You do. This is one of the decisions of the political party that they need to take to sanitize the process and get another leg of the political process ready for action, all right? So I don't see any problem with that. All that we want to see is that a smooth process where at the end of the day, people will not get the opportunity to say that we told you so. But for me, democracy is guided by rules of what? The game. If the constitution of the party says that you should do it, you should do it unless there are what? Exceptions. Other than that, there's no problem.
Anyway, so those are the dynamics playing out at the Accra Sports Stadium. And we're watching keenly. We are your election headquarters. We'll bring you every bit of this electoral process as the NPP decides, basically, internally, who those people are that will lead the party going into election 2024. We've seen the votes from the United States and the picture they paint, surprising outturns for the general secretaryship position. JFK, taking the lead over John Bwedu there. But those are small numbers from other jurisdictions. When it comes here, which is the main, the real deal that we have to deal with, over 6,000 of those delegates, how will they vote? Only time will tell. And at the end, we'll find out whether the delegates have been satisfied with the work that has been done by the current executive, and which would imply that they would give them, quite a number of them, the nod to continue, or whether there's going to be a mass uprising of different faces to take over at the helm of affairs of the party and lead it into election 2024. But like I said, only time will tell, and only time will tell whether Sir John's fair delegates will pan out again.
That will always come. That is a characteristic associated with elections. Don't be too sure. Even if you have organized yourself, just wait, and then they will tell you the outcome. Yes. So for elections, you can't be too sure. Just do your homework and then observe the rules of the game and then wait for the verdict to be passed.
And the verdict is what we're all waiting for. You know, Doc, at around this time, we would have been expecting to be getting some maybe not results trickling in, but voting maybe coming to an end, sort of, or expectations about how, voting is going, how many have voted and all of that. But now, at least we have to settle, owing to the time constraints of what happened, we have to settle with voting starting just a short while ago. And now we'll just have to keep our fingers crossed and see how things actually pan out in the next few hours. It's the waiting game that now we have to play. And you can see the scenes right there, voting still on going, and the various faces, well, we have to deal with. In pole position, those outsiders, and what the expectations are. But at the end, there will be a vote. A crop of executives will be elected, and we'll see how what position this puts the NPP in.
Ben, what we're seeing...
Also, don't forget, just before you come in, Doc, don't forget that for the TESCON representatives, 291 of them, upon whom an injunction has fallen like an axe, for which reason they will not be voting, at least in this specific voting process, at least until that cloud is lifted from them. We'll also be giving you some scope on that later as Joseph Akable interacts with the EC on the ground to find out why they have been prevented from voting. Over to you now, Doc. You wanted to make a comment.
Ben, what we're seeing is a manifestation of the fact that if we are able to educate our people about the rules of elections, how to conduct and comport ourselves, we always have things like this. And I believe that the NCC will take a cue from this and continue to educate us about electoral process. And of course, EC and other civil society groups which are charged with the responsibility of helping us to understand electoral processes, education about it. Once we intensify this, we will go for election and realize that it's a very calm process, right?
Would that all our elections should have, would have looked like this, at least for now, what it looks like? Would that all our elections, internally and externally on a national level, would have had this picture that we're seeing now? The calmness and the fact that it is just follow the process and go and take your seat. That's it. Would that we could have had that? But unfortunately, that has not been the tale of the tape, not internally and not on a national level.
Yeah, because sometimes we muddy the waters unnecessarily. Because if we look at issues that brings about trouble within the electoral process, sometimes they're uncalled for.
Right.
All that we need to do is to continue to educate our people that if you believe in a candidate or two, all that you have to do is to listen to their messages or make your mind and go and cast your vote and wait for a verdict to be made. And so
after all, the democracy is kabiba mean kabi, to be mean to be.
Yes.
Yes.
Yes. So you what is the point of fighting amongst ourselves? I always look at elections we conduct at university and all that. Sometimes you go there and you realize that among the senior members, UTAG and all that, very peaceful. You go. Because education has gone on very well. So we need continuous education. Once we get that, we get to know that, look, it's a very easy process and it will lead us to the promised land.
It will lead us to the promised land, which takes me back to the statement by Mr. President right before. Let me see whether I can just quickly get that quote. He was talking about his expectations in the brochure. Yes, here it is. So he says, we should endeavor to elect into leadership positions people who will be able to overcome the many challenges that we shall face. We dare not make mistakes. And that's a possibility.
Yes.
If money comes in and all of that, they could elect people who may be square pegs in round holes.
Yes.
We dare not make mistakes, and we must ensure that we elect people with a deep attachment to the timeless values and principles of the party and its tradition.
I think the president is spot on with regards to this, because we need to keep the values, the standards of the party very high. because that defined what the party and its tradition. And it also dovetails into how you build a sustained process that will stand the test of time.
Right.
So it is a right statement that couldn't have come at a better time than now.
Right.
The president has said it all. All that we have to do as watchers, as participants and all that, that we should walk the talk.
We should walk the talk. Well, if you're still with us, and hopefully you are, thank you for staying thus far. This is your election headquarters, and we're glad to deliver to you the best coverage so far. You know how we do it. And we are at the Accra Sports Stadium, bringing you live footage from there as the NPP goes for its National Delegates Conference. Happening all the time, but this one has a bit of a twist because definitely national officers, national executive officers are going to be appointed. And the question is who will win and who will fall by the roadside. And these people that win will definitely shape the fortunes of the party going into election 2024. But right now, let's bring in Joseph Akable, my colleague. He's on the ground, and he's going to be telling us a bit about what exactly happened with the 291 TESCON officers who will not be voting tonight. Akable, if you can hear me, what is the real situation? What exactly happened in that interaction with the electoral commissioner?
Particular election. I have two of them with me here. They'll introduce themselves first. Mr. Opon, you are from which branch?
I'm from Ntotroso in the Ahafo region, representing the institution of College of Nursing in Ntotroso.
Okay, how about you?
I am Samsidin Ibrahim, Nursing and Midwifery Training College, Tanoso, Ahafo region.
I mean, you came in here to vote. Before that announcement was made that you cannot participate in the election, were you aware that you are not going to be voting?
Of course not, because we, the TESCON, per the Constitution, give us the mandate to vote. And then with the act of the Constitution, it clearly states that a TESCON or a rep or a member who is selected by the school. So despite the person position being a president or any person, once the school has selected a person, the person has the right to vote. But we were not informed of anything that we are going to be evicted from the election until today that we came. And even the time that we get to know that we are not going to vote was actually getting to the time that the election is going to start. So there was nothing that we can do at that time.
I mean, did it come as a surprise to you as well? I mean, that just learning that you are not going to vote?
Because we only woke up this morning to realize that, hearing that they said an injunction was being kept on the TESCON people, such that we are not going to vote. And when we got to the grounds, they didn't give us any evidence or any reason, befitting evidence that TESCON wasn't going to vote, or any reason that will give us a mandate that, like the TESCON people, this is the actual reason that we are not going to vote. They didn't give us any reason. They were like, TESCON are not just going to vote, and we don't know the reason. And as I'm telling you right now, I'll say that I'm very, very disappointed. Because for somebody to travel far from the north, a place like Upper West, Bolga, Nalerigo, Bunkuruku Yoyo, Ahafo region, all to be here because of this Congress. And all to realize that we are not going to be taking part in the elections. I would say that is really disheartening. And what I would like to say is that for NPP party to go forward, people like politicians who are dump and use politicians, we have to do away with them, who will only come to use the youth. And in the future, when we also come to exercise our franchise, because of their own personal interests, they'll sit there and try to block us the way.
I mean, is it your contention that you think that this is not merely because of a genuine dispute that may have arisen, but someone is just trying to... Is that what you're saying?
Yes, that's what I'm saying.
I mean, what's the basis for this fear?
Because the reason being that the General Secretary, as we met him, whilst we were agitating for we to vote, it was like we have to go and meet the EC. He has nothing to do with it. As a General Secretary, incumbent General Secretary, there's something that he could have done. But he told us that there's nothing we could have done. So, which is not the case. And as an incumbent secretary, as he was going through his campaign messages. We heard a lot of things he's saying that he's going to look out of TESCON. And this was one of the things he could have done for us to know that actually he's going to look out for the TESCON members. But he turned his back against us. So I'll say that we are really disappointed. And it's not only me. 291 fellow patrons of TESCON, sleepless nights, we work tirelessly for our various institutions to bring members on board for the NPP. And them saying to break the 8, and we the youth without us, I don't think breaking the 8 will be possible.
I mean, do you hold the same suspicion like he does that this is not just some dispute? First and foremost, do you even understand what exactly is happening and who has filed the injunction and why you are not being allowed to vote? Do you even know those details? Do you know?
Sure, that we did not get any explanation from our national executives. Actually, when we were coming, we didn't have any information of that. Look at where we come from, far away from Ahafo region, straight to here. And then if there was anything of that sort, they should have even informed us before we even come here. Since we came yesterday, we slept at Eastern region, and then there was nothing like that. They didn't inform us of anything like that. So we came here this morning that we know in ourselves that we are going to vote. Looking at the work that we do at our various institutions as TESCON president, in fact, it's not easy. It's not easy to be a TESCON. Look at the service. At times you have to even leave your class and attend some party programs. At the end of it all, it's also going to affect you. But if we do all this thing and come here and then you tell us that we are not going to vote, it means that you are taking our right from us, which is also not good. And I don't think it will be able to help the party or my party to be able to break the 8 that we use to talk about. In fact, breaking the 8 is a very, very, very important thing that we have to talk about. And then we can't also break the 8, as my brother said. We can't break the 8 without the youth. And who are the youth? The youth are those in the institutions, of which we have taken the mandate as their president to organize them. You get it? Yeah. So in our various institutions, we have our various mandate that we do. We do have to organize them. At times when you go into election time, you come to us, we do the organization. At times we do not even allow the students to even go to their various houses or their homes. We have to keep them in our various schools so that they'll be able to vote for the party to be able to come to power. So if we'll be able to do all this service, and you denied us our decision to elect our national executives, in fact, it's quite unfortunate for us.
I mean, so for now, have you accepted the fate? Like, what are you going to do now?
Actually,
go ahead.
Actually, they are casting their votes, and here is the case. We've tried our best for them to make us also take part in it, and they said an injunction has been kept on TESCON, and today is Saturday, and I don't think the court can also go to operate. I don't think the judges and the lawyers can go to court maybe to address the case, because today is weekends and they'll also be on break, and I don't think they might be working. So we don't have much to say. What we will say is that what they've done to us is not the best.
I mean, if the results are declared in some hours' time and any of the positions you have someone losing by less than 291 votes.
Please come again.
I mean, I'm saying that if at the close of polls, they announce the results and you have a situation where someone loses a position by less than 291 votes, that will be very worrying. Would you agree?
No, yes, of course. Because it will be very hard to agree on. Because, and that fellow too, if we got to know that that fellow too wasn't behind, also supporting the agenda that TESCON people should also vote, then it will be that fellow's own case. But if that fellow too was on our side, saying that TESCON must vote, then we'll all march to that direction.
So your final words, I mean, for now, you just have to hang around, or you guys are going back to the region, or you are waiting for the process to end before you go back?
Please come again.
I'm asking, for now, are you going back to your hotel to get ready to go back to the region, since, I mean, effectively, of no use on the ground currently, you're not going to be allowed to vote?
Yeah, we have to go back to our various hometown that we came from. But before that, we have to also go to our the hotel that we came from. But looking at how the party is attached to us, we have to also wait and see the results of the election and then see who is going to. And I wouldn't be surprised if, in fact, some people are taking off. Because looking at how things have been, it tells you that some people are not thinking about the youth. Some people are not thinking about the youth. So they have to be taking off. So I'm not be surprised that some people will be taking off after the election. Yeah.
Thank you very much. I'll take your final remarks as well.
I would like to say one other thing too. See, the TESCON is one of the special wings of the New Patriotic Party. And the youth, the 2020 voters register, the youth constitute about 60% of the voters register. And if we are among the youth and we are being treated like this, how do they think that the NPP is going to break the 8? Because the various 291 institutions, both presidents, nationalists, and women's commissioners, were denied the mandate to do the voting. So if you calculate that number, and the 2020 elections they won about 5,000 votes. So all these people that I'm mentioning, we all have followers. So if we are saying that we are very disappointed, and our followers too are to follow us the same way, we see where it's leading us to, which means the NPP cannot break the power, which they said they are going to break in 2024. Breaking the 8 won't be possible. So they have to look out for TESCON and treat us as one of the special wings. So that is all I have to say for now.
Thank you very much. And you heard two delegates. They are supposed to be delegates, but unfortunately they will not be participating in this election because just before the election commenced, we had the party do the announcement that they cannot allow them to vote because of an injunction that had been filed. And so that was the unfortunate news that they received. It was actually an announcement that was done just before they started calling for the various regions and individuals to come and vote, just to put it into context of in terms of the challenge and what this particular thing means. So we have a breakdown of the total number of delegates and their categories. So first, constituency executives, we have 4,692 delegates that are voting. For regional executives, we have 272. Then for TESCON, and they've been captured as TESCON presidents, but as we've heard them explain, it comes from the institution. So TESCON, we are looking at 291. External branches, 324. The national patron, 15. Then the National Council of Elders, also 15. National executives, 20. National council members, 60. Founding members, 50. MPs, 138 is what is written here. For ministers, 23. Deputy ministers, 5. And MMDC is 261. And making a total of 6,166 that we have. And so if you look at the numbers closely, you see that if you take out constituency executives, that obviously fall within the majority, and you also take out that of the regional executives that also fall within the majority and the external branches. The TESCON is an important wing that comes with 291. And from what we have picked on the ground here, it's important that we put in the context that these are individuals that work closely with two positions. The first being the youth organizer position and also the national organizer, because they fall within the party structure by way of its organization at that level. And so it is very important that they participate in this exercise, but unfortunately they will not be participating because of an injunction that we told has been granted by a court which prevents them from participating in this particular process. And so the voting is ongoing. What is happening is that there are a number of booths on the pitch on the stadium here, and they've been arranged according to regions. And so they started by calling the Ashanti region first. There is the Greater Accra region, there is the Eastern region. And so once they call the region, the constituencies that fall within the region are now called one by one once they enter the pitch and they line up and vote. And so it is not the case that you have one region voting at one point in time and all of them being required to go to just one place. They rather have the opportunity to be voting at different parts. And so there is that advantage of the fact that it's likely that voting could be concluded as faster than the normal procedure where you may have just one booth where everyone is going to vote. I counted more than 15 booths just from our position here, from the VIP stands of the Accra Sports Stadium where we are monitoring proceedings. More than 15 booths I counted, and so it's a process that we expect to go on quite smoothly, and it's underway currently. I have seen Ashanti region. I saw Chairman Wuntumi a short while ago leading his people, delegates from his region, go over to carry out the elections. And so that is one of the important regions for the NPP by way of the numbers. We know the importance of the Ashanti region to the electoral fortunes of the party. One of the party's two strongholds in the regions that is the Ashanti and the Eastern. And it's no surprise that they started the voting from the Ashanti, and from there they did the Eastern region. And that has been the situation here at the Accra Sports Stadium. Earlier, my colleague Samuel Brace interacted with officials from the Electoral Commission, specifically lawyers for the Electoral Commission, and they addressed the commission. They addressed us on the reasons why those from TESCON will not be able to vote, and they explained that they had been served with the injunction that had been filed, and they had no option but to simply comply with that particular order because they could do nothing at their level. It wasn't a case that it's a petition that had come to them asking them not to allow someone to vote, in which case they would have had to make some determination or go through the rules and decide what was going to happen. It came by way of an order that had come in that was served on them, and so they did not have any option but rather to simply comply with that order and obey the order by deciding that they are not going to allow these individuals to vote. In fact, we know for a fact that a number of them are at different parts of the stadium, confused, looking for answers from their leaders that we interacted with, who are simply telling us that they do not know what they are going to do now, because if they had been at least informed prior to coming all over to the Accra Sports Stadium that they were not going to be participating in the voting process, they would not have, wasted their time, as they say, and resources to come over here. And for now, they had to come over, and they didn't have any option but to come over here and be told that they will not be voting just at the moment when they were prepared to go and cast their ballots. And they are unhappy and making the point that they consider themselves to be in an important college within the electoral body of the NPP's internal elections. And like I pointed out, especially for the youth wing and the national organization structure, the party intends to capture young minds, and it's for that reason that the TESCON was set up, starting from the universities level and the various post-secondary institutions where they have various branches, and they also participate in the internal elections of the party and ensure that they are able to participate in this particular process as well. And so the election is ongoing here at the Accra Sports Stadium. And if you are just joining us, the news is that TESCON delegates, 291 of them, are not participating in this particular process.
Well, let's quickly, thank you very much, Joseph Akable, who was bringing us the scoop there from the Accra Sports Stadium. So some interesting dynamics he makes mention of. He talks about the fact that, and we heard the delegates, the TESCON delegates, they were talking about the fact that, look, they cannot break the 8 without us. Our party, the NPP, cannot break the 8 without us. And in a way, they are blaming the General Secretary of the party, John Wedu, because some of them had interactions with him. And they said he basically, shrugging in a way. They were talking about the fact that he could have done something to save the situation, but he didn't seem interested in doing that. And according to some of those that my colleague Joseph Akable interacted with, they are taking our rights from us. That is what they are saying. Meanwhile, the Ashanti region is voting, so different constituencies in that region are being called to vote. That is what is happening on the ground, but these are the interactions we have had so far. What do you make of these 3 points? First of all, Doc, they cannot break the 8 without us. Blame the General Secretary. They are taking our rights away from us. We're talking about 291 of these voters. And like we've said, even one can be the difference between winning or losing, because it's a simple majority. First past the post. Whoever gets it gets in. Your reflection.
Yes, I believe that if you start with the youth, saying that you can't do without us, I agree. Because they constitute a large...
In fact, they are saying they cannot break the 8 without them.
Without them. You need them. You need them because it's a big component of the whole population. And they also have constituencies and all that. And they have energy, they have drive. And they are the face of the party when we're talking about the future. So you can't do without them. They're blaming the General Secretary. I disagree with them. Because the General Secretary will not know that somebody is coming to injunct the
In fact, they're saying that, look, if these people knew they were not going to be allowed to vote, they shouldn't have allowed them to come from all across the country, waste their time, so to speak, to come
Are they sure
for the process.
Are they sure that those who are going to injunct them inform them far ahead of time? No.
It would be interesting to find out who exactly, put forward this injunction and find out what the motive was.
Yes, but whatever it is, the person has finally injuncted the process. So you must stay away if you don't want to be caught by the rules of the game. So they have to bear, it's part of the cost you pay when you want to protect a system called democracy. There are, benefits and there are problems that sometimes you have to deal with. But the rights, nobody has taken their right for them. The person, away from them, the person who is injuncting the process is also, it is his right to seek redress in court when you feel that an action of an individual is likely to affect the fortunes of his being in the party. So much as he is not trampling upon your right, he has the right to exercise that legal, right, if I put it that way.
So there are rights from both angles. But interestingly, interacting with one of them, he made mention of the fact that they would be there until they are allowed to vote.
I'm not sure.
Intransigence?
Yes, I'm not sure they are going on that route. I'm not sure.
Because that's exactly the position that one of them
said. You'll be there.
They will be there until they are allowed to vote. And that brings me to my next question. Maybe you can put it side by side with this one. Will this be valid, this entire process, without the TESCOM vote? Will it be valid? Because these 291 votes could change all the
it's a lot.
The electoral
That's what I was telling
outcomes
you earlier on that
well, likely, depending on, because we still have over 6,100. So for some of them, if the gap is over, 291, you could say, well, it wouldn't have counted anyway, even if each one. But maybe the perspective will change when it comes to the national vice slots, because there, oftentimes the difference is smaller. And that is where some of these differences.
It's a lot, but the good news is that sometimes, even at the national level, when we are faced with such situations, the EC is able to do its calculation and say that plus or minus this, you are not going to carry the day for that, which reason I'm going to declare the results. I'm sure they work out the mathematics of this, so it's not a problem. But that position they want to take, that will be there. I don't know what it means, that we will force you. Is it the case that they will force the EC hand to give them the opportunity to vote or not? I'm not sure that is how to settle a democratic grievance. The rules of the game are what we use. Nothing more, nothing less.
Nothing more, nothing less. The Ashanti Regional Caucus now voting. We did mention to you that they had the biggest numbers on the day, and they are casting their vote currently. So you're called in, you go, you cast your ballot, and then the process continues from there. We're having to follow the process. We would have anticipated voting starting a lot earlier, but it has started, it started after 6 p.m., and the process is still ongoing. So the Ashanti region still voting, and we know there are 4 booths designated for them. But there are many more booths, and the other regions will also be voting from all 16 regions of our country. And in the end, the NPP, the ruling New Patriotic Party, will have a different or a new crop of executives. Now, different may not necessarily mean different faces, because in some slots, some people may be retained, but we definitely shall have a different person at the helm of affairs as national chairperson, because Freddie Wasimewu Blay is hanging his boots. So the question is it going to be Stephen Ayesu and team, perennial contender, or Stephen Asamoah Boateng, who appears to be giving him stiff opposition? Is it going to be Professor Ameyaw Ekumfi, or any of the other contenders, Sammy Crab and others? We also have another keen contest. It has to do with the general secretaryship slot. We have Musa Superior, Musa Idris. We also have the other contenders in there who are vying for that slot. Prominent among them, Justin Kodia Frimpong and also John Bwedu. So we'll be getting into more of what is happening at the Accra Sports Stadium. But for now, the process has been pretty smooth. On the back of this latest interaction with the TESCON delegates, do you feel moving forward it could pose any problems, not just for this electoral process, but the party gearing up for election 2024? Could it have any implications?
It depends upon how the matter is handled in courts. Sometimes they go to court and they want to settle it out of court. Then it is an easy process. But where they believe that, look, let us get to the bottom, then it becomes a different story. But all in all, I believe that if we are playing the game of democracy, we should not be afraid of the legal processes. They are the oils that grease that process, without which the whole process grinds a halt. So let us welcome, if we are not using violence and we are using the institutions, I'm talking about the rules, regulations and all that, we exhaust what is in the party. If we are not satisfied, we'll go to court and all that. But whatever it is, if we are following the democratic route, I believe that it is the way to go. I don't have a problem about it at all.
Let me just take this message right before we take a bit of a break. This one comes through from Nanofori Amanfo II, who says, these TESCON executives should keep quiet, come back to their various institutions and take action from there. The executives will realize their mistakes after that. It's so sad how the executive wants to render TESCON useless. We don't know whether there's any motive behind that. But we take a break here on your election headquarters and return with more from the Accra Sports Stadium. Stay.
Charlie, what number? The malaria really knocked you down, eh? Charlie, no joke. Fever, headache, vomiting, loss of appetite. I couldn't even eat my usual fufu. You and your fufu. But I hope you got tested before the malaria treatment. Yes, I did. And thanks to Malatu, I kicked out malaria one time.
When malaria strikes, take Malatu, containing artemether and lumefantrine. Comes in tablets and suspension for effective treatment of malaria.
Great to have you back. Thank you. No problem.
Malatu is suitable for adults and children. Manufactured and distributed by NS Chemist Limited. This advertisement has been vetted and approved by the FDA.
Hey, Charlie, dreams come true. Just a while back, movement was not easy at all. But today, I did drive my own car. All thanks to the amazing EcoBank Auto Finance package. See, I heard the ad on the radio and did exactly as it said. I found one of EcoBank's car partners and spotted the sweet ride. When they discovered I was buying with EcoBank Auto Finance package, I automatically got an extra discount. Now, EcoBank offered me the coolest interest rates ever for my car. And that was it. Right now, I pay small and enjoying a happy life.
So don't just dream about that car. Call toll-free 0800 003 225 or walk into any EcoBank branch and ask about the EcoBank Auto Finance package. EcoBank, the Pan-African Bank.
World Cup in the desert, the first one in the Middle East, the first to be held at the end of the year. That's crazy. Get ready for spectacular moves, high-flying saves, unbelievable goals, out of this world celebration. Would you believe it? What a moment here! All 64 matches live. That's over 5,000 action-packed minutes of the FIFA 2022 World Cup Qatar. Now that's crazy. Catch all the action only on SuperSport, your world of champions. On Gold TV. Love it.
Music is fuel that fires up our souls. Today,
African music has a dominant place on the world map. This massive music movement creating waves across the globe.
I have seen the evolution and the growth of this industry.
But every movement starts with a story. And the best place to start any story is at the very beginning.
There's a primordial energy that can only have come from Africa.
All right, Benjamin, the first question. Cape Coast Sibishan Dwarves has which animal as its symbol?
This one here is a crab.
A dwarf.
Hey! Someone say dwarf. This guy is show. What's dwarf? You there too?
To participate in the boss game show, just dial *422#. Choose option 2, which is J-Money, 4 and then 6.
The Boss Game Show Season 2 is bigger, better, with an even greater chance to get part of the massive 250,000 Ghana cedis on offer, as well as the grand prize of a Peugeot pickup. Proudly brought to you by G-Money, BG, Silver Star Auto, and supported by DDP Outdoor. The Boss, coming soon on Joy Prime.
Charlie, you for look sharp.
Joy Prime, the ultimate experience.
This is your election headquarters. Welcome back. And we're bringing you more scoop from the Accra Sports Stadium. Live action going down. My colleague, Joseph Akable, is live from there. Joseph, if you can hear me, let's hear the pool of people that you have been interacting with.
Well, I'll interact with Doc and I'll come to Vincent shortly. I mean, Doc, you're surprised about the time. It's past 7 p.m. already.
Honestly, I didn't realize that it was already late.
If they can record, I can start with them, then they can record. Tell the director to, if you have my feed, then test call people.
From the start, so I listened to all of the speeches and ending with the president's speech, which I think was marvelous. The rallying call, the call for us to bind together, to bond together, have a certain oneness of purpose that will focus us towards delivering, first of all, our mandate to the Ghanaian people, and therefore being able to break the 8 in 2024 as we say it. So I can see, and you can see the enthusiasm, the energy, the zeal on the part of the people to help the government to deliver on its agenda. In terms of the elections also, it's quite exciting as I can see, and you are not able to tell even as of now who clearly is going to be the winner and etc. etc. But I'm sure at the end of the day, whoever will emerge as winner are the kinds of people who can put us all together for victory in 2024.
I mean, the president spoke about how restoring the economic situation is specifically tied to the fortunes of the party and its ability to break the 8. I mean, how difficult it is. You are playing an important role at the NPP. In fact, you have been blamed for the current situation that we find ourselves in to an extent, because we've been told that petroleum prices have virtually been the key driver that has moved everything around. I mean, how have things been at the NPA first?
Well, I don't want to sound repetitive, but of course, everybody is aware that between 2017 and 2019, it was very clear that we had taken Ghana on a different trajectory. When I say different trajectory, what I mean specifically is that between 2017 and 2019, it is very clear to everybody that we had bettered the country, the economy, the lives of the people from what we took over from the previous government in 2017. But unfortunately, COVID hit us and sent things spiraling downwards. Even that, we began somehow to recover quicker than many so-called first world economies from the ravages of COVID-19. And then the Russia-Ukraine war has also hit us. Now, having said that, I must say that as a regulator of the downstream petroleum industry, and you know that since 2015, Ghana has fully deregulated, which means that governments no longer fix the prices of petroleum products. So it's a deregulated market. It is susceptible to the forces of world demand and supply. And to that extent, we as a government have even tried. You remember some 3 months ago, we reduced some of the margins and taxes on the petroleum price build-up in order to bring down the prices a bit and cushion the effect for the Ghanaian people. But unfortunately, the world prices just kept going up and up and up. And unfortunately, we are almost back where we were. But today, as of 3 days ago, world prices, a barrel of crude on the international market had dipped to 108, which has resulted in some reduction in the prices of petrol, diesel, and LPG on the Ghanaian economy. So it is very clear, even in the reduction this week, that truly and honestly, we are subject to the dictates of the international petroleum markets. And so let's just hope and pray that there's a quick end to this Russian-Ukraine tussle, which will further bring down the international world prices of crude, which will then enable the prices in our economy to also go down. So the president is right. He's saying that somehow or rather, we have to find an antidote to the economic difficulties that we are.
I mean, your critics make the point that the first year of COVID, I mean, your government was constantly telling us about how the nation recorded positive growth in that particular year. I mean, but subsequently, we've now seen where we are now. They make the point that it's because you mismanaged the COVID funds that came in, and that is how come the NDC MPs are saying that they are not going to even approve some of the 1 billion that the finance minister is looking for, among others.
You see, sometimes I don't want to engage in futile political banter, but facts are sacred, okay? The truth of the matter is that, yes, you can say, oh, but those are your own promises. Nobody compelled you to make those promises. Of our free senior high school program, restoration of nurses allowance, teachers training allowance, we have NAPCO, the expansion of YEA, Arabic teachers program. We've taken on many social intervention programs that, I mean, rightly so, will put a certain strain or pressure, if you want, on the national kitty. So, but the NDC had no such programs. They had no such social intervention programs.
But when you were promising those
time.
programs, they were raising concerns. We heard from CSOs that talked about sustainability. They talked about the fact that you can't finance these particular programs. And it's reason why some of these programs are struggling. We've seen what is happening in the senior high schools, for instance. Food shortages for weeks now.
Well, you see, but as I keep saying, we have no regrets instituting these programs. You see, because there are certain things that you must do as a nation if you want to develop. It doesn't matter what you say your financial situation is. Everybody knows that education is the key. An educated workforce, an educated population is the key to development. It is the way that every other nation that is called a first world today has developed. And therefore, if we want to develop also as a nation, we have to put in a program that ensures that in the next 20-30 years, nearly the entire Ghanaian population has at least a senior high school certificate. Now, how do we achieve that? You know, in our opinion, the free senior high school program is the program that guarantees us that. If we want to keep saying we don't have resources, we don't have resources, we don't have resources. Before we see, we'll be 100 years after independence and nothing would have happened. You know, in our lifetime, the Singapores and the Koreas have been able to do it through education and technology. So whether we like it or not, it is something that we have to do. We are in a bit of a difficulty. We are starting an IMF program that hopefully will help us to navigate some of these difficulties and get back on track. In the meantime, we are also ramping up our tax collection measures. We said to the Ghanaian people that we needed e-levy because e-levy is the tax that allows you to basically rope in as many people.
I mean, we don't have the data that is not doing as well as has been envisaged.
You said?
We don't have the data that is not doing as quite well as government had envisaged.
Well, because you know that the kind of debate, the kind of disagreement, the kind of poisonous language that was used in the course of government's desire to implement e-levy certainly will cause some damage, you know, to its implementation. And so it caused a lot of fear and panic and hope, and maybe, well, maybe not even maybe, that indeed is the reason many people are hesitant to do mobile money transactions. Apart from that, the exemptions embedded in it also allows people to be able to avoid its payment. But I have no doubt that if we allow it to go on, I mean, in Ghana, most programs have a slow start in Ghana. And so perhaps as the months drive by, people will get back onto the scheme, and then government will be able to realize the needed revenue to be able to do its development work. So whatever it is, I still believe that it was a good tax system.
I mean, earlier you were talking about expecting petroleum prices to drop. How significant will those drops be in the coming days?
I didn't hear you.
How significant will those drops be? You said you're expecting petroleum prices to drop in the coming days.
Oh, of course, because this week, which is the first time in a long time that we are seeing a dip in petroleum prices, it has dipped in some cases by 12%, by 5%, and I think by nearly 20% in the case of petrol. So it means that if the international prices were to dip further, we could then see these prices come down back below 10 cedis.
I mean, there are those who suggest that some of the taxes on the products should be taken off, like sanitation levy amongst others. I mean, is that something that, from your end, if you were asked to make representations, you'd be open to making?
If you put together all the taxes on the petroleum products, put it together, all of that amounts to about 1 cedi 90 pesos. If petrol is 5 cedis and below, or fuel generally is 5 cedis and below, and you take away the taxes, then it has a significant impact. Because, so for example, if the price was 5 cedis per liter, and you took out the 2 cedis, which is the total amount of taxation on it, you will get 3 cedis, which is significant. But you see, when it goes beyond 10 cedis, taking away 2 cedis no longer has an effect.
I mean, but you still, and that's where we are still buying it per liter. It will still take pressure off you.
Well, but you see, then you have to then look at the opposite. You know, the president has already argued that, first of all, if it goes beyond 10 cedis and you take away the 2 cedis, it won't come below 10 cedis. It will therefore have no significant impact on the price, but at the same time, it will have a huge impact on government revenues, because then you will be losing 4 billion cedis. Are you following me? Yeah. So, as a government, you have to
find a balance
a cost-benefit analysis or an impact analysis, or you can do a probability analysis. And when you do all of these analyses, as a government, you will come to the conclusion that once it is not going to ameliorate the difficulties of the people significantly, you shouldn't, and at the same time, cause government to lose 4 billion cedis, because then that will be a double jeopardy. And so we think that where we are now, the taxes should stay, but if we are lucky and the international prices drop significantly, then we can further take off the taxes, then we can have a real impact of these reductions on the lives of people.
I mean, quite recently, the MPA was in the news about some adulterated fuel that had been confiscated. I mean, what was the latest on that particular issue?
Okay. Yeah. Oh, of course, we are still in court. We are in court on the matter. By law in Ghana, we are the only authority at the risk of sounding tautologous, we are the only authority authorized to deal with all petroleum and petroleum-related products in Ghana. And therefore, we are the rightful authority, first of all, to determine the wholesomeness of that product, because our quality assurance department has to even test the product to determine whether it is fit for use by the Ghanaian population or by industry or whatever it is. But then some faceless people try to auction it.
A member of your party, we are told as appointed as
yes, exactly. And try to sell it to the Ghanaian people without even subjecting it to the correct quality analysis test. That's very dangerous. So we are in court. Our legal department is in court, trying to persuade the court to hand over the products to us so we can subject it to the appropriate quality analysis test and then determine what to do with it.
I mean, finally, Doc, there are two videos of you, very popular videos. One that you say, Inshallah, we have to rescue this country. And there's another one, you were speaking and you were just about crying, and someone is at the back saying, Mace, don't cry, don't cry. I mean, have you seen those videos recently? And when you watch those videos back, have you rescued the country as you were promising, Inshallah, that we have to rescue the country?
We have rescued the country. Let me tell you. I mean, I've seen those videos and they amuse me. 2 days ago, those who are contesting to become national youth organizers of our party had a debate, or if you want to call it a dialogue, at the Dankwa Institute, and I was guest of honor, of course, because I'm the first elected national youth organizer of the NPP. And I took advantage to say, look, today I am going to respond to all this talk about Mustafa Hamid said in 2016 that we are going to rescue the country.
They said you have rescued yourself. You've left all the population. Everyone else is struggling. We can't buy fuel.
I haven't rescued myself, but let me tell you, the over 100,000 students who are, many of them are in university now, who, but for free SHS, would have been on the streets. Because before free SHS, 300,000 JHS graduates were going onto the streets every year consistently. 300,000. Since free senior high school, that tide has been stemmed. I am putting it to you and to the Ghanaian people that those 300,000 per year students have been rescued. Their lives have been given back to them. They are now able to go to school and they are in university. My own daughter went to free senior high school. You know, people talk and they say, oh, but politicians, their children don't attend our school system and blah, blah, blah. My daughter attended the school system. My son, who is graduated now and is doing law, went to secondary college. My daughter went to St. Rose's. And the rest of my children who are coming up will all go to Ghanaian schools. It's not true that politicians' children don't go attend. I don't have the money to take my child abroad. So, as a government actor, it is my responsibility to ensure that the Ghanaian educational system works and works properly. So those people have been rescued. Many teacher trainees, nurses trainees, who, but for the restoration of their allowances, would not have had money, basic money, to be able to buy equipment and books to be able to study at school and become better teachers for our children. Those people have been rescued. NAPCO, 100,000 young men and women have been rescued because they were on the streets, they were jobless. We have rescued them and given them a livelihood. I am looking into your cameras and saying that we have rescued this country. I have absolutely no regrets for making that statement.
Thank you very much. You heard Dr. Mustafa Abdul Hamid, He is Chief Executive Officer of the National Petroleum Authority, explaining to us and insisting that they've indeed rescued the country as he promised, and responding to some of you who have been sharing those videos all around and saying that, that has not actually happened. Like I indicated, I have Vincent Eko Asafua with me. He is MP for Old Tafo. Quite a short while ago, we used to see him speaking for the Ministry of Education. He's now in Parliament. What do you make of what you've witnessed so far at the conference?
Well, let me say a very good evening to you and to your cherished viewers. I must say that this has been one of the fantastic organizations ever, especially with respect to annual delegates conference that are organized, more especially with respect to when elections are held. And so there might be some few challenges, especially with what you and I can attest to, that we were supposed to start around 9 o'clock. Unfortunately, we had to start somewhere around 3 or 4 o'clock. That notwithstanding, the planning committee have done a showman's job, and I think that I should commend them for that. And so far, everything too has been very peaceful. For all the polling station executives and the constituency executives, the regional executives who traveled from near and by to come to Accra Sports Stadium here to ensure that we have this annual delegates conference. We are grateful to them for how far they've been able to conduct themselves. Apart from that, everything has been very fantastic.
I see you have voted as well. How long did it take you to go through the voting process?
Well, if you check how the architecture of the voting has been, there has been demarcations for respective peoples. And so down here, where on my left-hand side, we have where members of parliament are voting. Around the same place, we have National Council members where the Mr. President, the Vice President, and the Chief of Staff and other people also voted. As we speak, I can tell you confidently that all these people have finished voting. The members of parliament and the ministers of state, CEOs, deputy ministers who are supposed to be voting have all voted. And so it took me, let me say, about 20 minutes to go through all the processes, because the Electoral Commission and its officers are supposed to give you a ticket for national chairman. When you are done voting, then you come and take the first vice. On the first vice, the ticket of the first vice, you have to vote for 3 people at the same time, so that the process will be fast. And I think I have to commend the Electoral Commission, the New Patriotic Party's planning committee, especially the Electoral Commission, the Electoral Processes Committee, for such a smart move. Because it doesn't happen that I have to vote for 3 people at the same time on the same ballot. What that means is that I have saved about 10 or 15 minutes. And so if that culminates to how many people will be voting around this area, what that means is that we've saved quite a number of minutes. And so I think I may have to commend them very well. But it took me about 20 minutes to be able to complete the process.
In terms of the individuals who are seeking to be elected as national officers, generally, what are your own expectations? What are you looking out for?
I didn't get it.
In terms of those who are asking you to vote for them as national officers, at a personal level, what are your own general expectations?
Well, I am looking for character. And I'll use 2 people as an example for you. For somebody like Stephen Ayesun Tim, there's a person who has chased one position for about 20 years. There hasn't been a single time that after the delegates speak, after he has been voted against, you will hear any derogatory remarks from Stephen Ayesun Tim or to anybody in this party for not voting for him. He has shown loyalty and character to the party. He has shown that he is a true party person. And for the first time, I am campaigning for Stephen Ayesun Tim because of the character he has shown. That is number 1. Number 2, for the position of the national organizer, you and I have been in this country when Samia Oku was leaving the National Youth Wing. At the time that he was leaving, you remember that the biggest question that came among the youth fraternity, like myself, was, do we have a perfect replacement for him? A lot of people were like, where Samia Oku has been able to set the threshold to
we may not be able to get a perfect replacement to. Today, I can tell you that Henry Nana Boakye, has lived to that expectation of being the perfect replacement for Samuel Oku. And for that matter, because of that character and loyalty, the hard work that he has shown to the people of the New Patriotic Party, I have no doubt in my mind that I have voted for Nana B. Not because he is my friend, but because I think that he has been able to show that kind of character and that kind of loyalty to the party. In 2012, Henry Nana Boakye was at Accra University. At the time that he came, he was the TESCOM president. One of the things that Henry Nana Boakye told candidate Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo at that time was that for us, the youth, the victory of His Excellency Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo was much more important to us than he himself. Because the party belongs to us. We have to make sure that we put the party at a certain level that we can always benefit from. And so that commitment and that statement that he made at that time, 10 years down the lane, it has proven itself that indeed this party belongs to the youth, because Nana B and myself has risen through the ranks. Today, he is the national youth organizer. In some few minutes, he's going to be declared the national organizer. I'm a member of parliament. So clearly, we have taken this party on our shoulders to make sure that indeed breaking the 8 is not for His Excellency Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo or Dr. Bawumia or Alan Chemato, anybody. No. Breaking the 8 is our responsibility. That we, the youth in this party.
Well, from those interactions, let's take a bit more. This time, Kweku Asante, my colleague, interacting with General Secretary Hopeful. He is the General Secretary. He is hoping to retain his position, John Bwedu, among others. Over to Kweku Asante now, who is live on the ground.
So we are on the field where the action is happening, the NPP National Annual Delegates Conference. We are just about to get on with John Bwedu, General Secretary aspirant, General Secretary incumbent also. He is trying to retain his seat. He's coming up against a formidable candidate, JFK. You come onto the field here, he has such momentum, but he says he's going to retain his seat. We are going to get to him shortly. But if you come here, there are people who have been raising concerns about the TESCON, people who have been disenfranchised, so-called, quote and unquote, who say that the injunction, so-called, that we haven't seen copies of, is just a ploy by some parties to, as it were, disenfranchise TESCON candidates. And so we are going to get some perspectives from the people who are on the field in terms of what exactly is happening and if some answers are going to come shortly. So, let me go to the Education Ministry PRO, Kwesi Kwarteng. Kwesi Kwarteng is here. Kwesi Kwarteng, how has the process been for you?
So far, so good. It's been smooth. I came to protect my, promote my candidates. So far, it's been very successful, and I'm sure he's going to win. But largely, whatever happens, the Elephant family, we believe that the Elephant has won, and we are very optimistic that ultimately the Elephants, gains that inevitable triumph. But I came to support Abanga. I know Abanga is winning. I'm the campaign manager for Abanga. We are doing our best. As you see, it's been largely peaceful, orderly, and the environment too has been very friendly. So far, so good.
So far, so good. Okay, then all the best to your candidate. Let me go to the Deputy Minister for Employment and Labour Relations. How has the process been for you so far?
Well, so far, so good. We've only encountered one or two scenarios where one or two people are not finding their names. But when we page and call the Director of Elections, he's been very up. And then so far, so good.
But some of these names are very big names. I've just heard on this field that a founding member of the party, the former Energy Minister, Boakye Agyarko, can't find his name in the register. How could that be for such a person of such caliber not to find their name in the register?
Well, that must not surprise you. We are dealing with over 6,000 delegates. And you know computer. You garbage in, garbage out. You put in and you get. And once a human being works on it, it's likely we may have some of these challenges. He's not the only one. There are pockets of them, and they are all being resolved. The Honorable Bache Jaku's own is being resolved as I speak with you right now.
Are you sure these issues can be resolved before the election concludes? Because there are those who would say that these are issues that would affect the integrity of the election, even if the number of people who can't find their names is just minimal.
No, I have seen that one or two people who couldn't find their names have been rectified. It's been resolved, and they are casting their vote as I speak to you right now. I don't think it will be a problem. I will urge voters to exercise restraint. This exercise is full of patience. We have waited for 4 years, and we are now going to vote. I don't think an hour or two for us to make sure we have very credible elections will spoil the game. So let everybody be very patient, and then we go through, we count it, and then we have a clean election.
Are there specific persons you are rooting for? Are there specific persons you are rooting for that you think, if they are to lead a party, are those that can lead a party to break the 8 in 2024?
I think I wouldn't be fair at this point to disclose whatever. All the aspirants are very competent enough, and as an MP, I'll be very happy getting any of them to lead us. They all aim at breaking the 8. Let's hope that things work fine. We give thanks to God.
This week you achieved something big when you were able to sign 15% COLA with Labour. Yeah. I mean, there are those who said that 15% is not enough in terms of the cost of living crisis that we are facing. Do you think 15% is good for Labour?
At this point, we are doing elections. We've done that. We've secured that. Workers are happy. The president today congratulated workers and everything. So let's take it like that. Let's get people who break the 8 for MPP, and life goes on. Thank you very much.
So we just heard from Bright Rekuprobe. He is the Deputy Employment and Labour Relations Minister. This week, they struck such a milestone when they were able to agree with Labour a 15% cost of living allowance. He says the president is excited about the deal they were able to strike, and Labour is also excited, so everybody is happy. He doesn't want to make much comments because of the election. He wants that to be the focus. But let me come back to the phone. Let me try and speak to some people here. Richard, well, you are a delegate.
Yes.
In terms of the election outlook so far, how have you seen the process?
We thank God. So far, so good. Because the process is smoothly, and everybody have got the access to cast his vote. As you are aware, there is no problem, there is no challenges, but we are praying that the same thing will happen to an end. So the election is going on smoothly.
So what about you?
Oh, we thank God for the process where the way it is going. We haven't get any problem, anything in this election. So we are praying to God that it go on smoothly for us. Then we reach in our destination. Thank you.
Let me catch up with the Eastern Regional Minister. He's the former chairman of the Defense and Interior Committee. He's here. Honorable, thank you very much for speaking with us. How have you been?
I'm good.
Right. How is the Eastern region? You can take off your mask. How's the Eastern region?
It's been very well with us.
Okay, so this is Honorable Senator Champon. He's the Eastern Regional Minister. How would you rate the process so far?
It's been very, very, very healthy. Healthy in the sense that various stations are all casting their votes. And I must admit that the enthusiasm and the party activism has been heightened. And to me, it's very refreshing. It tells me how our people are ready to serve and work for the interests of the party.
You look at the caliber of people who are standing for election. Are they the best in your party that can lead you to break the 8 in 2024?
Certainly, each contestant in their own right have their respect, they have their knowledge of the political party, and they are real members of the party who have been serving the party at various levels. If you talk about the candidates who are standing for chairmanship, Honorable Asamoah Boati was a former Minister of State. He recently just went out of SIGA based on age. You have Mr. Ayensu Stephen Intim. He's been serving this party. He served the party as a first national vice chairperson in times past. He's been contesting to become the national chairman since 2005. Mr. Kwabena Bankwa-Yeboah has been serving this party He is, after today, the immediate past national treasurer. A very affable character that I know about. And Sammy Crab, former regional chairman of the Greater Accra, tried one time as a vice chairperson of this party. Very solid characters. The general secretary, my former colleague Opare Ansa, was my chief whip whilst we entered parliament, subsequently became the chairperson for the Committee on Communications, a former Deputy Minister of Communications under President Kufuor, same as JFK, Justin Kodia Frimpong, the current chief executive, high quality characters. He's a lawyer by profession, and these are members of our party who have served the party and are still serving the party in various capacities. The youth wing, the women organizer, the organizer Nana Boachi, every person that has really brought themselves up for these elections are people that we can rely on for the progress of the political party.
Right.
And I thank you for also covering our event for us.
Right. Honorable Senator Champon, thank you very much. So, Honorable Senator Champon, very much excited about what we've seen here so far. You've just seen the shots. Honorable Jogate, you can also see Peter McMahon. Then you will see Philip Addison. He led the party in the 2012 election petition. Honorable Jogate, how have you seen the process so far?
Excellent.
Excellent. People are not finding their names in the register. How so?
Well, I mean, I'm sure everything will be solved. You know, Mr. McMahon, who is in charge of the election process, is a very experienced person, and I'm sure everything will be resolved. I'm very confident.
Okay, so Mr. Philip Addison led the party in the 2012 election petition, says he doesn't want to speak. But this is the time to go to Peter McMahon to resolve some of the challenges that have come up. So far, there are a few people who haven't found their names in the register. What are they doing about that to fix it? So let me get to Mr. Peter McMahon. Former chairman, there are a few people who are not finding their names in the register. How are you resolving this?
A few people, so it's manageable. We are resolving it.
There's someone like Boache Jako, a founding member of your party. You can't find his name. How so?
It will be resolved.
Are you sure you can resolve these before the elections close so that these people are not disenfranchised?
In this day and age, electronic and technological age, it takes, then it's resolved. So it's going to be resolved. And the director of elections is doing that.
Are those the major challenges you face with this election so far?
Well, we had a slap on our face with an injunction from somebody in Tema against TESCON and 16 local proxies. We take it in good faith. It's only 4.9% of the total registered voters.
Now, these are your youth based on the university campuses who are literally going to be disenfranchised. I spoke to some TESCON members who said they've not even seen the injunction.
The injunction was placed on it yesterday around 7:30 p.m. So we did not get the opportunity to meet the judge to put our side of the story to him or her. But basically, the reliefs that he was seeking, we had done them all. We had done them all already. So if we had gotten the opportunity to meet the judge, it would be in favor of NPP.
What do you say to the claims that this is just an orchestration by some in the party to disenfranchise those people because they may support the candidate and this will inure to the benefit of someone else?
I cannot read people's mind. Okay? I cannot read people's mind. And I don't want to make any imputations to that effect. But all I can say is that this is a family game and I like the team. The team for the conference, working together, holding ourselves together. So we must work together, come out of this Congress in unity and break the eight, because unity is an essential ingredient for breaking the eight.
And also, isn't the process delaying a bit because it's almost 8 o'clock? The polling has just really started. I know that in previous years sometimes it delays, but in this day and age, there are those who say that you can do the election early because under the cover of darkness, there are those who bring up all sort of allegations.
The injunction came through. We had to sort things out and see our lawyers on how to obey the injunctions. It takes time because university campuses within Accra are on campus. We were able to hire accommodation in Eastern Region. So delegates were housed in Eastern Region. it takes time to drive through the traffic to get here. So it also wasted time. So these are some of the reasons why the conference did not start on time.
All right, so some crucial interactions there that we've had. The very last one, Peter McMahon, who is organizing all of this action that you're seeing at the Accra Sports Stadium. And interesting, Doc, that mention is made of the fact that, look, even Boachi Jakun can't find his name, but Peter McMahon says, guess what? With technology, we're going to resolve all of these matters. We also hear now that the injunction that has been placed on the 291 Tescon delegates emanated from someone in Tema. But maybe your wrap-up thoughts on these, in addition to what Dr. Mustafa Hamid told my colleague Joseph Akable, that guess what? We have rescued the country. We have rescued the country. Your quick take, Doc, as we wrap.
If you look at
this
what
conversation.
he said, I don't know what he means by that, because yes, it is true that the NPP government has performed so well. In recent times, we have difficulties that we must face it. Come to think about the fact that there are, NAPCO officials who have not been paid for a long time. Is that the rescue he's talking about or something else? I mean, I don't think that they've been able to rescue everybody. No, they've done their bit. But let us admit sincerely that there are problems that they need to fix, that he must get that straight. The second issue about, what did you say?
So Boachi Jakun not finding his name on the register, and Peter McMahon saying that all of these will be resolved.
Yes, in elections.
And not just Boachi Jakun, let me make that point. And a few others.
Elections, sometimes there are these problems, but it takes effort to deal with that. And once the party said that, look, we are in a position to fix it, I don't think there's a problem. It is when they promise and they are not able to do, then we can read meanings into that. But once we have the electronic system or there are systems in place, we can do that. Because if you come to the national elections, sometimes you come across these problems. You talk to EC officials and then they go through their system and say, yeah, these people can vote. It's a normal with the electoral process. Yeah.
All right. Any final comments before we go?
Oh, I think that so far what we have witnessed is very good. We want this to be extended to any of the activities that we'll have as we are preparing for 2024. We should continue to educate people about electoral processes, electoral rules, and all that. And we remember that if we want to build this country, we are not in a position to destroy it. Otherwise, it is an exercise in futility. Let's build this country. Let us not disturb this country, or let us not destroy this country. This is the only country we have. There is no other place. Ghana for all of us.
Doc, thank you so much for staying with us all this while. And Dr. Kwame Asante is a former lecturer of mine, by the way, political science at the University of Ghana. We've been talking a lot on Zoom today. You are here physically. Thank you for doing us.
To be here. Thanks so much.
So this is the second lap after MFR Pau took you through. There's a third lap. Just hold for us, Doc. There's a third lap coming your way. Araba Kumsin will be here with none other than Dr. Richard Amwako Ba. If you know the role he's played in the NPP. Those are the faces you'll be seeing next on the next leg of the conversation as we analyze what is happening at the Accra Sports Stadium. Stay with us. We are your election headquarters. We'll be right back.
My name is Acrobatic. People call me Who Knows Tomorrow. I don't want to hide the good things from the good peoples of Ghana. Let me tell you about watching your favorite kid show, movies, telenovelas, sports, news, etc. and etc. in crystal clear, high definition picture.
This year, we know come to play. Yo, what's up, people? It's your boy, Mr. Drew. And I'm going to show you how to pause and rewind live TV. And also program your HD Plus decoder to record shows when you're not home. Middle car. HD Plus, you take care. Tell bring your phone, make a download my HD Plus app on it for you, so you can watch TV on your phone with free data every month.
All right, Benjamin. The first question. Cape Coast Sibishan Dwarves has which animal as its symbol?
This one here is a crab.
A dwarf.
Someone say dwarf. This is guy show. What's dwarf? You there too?
To participate in the boss game show, just dial *422#. Choose option 2, which is Germany, 4 and then 6.
The Boss Game Show Season 2 is bigger, better, with an even greater chance to get part of the massive 250,000 Ghana cedis on offer, as well as the grand prize of a Peugeot pickup. Proudly brought to you by G Money, BG, Silver Star Auto, and supported by DDP Outdoor. The Boss, coming soon on Joy Prime.
Charlie, you for look sharp.
Joy Prime, the ultimate experience.
My name is Accra. People call me who knows tomorrow. I don't want to hide the good things from the good peoples of Ghana. Let me tell you about watching your favorite kid show, movies, telenovelas, sports, news, etc. and etc. in crystal clear, high definition picture.
This year, we know come to play. Yo, what's up, people? It's your boy, Mr. Drew. And I'm going to show you how to pause and rewind live TV. And also program your HD Plus decoder to record shows when you're not home.
Middle car. HD Plus, take care. Charlie, bring your phone, make a download my HD Plus app on it for you, so you can watch TV on your phone with free data every month.
Alexa, open Multimedia Ghana and play Joy FM.
Super Hits Radio, Joy 99.7.
Listen to Joy FM, Hits FM, Love FM, live on your Amazon Echo. Listen to your favorite multimedia radio stations live on your Amazon Echo device by saying, Alexa, open Multimedia Ghana, play Joy FM or Hits FM or Love FM. Or catch up on your favorite podcast by saying, Alexa, play, and then the name of your favorite podcast from Multimedia Ghana. For a list of all podcasts available, say Alexa. Ask Multimedia Ghana to browse programs. Alexa, welcome to Multimedia.
I have just arrived from the U.S., where I undertook a regular medical checkup.
The last night, I don't know what happened. He asked me to go home and then go and sleep. And I insisted I wanted to stay. He said, no, I'm fine. You know I'm fine. Just go. He had a sinus problem. But then at 5 a.m., he called me. And then he said, I think he blew his nose and then there was some blood.
Ghana's greats.
Hello and welcome to your election headquarters. This is our continuous coverage of the 2022 NPP Delegates Conference. We are live on radio, Joy 99.7 FM, TV, of course, to JoyNews channel, and online via myjoyonline.com and on our various affiliates. So much has happened at the event ground. I'm talking about the Accra Sports Stadium, the venue for the ongoing voting process. And by now you know that the event did not start at 9 a.m. as scheduled. It delayed, but we know that voting is currently underway to elect the national executives who will manage the affairs of the party in the lead-up to the 2024 elections. Now, the voting process has largely been incident-free and a departure from the past where it took several hours to conclude. This time, the difference in the process is that all the regions are voting concurrently. But one constituency that was banned from voting is Tescon, and the members are clearly unhappy. We heard earlier reports of commotions, although we cannot independently verify. We will be looking into those and other matters with my studio guest, Dr. Amwakoba of the Political Science Department of the KNUST. Doc, you're welcome. So what are your preliminary observations of the process so far?
Oh, so far so good. It's been peaceful, with few exceptions. But that's how it is most of the time, because here you have the high-level executives of the party, DCs, MPs, and all of that, president included. So the next wave, that's where the trouble is. When the delegates, the real delegates from the hinterland, that's when now you got problems. So let's wait a bit. And I heard that there was a suggestion that maybe we are looking at 11 o'clock to finish. I doubt very much.
We're going to go beyond that.
Yeah, for sure. We are looking at maybe 2 o'clock, 3 o'clock.
That's a long haul. We're getting on the ground to speak to our reporters, and I'll be speaking to Doc more. But let's focus on what's happening and the reports we're receiving on the ground, which is that there is some commotion on the ground, especially agitation amongst the youth who feel that they were disenfranchised. I'm talking about members of Tescon who were barred from voting because there is an injunction that has been filed against the group. Earlier, my colleague Joseph Akable spoke to representatives of Tescon, and this is what they had to say.
The Accra Sports Stadium, and as you may be aware, voting has already started. But just before voting commenced, there was an important announcement that was made by the officials supervising the process. They did indicate that some class of voters were not going to participate in the election, making reference to the Tescon voting pool. And in terms of the numbers that we have seen, we are looking at some 291 votes. This refers to the NPP's campus youth wings. I mean, they are members of the campus network of the NPP, and they were supposed to participate in this particular election. I have two of them with me here. They'll introduce themselves first. Mr. Pon, you are from which branch?
I'm from Ntotroso in the Alpha region, representing the institution of College of Nursing in Ntotroso.
Okay, how about you?
I am Samsudin Ibrahim, Nursing and Midfield Training College, Tanoso, Alpha region.
You came in here to vote. Before that announcement was made that you cannot participate in the election, were you aware that you are not going to be voting?
Of course not, because we, the Tescon, per the Constitution, give us the mandate to vote. And then with the act of the Constitution, it clearly states that a Tescon or a rep or a member who is selected by the school. So despite the person position being a president or any person, once the school has selected the person has the right to vote. But we were not informed of anything that we are going to be evicted from the election until today that we came. And even the time that we get to know that we are not going to vote was actually getting to the time that the election is going to start. So there was nothing that we can do at that time.
I mean, did it come as a surprise to you as well? I mean, that just learning that you are not going to vote?
Because we only woke up this morning to realize that, hearing that they said an injunction was being kept on the Tescon people, such that we are not going to vote. And when we got to the grounds, they didn't give us any evidence or any reason, befitting evidence that Tescon wasn't going to vote, or any reason that will give us a mandate that, like the Tescon people, this is the actual reason that we are not going to vote. They didn't give us any reason. They were like, Tescon are not just going to vote. We don't know the reason. And as I'm telling you right now, I'll say that I'm very, very disappointed. Because for somebody to travel far from the north, a place like Upper West, Bolga, Nalerigo, Bunkuruku Yoyo, I have foraging all to be here because of this Congress. And all to realize that you are not going to be taking part in the elections. I would say that is really disheartening. And what I would like to say is that for NPP party to go forward, people like politicians who are dump and use politicians, we have to do away with them, who will only come to use the youth. And in the future, when we also come to exercise our franchise, because of their own personal interests, they'll sit there and try to block us the way.
I mean, is it your contention that you think that this is not merely because of a genuine dispute that may have arisen, but someone is just trying to... Is that what you are saying?
Yes, that's what I'm saying.
I mean, what's the basis for this fear?
Because the reason being that the General Secretary, as we met him, whilst we were agitating for we to vote, it was like we have to go and meet the EC. He has nothing to do with it. As a General Secretary, General Secretary, there's something that you could have done. But he told us that there's nothing we could have done.
Thank you very much. My name is Charles Opoku. I'm the immediate past Eastern Regional Tescon coordinator. And like I said, I'm the immediate past. So you should understand that the current Tescon executives, making up of Tescon president, Tescon WUCOMs, and Nasara coordinators, I have this working relationship with them. What has happened today is a very sad day in the politics of the NPP. The student strand of the NPP have not been only disenfranchised. We have not been only denied our rights to exercise our vote, but we have been disrespected and treated like an outcast. If you look at how even the announcement was made. But before I come to that, let's even deal with the issue. There's some substantive issue. We are...
Kofi Capito. Well, Mr. Chairman, with your permission, can we all be upstanding and acknowledge the entry of the President and the Vice President of the Republic of Ghana? Put your hands together. Let me see you put your hands together. To recap, Kofi Capito, my former campaign manager, Ms. Pani Patrick Masupe Crab, who is not with us here today. Ronnie Nickel, Desmond, Ni Abe, Ni Boy Abe, Dan Opoko Ajiman, Prof. Mr. Hackman. I also want to mention Madam Amabuzia. Thanks to all these individuals for providing me immense advice, direction in the course of my campaign. The new National Executive will work assiduously for the party to win election 2024. In conjunction with our parliamentary party, as our members of parliament, and our diasporan party, our members in the foreign countries. I'm grateful to my supporters and the party at large for giving me a memorable 64th birthday present. Finally, it's been 20 long years of wandering in the wilderness before clinching this position as national chairman of the New Patriotic Party. And I assure you that after 20 years of laboring in the wilderness before getting to this far, I'm going to cherish the chairmanship position. I'll value the chairmanship position, and I'll make sure that it will be a unique position that will remain enviable for anybody in the party to aspire at. God bless the New Patriotic Party. God bless Ghana. Thank you.
Adam, at this stage, the president will lead the team to congratulate the newly elected officers of our party. It's led by the president himself, the vice president. Next is the chief of staff, the minister of finance, Ken Oforiatta, and his wife, minister of lands and mineral resources, members of parliament. I can see Hassan Tampuli there. OPK, famous. Honorable Adelaide Team is the First Lady of the NPP. And all the old guards, you've been missing for a while. Ladies and gentlemen, it has taken 20 long years for Honorable Stephen Ntim that brings us to the end of the National Delegates Conference of the New Patriotic Party 2022. The newly elected officers will join the media The president would have a photo session with the officers elected, and then they will join the media for a brief interaction, and that should be all for this morning. We are grateful once again to the Ghana Police Service, so that will be it for the morning. Grateful to the Ghana Police Service once again. Silicon House for your wonderful support, and with the technical assistance, members of the various committees that were set up for this conference. Alhaji Suraj, where are you? Come and pray.
أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم الحمد لله رب العالمين الرحمن الرحيم مالك يوم الدين إياك نعبد وإياك نستعين اهدنا الصراط المستقيم صراط الذين أنعمت عليهم غير المكتوب عليهم ولا الضالين آمين.
DJ Adom
We also want to thank the Electoral Commission and the Ghana Police Force for the woman's job that they did today. And again, we also want to thank the media for the wonderful work that you've done. You stay with us throughout the beginning to the end. At the end of the day, it is the New Patriotic Party which has won, not any single individual. Our biggest quest is in the 2024 elections for us to come together as one party and to fight the battle ahead of us. And it is the duty of all of us, particularly those that have won, to bring our brothers and sisters who couldn't make it. In 2024 elections, we need every hands on deck. And I can assure you, with the team that we have, everyone is going to have a role to play. And the message to the NDC is that they should watch out, because the NPP is breaking the 8, and the NPP it will be the first political party to go on the 10th term since 1992. Thank you very much and have a nice day.
You mentioned that breaking the 8 is the goal, and you're going to rally everybody in
Madam
to work together.
say, and then
And thank you very much indeed for joining us. And we're just wrapping up now. Now we've heard from both the newly elected national chairman and the newly elected general secretary of the NPP. If you're just joining us, this is a confirmation of the election and who won what. So the new national chairman is Stephen Team. He won by significant margin with 4,000 plus votes. The general secretary is who you just heard there. JFK is called Korea Frimpong is the Justin Frimpong Korea is the new general secretary of the New Patriotic Party. The new national organizer of the party is Nana Boakye. Henry Nana Boakye is the new national organizer of the party. The new, of course, they retained returning women's organizer is Kate Jimfua. The youth organizer is Salam Mustafa, who won tonight, and we have a host of individuals who will line up as the first, second, and third vice chairpersons. The treasurer is Dr. Charles Dramana. Now, gentlemen, let's wrap up now in the next few minutes. So now we know. Let's start with the chairman first. Team obviously has won it significant margins. The Sabi came next. With 1,000 votes, so 4,014 votes for Team, for 1,010 votes for Asabi, as expected. But the margin is very huge. And then let's put them together. We have the general secretary, obviously, which is the biggest, I guess, surprise of the night. And let's ask the question now. They all say they want to break the 8. Is this the team to break the 8?
The jury's still out. It takes a lot, and if you check the election results over the years, after your first 2 elections, you win, then you go into the next one, you lose some 3-4%. When you go to the next one, you actually go to lose. It will take a whole lot. This team can do their very best. They'll push very, very hard, but I do not see any major change coming from them. The major change will come from the government's policies going forward. And they'll have a time to defend it. They'll have some ability to push it. The party may be reunited. The only good thing on the NPP side is that whenever the NPP wins an election, it wins with a higher margin than the NDC. Since after Rawlings, every other time the NPP had won the election, they won with a higher margin than the NDC. So it's perhaps some of the good things that will go for them, but this is a third time. The NPP in the last few years have not done enough to guarantee a third-time win. Mostly the odds are against you, even if you have a very prudent economic management in place. But your odds are worsened if you do not have prudent economic management in place and what's currently happening with all of the IMF program. So it's really hoping against hope. With the change they brought in there, the party may be re-energized to engage. I'm not so sure whether that's the same feeling Ghanaians will have for it. We live to see how the election will go, but it will depend more on what the government will do within the next 2 years. That's if Ghanaians have not made up their minds.
Okay, great. Yes?
Well, you know, when we started on Friday night, I told you of 2005 when the NPP went to elect their executives, and at the time they were seeking to break the 8. Now, what we see here with the chairman and the secretary is what we have seen again. Except that in 2005, the incumbent was not seeking re-election. Okay, the incumbent was not seeking re-election. So Dan Boche was not seeking re-election. And so in that particular, now they went with a new chairman and a new general secretary, and they lost the election. That was one situation. So we can't establish a trend. We just would say the NPP would have to be careful. But we've also done the IMF analysis, and based on the IMF analysis, we said every party that goes to the IMF in its second term loses the elections. Would that happen in the case of the NPP? It's only a guide. You know what's in front of you. You know what you must do to be able to break the 8. Raymond makes the point, a lot will depend on the government. It will depend on the policies of the government. We saw what happened in 2008 when, in the last minute, even when the NPP decided to reduce fuel prices, it was not enough to get them the votes in the second round. Whatever happens today, yes, it would be also the flag bearer that will be elected by the NPP. Who would that flag bearer be? Would he be the flag bearer that can actually galvanize the base of the NPP? Would he be the flag bearer that can actually satisfy the NPP's strongholds, that can get the NPP's stronghold out in their numbers to vote and vote for the NPP? We've talked about how people, have used, for instance, and if you look at Justin Kudia's Frimpong's victory, for instance, the margin of victory came from his stronghold. Because throughout the country, John Boydu did well, but he used his stronghold and made a case. I say the NPP must know what they have to do. If they get all of these things right, they may be able to break.
Few seconds quickly, Raymond. The next big thing for the NPP now is to elect a presidential candidate. Which of the two front runners is sleeping easy tonight on the back of this result? Alan or Dr. Bamia?
When you look at how upsetting the general secretary position is,
just have 20 seconds.
It will be Alan's team that we're thinking we have a shot at this. We have a strong shot at this.
Who is sleeping easy tonight?
I think Alan's team will be sleeping easy.
Say again?
Alan's team.
Alan's team. Okay. I'll reserve my take on this because there'll be a lot more time.
Whose team is sleeping easy tonight?
Say again?
Whose team is sleeping easy tonight?
Oh, well, unfortunately, I'm in the chair.
No, but I have asked you the question.
No, but you're not the uncle.
You're not running away from the team.
Don't worry.
You are like one of those delegates that did not vote.
I will join you on the morning show.
Don't be a team Russell.
We'll talk about that. By the way, enjoy the rest of your morning, people, and thanks for staying with us. Oh, listen, I need to say a big thank you to our team on the ground, Elton Brobe, to Samuel Mbura, to Akable, to Kweku Asante, to Kojo Brace, to Blazer Soga, to the technical team, to Yao Forcing, the camera crew, Loretta, Alfred, just mention their names. Everybody has done a great job, and the whole team, in fact, doing a great job. But the men on the ground really deserve special mention. And for you who decided to stay with us throughout this painful period, but it's been rewarding, I'm pretty sure, now that we know the outcome. Enjoy the rest of your day. Catch you again on Monday. Tomorrow, in fact, at 6 a.m., I have a special report for you on what just happened if you missed it. See you.